elliptical
And
orbit.
we've never hold on. We've never observed the tropics ever changing from their current degree of latitude, which is 23.5 degrees. But according to Milankovitch, they would have had to have changed. They would have had to have changed.
Yeah,
And gravity doesn't exist, and with the opposed changes that they're saying, how does it cancel out angular momentum?
Let Bacon respond.
The tropic doesn't have a lot to do with the elliptical path of the orbit. The precession of the equinox has to do with the precession of the axial tilt, not the elliptical orbit. It could be a circular orbit.
Yeah, there's different wobbles, dude. The elliptical orbit is one wobble.
That's not a wobble.
Roban.
I know it's not a wobble, dude. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're good.
I'm just getting frustrated. I'm not trying to get frustrated with you, bro. It's just that it gets a little bit frustrating when you ask me the same question over and over again, and then you use something, you invoke something that I already brought up as an explanation for why that is. So why do we have this anomaly, right, where there's a disparity between clocks on Earth, right, with the sun and the movement of the sun? There's a legit disparity that has been observed going back to the 1600s, right? And now they've come up with atomic clocks that show the disparity, and the atomic clocks themselves are off. They had to be recalibrated. So the idea is that there's a 15-minute disparity between the beginning and the end of the year. And Milankovitch was able to justify this anomaly using elliptical orbits. But how can you prove an elliptical orbit?
Oh, as I mentioned, you can also notice that the angular size of the sun gets bigger and smaller. And it gets bigger when the days are slower, which would be when the sun is closer to the sun. So you have that confirmation.
Have you ever seen the sun shrink off to a pinpoint and never, quote unquote, set?
No, I've seen some videos that attempt to demonstrate that, but we all understand what glare is, right? At this point, we shouldn't. I don't think anyone is still arguing that those videos are showing the sun shrinking and not setting.
I've seen the sun disappear above the horizon. Solar filters.
The what?
I've seen the sun just disappear above the horizon with the solar filter.
I mean, like shrinking and not setting?
It doesn't step below the horizon. That's right. It just like fades out with the solar filter.
Let me see that one.
And that wouldn't be possible if we was on the ball spinning.
Well, it's just evidence that supports the notion that it's the sun moving away from us.
Yep.
What is it shrinking?
It does shrink a little bit throughout the day, but not very much. That's not the argument, though.
Yeah, I mean, for that to be evidence, wouldn't have to be like shrinking.
No.
Just like a convex mirror, when a car is very far away, like at nighttime, their headlights look tiny, and as they get closer with the convex mirror, their headlights get brighter, so bigger. It's similar.
Yeah, but the solar filter does cut out a lot of the glare, and you don't really see much change. Ironically, though, on the globe model, the sun has to change angular size every day, up to noon, and then to sunset. It has to change 0.08 arc seconds a day, based on the geometry of a globe. Has anyone ever actually verified that the sun does that, or?
Give me a tool that can measure 0.01 arc seconds. And
it exists.
I'll try.
It exists.
Well, I don't have it, but.
What I'm saying is, how come no one has ever done it, right? I'm not saying that you should have done it. I'm saying this is just like a basic, like, necessity of the geometry of a globe. And like, it's never been documented.
Like countless necessities you could think of, and of course you're not gonna find someone that did each one of those.
But don't you think it's ironic that Globers always bring up the change of the sun in angular size, and strawman the flat Earth on how much they think it should be. But then, ironically, their model necessitates an angular size change throughout the day, every day, and none of them have ever seen evidence of that and documented it. So it's
Well,
okay.
it's not ironic because, like, if we're talking about an angular size change because of a local sun that moves away from you, that's not something you would require like a stupidly high accurate tool to notice. Like, you could easily measure that with tools you can make in your house. So that's not ironic.
This is
very different thing.
It's very ironic because it has now been flipped on the globe because actually the limit of perspective, with the sun being outside limit of perspective, the angular size is not expected to drastically change size. But on the globe, it has to based on a geometric necessity. So it is ironic because the globers bring up angular size, strawman the flat Earth, ignore the fact that we can't see forever, pretend we're all Superman, then strawman it with Euclidean math on like endless perspective lines. But ironically, it is ironic that the angular size of the sun has to change in a very specific way. It has to change up to noon and then start changing back to sunset. And it's never been documented. So
wouldn't it be easier to get the angular size change of the moon since the moon is closer and therefore there would be more of a change? Why don't we just do the moon?
wouldn't it be easier to just
They're the same
verify
distance.
your model and see the sun?
I'm saying we should do the moon because that would also verify at least. I mean, sure, if you want to verify the sun, we could verify like the sun getting slightly farther away. But I think the moon would be easier though, because the moon is closer. So I imagine there's an even more drastic change if I had to guess. Yeah, because it's like what is it? The Earth's diameter, versus the moon's distance, which is like 200-ish thousand, right? Versus the Earth's diameter and the sun's distance. So I think doing it on the moon would be an even more obvious thing, if I'm correct.
Yeah, the sun and the moon are not the same. The sun is like a consistent path. What I think is very funny though, is that ballers don't seem like they don't care. Like, it doesn't need to be verified. Like, when it comes to the globe Earth, the stuff doesn't have to be verified. Like, they can strongman the flat Earth and be like, we know the Earth's not flat because the sun's not changing angular size this much based on my strawman model. But when their model is not a strawman because it's an agreed upon official model, it doesn't even need to be verified at all. I mean, you have like the world's universities and resources behind you, and no one's ever documented the sun changing 0.08 arc seconds twice during the day. Like, no one finds that peculiar. Like, no globers. Like, you know what? We should be able to document that. That should be documented.
Yeah, but to be
It
fair,
just doesn't matter. Is it with the globe? We don't really have to do anything. We can just assume it's all true.
I mean, that doesn't sound like it's strong of a debunk that there's no one that try to document 0.08 arc seconds per day. But you said, I mean, the argument was that for a local sun on flat Earth, you would expect many arc minutes per day, and you said that we wouldn't expect that. Oh, someone's on Mikey. See, that's Lion.
Lying, you're like.
Oh, hang on.
I didn't say it was a debunk, man. I didn't say it was a debunk. If you use a tool or an instrument that's sensitive enough to measure to the 100th of an arc, like of a degree, or of an arc second, then you should be able to do it. If we actually use that instrument and look at the sun, and it doesn't progressively change 0.08 arc seconds up to noon, and then change another 0.08 arc seconds to sunset, it definitively refutes the globe model, point blank, period.
I'm back.
So my point is not that it's a debunk, because in order to debunk it, you have to show that it doesn't do this. But my point is that it is a geometric necessity. If you have an instrument that's sensitive enough to measure 0.08 arc second, it needs to change 0.08 arc seconds to noon and then 0.08 arc seconds back down to sunset. If it doesn't do exactly that, progressively change up to noon and then back down that exact amount, that irrefutably debunks the globe. So I just find it convenient that things like this are never done.
Oh, that sounds like very, very complicated thing to do, because if the sun's not a solar noon, like if you want to compare the when sun is setting against when it's solar noon, then you're dealing with like a hell more of refraction, and when the sun is setting, it's not only more refracted, it's much less stable. So you're gonna have oscillations much greater, like many orders of magnitude greater than the angle you're trying to measure. So you're gonna have arc minutes of difference. You don't have like 0.01 second arc second. You have minutes of variations when the sun's close to the horizon. So that's
It
very
doesn't
hard of a
matter.
test to
It
do.
doesn't matter.
Of course, it
has
does
to
matter.
change. No, it doesn't. It has to change progressively all the way up to noon and all the way down at a very specific rate. For every hour, it has to change a specific amount.
Yeah, but then you're talking about like a fraction of that already small fraction of an arc second. So now you need an even better instrument. And as soon as you
No.
don't have the sun high in the sky anymore, you have accumulation of refraction that gets less and less predictable and oscillates more and more as it gets to a lower elevation. So you're getting noise in your measurement that is bigger than the value you're trying to measure. That sounds like a stupidly hard thing to do.
That's convenient.
It's not convenient. That's reality.
You don't need a way more precise instrument. You just need one precise enough to measure to the 100th of an arc second, and then you just watch it throughout the day. It has to change up to sun or to noon, and then start changing back down. That's what it has to do. So, like, it doesn't like you have to see it progressively changing angular size.
Well,
so, ironically, the globe requires this, but no one's ever actually documented it. But this is the way the globe model works. This is the way the globe model works. All of their proponents in here constantly purport to believe in something unfalsifiable. Oh, well, this wouldn't work. Oh, well, it would be refraction. Oh, well, the sun's supposed to be set right now, but I promise it's lifted up by refraction. How do I know? Because I assume that it has to be because the globe said so, so therefore it's this much. Oh, well, how do I test it? You can't test it. How do I debunk the globe? Can't debunk it. How do I debunk the heliocentric model? Can't debunk it. How do I debunk the Big Bang cosmology? Unfalsifiable.
Well, let's not change the subject.
No, I'm not changing. I'm making a point. Every single time it boils down to something that would test the globe, the globers have like a list of 5 to 10 reasons why it isn't testable, and it's unfalsifiable. And even if you did see what would refute the globe, there's something else to explain.
Yeah, every single time.
Did you know the NASA scientist recently said that gravity doesn't exist, that it's pressure holding us down? So how do you have pressure through a vacuum?
Talking about changing the subject.
Yeah. I'm not changing the subject. I'm making a point. You're basically saying it's unfalsifiable. That's my point. Like, it's every single time we come down to testing the globe, it's unfalsifiable, but you guys love to straw man the platter.
Of course not. Not every single time. There are plenty of things we can test.
Name one way I can.
Or you can get the angular size between when the orbit should be closer against when the orbit should be further. That's much more measurable. You can measure that with a sextant. And if it doesn't follow that, then you debunk the elliptical orbit around the sun. I mean, that's the first one that came to my mind. There are like countless of other.
Go ahead.
Yeah, countless of other observations I could list that if it didn't happen, it would debunk the globe.
Okay,
you so just thought of one that is hard to measure.
Invoking something that we've already documented for hundreds of years is totally irrelevant. Like, the motion of the planets is not exclusive to a tilted, wobbling, spinning globe flying around the sun. No. I asked you, name one specific way that we can falsify the globe. Go.
Hey, hundreds of years, you got that right. Right about 200.
Can you let him answer? I want to know exactly one way I can falsify the globe.
Well, any observation that the globe predicts, that you have a way to measure that within your error bars, would falsify the globe if it doesn't fit within your error bars.
So you can't actually think of anything specific. And this is my
point. I mentioned the angular size of the sun already, but I can mention others. You can tell, for example, the position of any celestial body at any point in time. I don't know. Those are like the easiest ones.
Go back about 300 years and everybody will think you're the crazy one.
You said angular size of the sun, but you already said it's impossible because of refraction, based on what the globe predicts.
I didn't say it's impossible to measure the angular size of the sun because of refraction. I said it's impossible to measure like 0.08 arc seconds between solar noon and sunset. That I said was impossible. I mean, maybe not impossible, but extremely difficult.
Which is the claim
but-
of the globe, right? That's the globe's claim.
But answering your
Dude,
question, well, hang on.
not-
You asked the question. The answer to your question was that you can compare the angular size of the sun when the Earth is supposed to be closer against when the Earth is supposed to be further. That you can measure easily. You don't have to worry about refraction that much because it's a couple arc minutes.
Okay, we've already done that 1,000 times. So this is every time I ask a glober how to falsify the globe, the only thing they can even bring themselves to say out loud is something they know we've already done thousands of times. That's what I'm saying. It's like you guys actually have never even entertained the possibility of truly falsifying the globe. Can't even articulate one. Like when I say, how can I debunk the Big Bang cosmology? People say, show that stuff doesn't redshift because we've already seen a redshift. This is the same thing. Oh, well, show that we know that the sun changes
When you can
position
stick to
in
the subject, you let me know.
Okay, well, when you can concentrate on how it's an applicable analogy, you let me know. So whenever we see the sun change position in the sky throughout the year and document it for hundreds of years, to then say, oh, if you can show that all of a sudden doesn't happen, it falsifies the globe, that's a disingenuous answer. That's totally irrelevant. We reverse engineered a globe model, a globe heliocentric model based on what the sun does. We saw that there's an elliptical plane. They said, oh, the Earth must be tilted. Even though the sun is actually on a tilted plane, we'll say that the Earth is tilted instead, and it's just an illusion. And we see the sun do an analemma, well, we'll say it's actually because the Earth is in an elliptical orbit. We reverse engineer the heliocentric model from what the sun does. So that's not a sufficient answer. How can I test and falsify the globe model? No glober ever answers it, by the way. Never. How do you guys not know how to answer that question? In 2023, you've been talking about flat Earth for 5-7 years. How do I falsify the globe? It's a simple question. How do I falsify the heliocentric model? How do I falsify the Big Bang cosmology? I haven't got one sufficient answer to any three of those questions. I've been asking for like 3-4 months now. So I don't even know how we can come to the table. How can we sit at the table together and be like, let's figure out if this globe is true, if one side of the people on the table have never even truly considered a method in which we could actually do that. They're just in a constant state of finding excuses to make every time we do it.
We all just know that it is, okay? We don't need to figure it out.
It's weird though, right? Like you want to ask me how we can falsify the flat Earth? I can answer in a split second. Give me empirical, repeatable, measurable curvature, physical obstruction based on the geometry claim of the globe, physical, consistent measurements of curvature.
Brainwash.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is they want to call their measurements basically using optical devices over very long distances, claiming that they've established a horizontal over that whole entire distance, which they haven't, and then measure down based on where their crosshairs hit. That's not a measurement. You're measuring to an apparent location.
That changes. It changes. Or also like
Yep.
show me like a physical consistent measurement of this supposed 66,000 mile per hour orbit. Every single claim of the globe, and it took hundreds of years to make it this way, is now unfalsifiable. Oh, well, actually, the reason we can't detect the fact that we're going 66,000 miles per hour, 66,000, is actually because, we're changing direction in an elliptical orbit, but we're actually not changing direction. And we're on a curved path, but actually it's straight. So we're accelerating and changing direction, but we're actually not changing direction or accelerating. And we're actually moving in an elliptical orbit, but it's actually like we're free falling. So it's like it's curved, but it's straight. So we're free falling straight. So therefore we can't detect it. Okay, like everything that the globe says, the only way the globe can even be alive anymore is every single claim is unfalsifiable. Every single one. Hey, can you physically measure the wobbles of the Earth? Nope, can't do it. It's not enough. Can't do it.
If that were true, you would feel it.
It just
How can
all of it's funny.
How can
The whole
gravity, if gravity was real, how can it cancel out angular momentum?
Well, even the feeling part of it aside, right? It needs to be measurable regardless of your feelings.
Yeah, with highly precise interferometry with millimetric precision, you know, even linear millimetric precision. Like, we can't even, nothing's testable. Okay, well, then we should see things physically obstructed at a consistent distance based on their height, based on the curvature of the Earth. No, because there's always refraction, and it's always going to lift things up behind the curve and make it look like the Earth is flat. And on the clearest days, it's going to look like you can see further, but there's actually more refraction when it's clearer outside. So you can never actually make any long distance observations to debunk the globe. Okay,
Hey,
what about when we see the eclipse and the sun and the moon are both above? No, that's an illusion. Actually,
What's
it's refraction, and the moon is below the horizon. It just looks like it's above it. Like, every single globe claim is unfalsifiable, dude. Every single one of them.
what is the furthest away a laser can be seen? So what if you take two lasers like powerful AF? Let's just say it can be seen 500 miles. So an observer in the middle of 1,000-mile distance. That way, each laser would be 500 miles away from them, and they're in the middle. So that'd put the lasers 1,000 miles apart, and have them lasers set up on a plumb bob to where, from their perspective, quote unquote, whatever, they are perfectly straight up, and the person in the middle, if it was a globe, should not see them lines parallel. They should see it arcing away.
Dude, that's kind of a ridiculous idea. A claim that a laser should be able to shoot 1,000 miles. I don't even know if that's possible with the attenuation of light.
Nah.
I'm saying, what's the? I'm asking if you looking
60
at a
miles,
laser
maybe 100.
from the looking at the side view of a laser, not looking at where it points to, but just the side view of it, like
Yeah, they claim
smoke
that
and cloud.
it's going to look like it's flat and horizontal, but it's actually curved. The curvature rate of the Earth is just so small that when you look at it from the side, it looks completely flat and horizontal, but it's actually curved. And we've actually done this. Every single claim is unfalsifiable. Literally, bro. Every claim. What? Okay, if we use let's measure elevation. So let's just treat like it's flat and see if it works. Because if it's a globe, it shouldn't work. So we'll just take a horizontal flat baseline of the water. We'll extend it adjacent to the landmass, and we'll just keep it going all the way through the United States. Now we'll go to the middle of the United States with this flat line from the water just going straight across all the way to the middle of the United States, and we'll measure a mountain, a distance perpendicular vertically up above that horizontal. Oh, look, we get accurate elevation measurements. That's how we do it. Well, that's not going to work on a globe. Oh, well, no. Well, what we do is we use a geoid model, and so when it's a mean sea level, and even though we treat it like it's horizontal or it won't work, it's actually curving. And just for intents and purposes, you can extend that horizontal line all the way to the middle. I don't know how, but it's actually just an illusion. You're so big and level is curved. Like, can anyone think of an argument that they have in 2023 that isn't just like an unfalsifiable begging the question?
What's it? You're kind of confusing me. Are you a glober or not?
No, but I can be a pretty good one. Thanks.
Here's something else that most people don't think about. The Curie point. Different materials have different Curie points, but you heat up a magnet, and once it hits a certain temperature, its magnetic field is completely gone. And they say the core of the Earth, the ball Earth, is molten. That cannot at all support a magnetic field.
Yeah, they claim now that it's the liquid outer core. The liquid outer core with the movement of the liquid is actually what sustains the magnetic field, and that it's
That's
not as hot as
absolutely
the inner core.
that. It doesn't even have to be liquid. It can still be observably solid and lose its magnetic field because it got too hot.
No, I
And
know. That's
that
what I'm trying to
is
tell you is that they used to say that there was a solid inner core, and that's where the magnetic field came from. Then they discovered the dynamo problem, right? So the Curie point. So then they changed it to say it's the outer core, which is liquid, moving around, creating electrical current, which then creates a magnetic field. But then they discovered that there actually is a lack of symmetry, and they can't even explain with supercomputers how that magnetic field would be sustained from the outer core. So it's called the geodynamo problem. It's just a well-known problem to this day. But they have moved away from the Curry point problem. They've updated their model to not say it's the solid inner core that's really hot, but rather it's the outer liquid core that moves and generates electric current. And then that creates, they're called like convection currents, and this creates a magnetic field. But that model also doesn't work according to Stanford, Harvard, and Yale.
It's if that was the model, it's all one big mass. The electricity is going to take the path of least resistance, most often the shortest point. And to have electricity, you need separation of charges. It's all one solid mass. How are you having charge separation and it being guided, directed to make a circular path? Like, if that were the case, if that was possible, the electric charges wouldn't be consistent and they would be in every direction. You'd have, if it were possible, your magnetic field would be absolute chaos and intermittent all over the place.
Like I said, they admit that they can't explain the geomagnetic field with the geodynamo model of the core in 2023 with supercomputers. So this is
Science. They're breaking their theory science with factual science.
Yeah, I bring this up to the Globers though, and then all the ballers say is, "Oh, Witted thinks if he finds one thing at the cutting edge of science that we haven't figured out yet, somehow all of science is wrong." So that's just that's their response. That's how science works. We're still figuring things out. We don't have to know everything. I'm like, no, but this is like the core of your model, literally.
Yeah, you're talking about the physical dimensions of the quote-unquote planet, and how then the way that the magnetic field's being generated is extremely relevant.
Yeah, I would say so, especially when it goes to the very foundational core of the belief.
Hey, I got an experiment. Right? If the sun at the southern hemisphere is farther away from us or closer from us in their model, it would be the NLemma is fatter in the southern hemisphere, and if it's fatter, that means it would be farther away, right? Right? Am I correct? Everybody following me?
I don't think it necessarily means it would be farther away. It just means that it could be moving faster, right? Which creates a larger opening.
On the globe model, it would be the
no,
same distance, and on the level stationary model, it would be further away.
I mean, according to the sun's eccentricity, yeah, it would be farther away, literally. On the,
yeah. Well, they claim that the sun's 3 million miles further during the winter, right? The NLemma, of course, is watching the sun throughout the year, so that's directly related to the seasons. They claim that during the winter, that the sun is further away.
That is a good question, though. Why are mountaintops always cold? Mountaintops are closer to the sun. So, if anything, you should be feeling more heat if it were a globe. Closer you get, the hotter it should get. But it don't work that way.
So, if we have a light meter, right, you can measure light, lux, lumens, par. I use par myself when it comes to growing and measuring light. And then we talk about the inverse square law of light. If the sun truly is farther away at the southern hemisphere, then it should be measured, right? You should be able to measure it with light meters, and then it would, the inverse square law, if you invoke that, then it should be consistent with your model. In our model, the geocentric model, the sun, well, at least according to Gleason's work and others, it would actually it's counterintuitive, but it's closer to the surface of the Earth in the southern hemisphere than in the northern hemisphere. So in our model, we should see an increase in PAR or photoactive radiation. We should see an increase because the sun is literally closer to the surface of the Earth. And in their model, you should see the opposite. It would be less PAR. And I'm just curious to see if we measured the sun at its zenith in the southern tropic on the in the winter solstice. I'm curious to see what the data would show. Because if it shows that there's more PAR, then it would give credence to our model being correct. And then they would have to explain why there's an increase in photoactive radiation in the southern tropic when, according to their model, the sun is farther away because of the perihelion and whatever. You know what I'm saying? You guys are smart.
Sorry, bro. Just a sec. I'm trying to clean out this garage, this shed.
I say
Gotta move this.
somebody build millions of the world's leading industry boat can handle the roughest of situations, make you perfectly comfortable inside, pass them out all over the world, and everybody head toward Antarctica. The ice wall. They won't be able to have enough manpower to cover the whole circle, the whole perimeter. So a lot of people get killed, and a lot of people will make it through.
What are you talking about, bro?
Bro, are you trolling?
Mass coordination of millions of people around the world, thousands of miles apart from each other, all directly deadhead south.
Okay. How? I mean, are these people on your friends list that are in your contacts? Millions of them that are going to do this?
I don't know. It would take some.
Hold on. Wait a second, yo. Before we get into that, please just revert back to this experiment real quick. I just want to mention that apparently, according to Google, between the I don't know how to say this word, but I've read it many times.
Perihelion?
Aphelion. How do you say it? Perihelion and aphelion. What's the other one? I know the difference. I don't know how to say it.
Perihelion?
Perihelion and aphelion.
What are these words?
Yeah,
What's the
isn't it like
category?
So
aphelion?
this is
I can't remember.
important to know this is the elliptical orbit that the Earth takes, right? And because the Earth does not take a perfect circular orbit around the sun, you have this anomaly in the south. This is how they just justify their model, right? So this is how they invoke this word aphelion and perihelion. So perihelion, it says here January 4th, for example, is when the Earth is very close to the sun. And then a perihelion, July 4th, the Earth would be far away from the sun. Now, I don't know how they came up with this. This is what I'm reading. So theoretically, there's a 3 million mile difference during the year between aphelion and perihelion. So between the year, there's a 3 million mile difference between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere that the Earth is from the sun. That's pretty significant. You should be able to prove that with light meters. If what they're saying is true.
Also, if that was the case, shadow sizes would change.
Well, the thing with that is, I mean, that means even with
You're robot
space-time bending, you can't be space-time bending on, like, I I don't know how they can justify us not being able to measure them.
So I posted an image for some context that better illustrates this example. So you have here, you see the perihelion, how close the Earth is. Now, it's not really that, in this grand scheme of things, 3 million miles to them is probably nothing, right? But it's still significant. You should be able to falsify that.
Okay. All right. So what do we do?
We measure the sun's luminosity in the south versus the north and compare data and see which model stands out.
And when you undeniably falsify it and go public, prepare to not wake up the next morning.
But I have a feeling that it's gonna justify our model with the sun being closer to the Earth's surface in the southern hemisphere. But I don't know. That's my guess.
I like the test, man. Go through all the specifics of the instruments you need, what specific observations at different locations you would want. Come up with an idea. I'm putting together 2 test groups right now. One to actually look at the twilight in the northern and southern corresponding latitudes throughout the year. And we're doing another group for radio transmission across the Gulf. So we'll just make a third group. So if you want to come up with the general idea of your test and kind of type it out a little bit, that doesn't be extensive. And come up with like a name for the test or something, and I'll bring people together.
I've thought of something to build. You'd want it like CNC machine with precision. If you could have like a XYZ axis, like a gimbal, and in the very center of it, make the inner ring like 5 feet diameter, and have a rod running through it, and have a tiny asshole through there. Like, okay, that sounds bad.
Yeah, tiny
like
asshole. Yeah.
like size of a human hair or smaller,
Or a human asshole. Yeah.
and have 3 of these mounted on a triangular base, a perfect triangle, and have the gimbals in relation to each other, all set up to where there's degrees marked on them. Basically, just if you could, I don't know how far apart they would need to be. I'm thinking maybe 100 feet. But the point is, that rod, you're looking for, you're depending on it perfectly aligning with the sun, so the shadow would be the same size as the rod running through there, and you should see the tiny little speck of light. When you see that tiny little speck of light, it means you're like dead aligned center with the sun, and you take down all these degrees from the gimbals and have them all identical and coordinated with each other. You could use that, do all the math, and figure out how far away it is.
I actually like to think
Robot.
in line said,
You robot. Hello.
and I've thought of
Intermittent robot.
we've kicked this around before.
Who's
Measuring the intensity of the sun.
Robot is still talking, not stopping.
Measuring the intensity of the sun came in clear. Everything before that was intermittent roboting. Like silence and talking, intermittent silence. Is it just me, or is nobody talking besides me at the very moment?
Yeah, it's just you. Oh shoot! No, it's me. Am I listening to some alien noises?
Yeah, what the
What?
fuck?
Probably Arma. Arma always does it.
No, it was Cyvamp.
Sounds
Cyvamp, I
like
think you're hot mic in there. Pardon.
sounds like something straight out of Men in Black.
Yeah, that was different. Hey, Cyvamp, are you a reptilian overlord?
I plead the fifth.
Holy shit. Did you just like go back into human? That was. You guys heard all that, right? Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I had to zip up my human suit.
Bro, don't joke about that shit. You saw that lady on the plane. That motherfucker back there is not real.
I'm using that audio clip in different memes.
I'll be the guy with the hoodie, man.
Did you see that
Yeah.
one meme where it shows the tinfoil capsule on the moon? And it's like, that motherfucker right there. It's not real. Using that audio clip.
Right. That motherfucker is not real. Yeah, you could use it for so much, man. I love it.
I'm not real.
Clay, you're real to me.
I guess that's enough.
You ever heard the
Good.
saying or phrase or whatever, something like we're in the mind of God?
Yeah, I've heard that trite New Age bullshit. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that as like a sarcastic personal attack against you. More so just like it just all sounds like something you share a joint about at a party. Like, hey, check, you guys fucking hear about that one? Dude, there's a multiverse, dude. You know what I'm saying? We're in the mind of God. Like, I don't know. I'm just being a dick.
There's a multiverse.
Hey man, say we are. Let me try to save myself on that one. let's say we're in the mind of God. We are. Each interaction we have is God's synapse. Doing its thing.
See what I figured lately, which is pretty interesting to think about, right? We think we can understand anything about a creator in a certain way, right? But if you think about this, for example, people think if he knows everything that is about to happen, already happened, and so forth, right? Like he's all knowing. He knows that whatever I do, he already knows what the outcome is. What is if he gives us certain challenges in life? What if for the part where you go through the challenge, he can choose to not know because he is unlimited? Like See what when I know tomorrow I need to I don't know write a letter, and tomorrow I will write a letter. But I can also, I don't know, meet up with my girlfriend or something like that. That doesn't exist. But again, just as an example, and I will choose tomorrow whatever I do. And I 100% know I'm gonna write a letter. What if the creator can himself just choose to not know, even though he knows what is going to happen, but he just because he so in order to it being not boring for him, even though I don't even think he feels boredom, but let's say he can actually choose to forget for a second. I mean, if you're the
Or
creator, if you're the creator and you have no limits, you can make the world interesting, even though you know what the outcome is. You control everything, but you still say today, I'm just gonna sit back and just I don't know what is going. I mean,
or
don't
or or he
don't.
just lets 1/3 of himself know.
For example, it's probably foolish and
God,
silly to
Father,
say
Son, Holy
this,
Spirit.
and I again, what I'm saying is just out of the fleshly human mind. I don't know essentially, but it's just my idea of if you're a being that is unlimited, that has no boundaries. You're the author of all things. Why would we even go as far to think that? Oh, because he is all knowing, how boring must it be? I mean, how do you know if it's how do you even know that he feels boredom? Why would he even give himself the limitation of feeling boredom or anything that is comparable to our feelings? Anyways, it's just, it's just a thought game, nothing more, nothing less. Because I'm not saying that I know anything about his ways. I can't. It's just joy that comes out of speculation.
I've got personal evidence of the multiple dimensions or whatever,
Okay.
timelines. Let's just say I'm not in my original.
Well, what happened, man?
Well, when I was younger, I had lots of supernatural gifts come and go. A few of them I kept. I seen the movie The Butterfly Effect, and it inspired me to try something. When I tried it, nothing happened. But when I woke up, all right, first I gotta state this. My parents always let me pick the furniture for my room and how I want my room laid out and everything. They always let me choose that. When I woke up, my room was exactly the same, but most of the furniture in the house was different and rearranged different. Some of it was still the same, but most of it was not. And my parents live literally paycheck to paycheck. It's not like they're millionaires and they could do that as a prank. And if they were millionaires and they could do that as a prank, there's no way they could keep quiet enough to not wake me up. But I couldn't find, for one, I never watched the news, or if there was anything else in the world that changed, I wouldn't known about it. Everybody I knew, I still knew. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
couldn't
I get
find
it.
I couldn't find any other changes. And I've still never told them about it to this day. Because they would definitely think I'm crazy.
Have you told them that the Earth is not a ball?
Yeah.
What do
They
they
think they're
think?
crazy. They're crazy.
Really?
That's nonsense.
My parents never actually, my parents never actually, if I remember correctly, my parents, even I came up with the craziest things sometimes, they never said, you're crazy or anything like that. They actually said, I don't know much about this. Kind of did that way. But I've let my mom watch some documentaries and my dad, but I think my dad is kind of on the thing. What I realize is people need to figure it out themselves, right? So my dad is like, because flat Earth is kind of rising up in Germany right now, in the many old people in Germany, including my dad, have like waken up because of the COVID. Shoot.
Who's speaking?
Because of the thing we can't talk about,
Nice.
and so forth. And through all of that stuff, he connected with Telegram and groups and whatnot, and now he's getting all these little nice videos about what we're actually living on, and now he is the one actually kind of like says, hey, I watched this video and the guy talks about Antarctica and how is this and that, and ask me questions. And it's pretty interesting, he is like I think he's on a good path to understand, but I bet he already knows, that the spinning ball is trash in the first place. I mean,
Something I would like to do is build a three-dimensional compass. Like if you could take a spherical container that you can screw together and have a rod of iron and treat the rod of iron to where it is super hydrophobic and assemble it underwater and adjust the pressures and the buoyancy and everything just right to where it wants to float dead center. So, and make the I forget which way to you um the outside of the sphere. I think you make it water loving and the rod water hating, super hydrophilic, to where it repels so it never gets hung up. So it's kind of always like on a cushion, a boundary of water versus air, and have its length to where it always stays throughout the center of the sphere. So, for one, if we were on the globe model, that rod should align itself pretty much vertical, straight up and down. Because if it's the core creating the magnetic field, But if it is a magnetic mountain, you should be able to get on a high altitude plane, and north should be facing at a slight downward angle, and go on the deepest submarine that you can, and north should be facing at a slight upward angle. If that turns out to be the case, that's another support for a magnetic mountain instead of a molten core creating a magnetic field.
I think
Basically,
you're in luck, dude.
in luck.
They sell 3D compasses, and they do behave like you described almost. I mean, depending on where you are, because a magnetic compass, the needle, all it's doing is aligning with the field lines.
Yeah.
So wherever the field lines are oriented, it's going to, try and find that or align with it. So close to the equator, it's often pretty horizontal, but as you go further north or south with the 3D compass, it'll actually start pointing up or down, or start pointing. It'll start pointing up and down because it's a line, because the lines are more vertical near the poles.
What if you're at the
Tell those
same?
angles.
What if you're at the same spot on land and you go up and down? Does it change then?
I don't think so, unless you're in a. I mean, I guess maybe close to the poles it might, but if you're near the equator where it's like horizontal, it'll still be horizontal as you like raise altitude.
I never knew about the 3D compass. That's pretty cool. I'm like looking it up right now.
Yeah, well, they make different types of them. They make the little glass one that it's just like a 3D compass. But there's several ways to do it, because there's also, me and Matthew were looking at one where it's like a two like two different axes compass, and so yeah, there's actually different kinds that do the same thing.
Hmm. What say you, other guy who was that was talking?
Oh, yeah, now I remember what my dad actually said when I talked
Okay.
about for the first time. I know during when you figured out about the whole sea thingy being completely retarded, that the government is actually constantly lying and abusing us. He said if they are lying about the bat soup eating spreader, then and many other things, then probably they're also lying about the shape of the Earth.
Hmm.
Are you looking at the one that's 3 spheres connected together?
Yeah, I see that.
That one doesn't make as much sense, because that one can so easily be affected by weight unbalance.
But does it is the question. In fact, let me see if we can find that 3D compass North Pole. I want to see what that looks like in the North Pole. Nope, no one's done a video of it, unfortunately. But that would be cool.
So I see you rotate the disc with the glass to different angles
Hmm.
to get your X and your Y and your Z. What I was thinking about, though, if you can use the boundary of water and air to suspend an iron rod inside of a sphere, that it'll be almost frictionless. The boundary between air and water is so... You get what I'm saying, right? Like if you can make the entire rod water loving and the inside of the sphere that you screw together be super hydrophobic and the iron rod be lightweight enough to where it's not going to press up against, so it's always not touching the sphere. It would just glide like a hot knife through butter, as the expression goes, and it would perfectly always align. Yeah, it's a video on this. Is my sound echoing back?
Doesn't sound like it.
I'm looking at a video from Grand Illusions. Can you say the compass is accurate? You know, one of the little tiny spheres is south and the other one is north. And the north is always facing down. But you can look at it and see there is a physical size difference.
Hmm.
And when he held the disc of glass up, like, you know, oriented like a bicycle wheel would be, it was like directly straight down, showing that it's an unbalanced weight. But when it's oriented the other way, it looked like it wasn't touching the glass. It is slightly heavier. The weight on it is clearly unbalanced.
Post one. This is the one I usually see. There's a picture of it at least. I'm not sure which one you guys are talking about currently. I was in a different room, but yeah, the 3D compass that I posted, it's like a $10 one or something like that. But like I said, there's other ways to make it, or other models, other ways to model it.
Which room did you put it in? Post in?
Livestream one text.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. The weights
Yeah.
are unbalanced. The one that is north is slightly bigger. You can see it.
I think that's just it's just a ball with two balls next to it. I think that doesn't that act like a the needle basically.
Copy link. And here, look at this video. In this one, you can clearly see the weights are unbalanced.
It's not M whatever it's called. It's not doing the thingy, the picture. I have to actually click on it and go on YouTube. Ridiculous. I'm just fucking around. I mean, I do have to click on it, but I mean, I'm not like pissed off about it. I'm just joking.
I've seen this video.
Here's one where it's like outside the little circle thing, so I don't know how legit it is in terms of that, but this one's kind of cool. Check this one out. This one actually, like, this one's outside the little glass dish thingy, whatever, the enclosed little thingy. Once again, I don't know how legit it is, in this, but if it's correct, right? If the two locations, if the person in this video actually went to the two locations and those are the orientation, that the compass should be in, then I don't know. That's pretty cool. I like it. It looks like it checks out. I don't know, but I'm just, I don't know, because they like go to like this England, because apparently two locations in this is England Bexhill, and the other one is Thailand Bangkok. So, and those two, the two latitudes for that is like 50, and then the other one is like 13. So that looks to be about right. Like that little compass is like sort of tilted that appropriate amount, So I don't know. Anyway,
It's always touching. If you put that in water and give it enough falling distance, it would align perfectly up and down, guaranteed.
Why do you say that?
You tell from the way it's acting. Just do it. Get one.
but are you saying? But hold on, are you saying like it would line up with like what? Like the not assumed, but like the ball model, or are you just kind of?
Its density. It line up according to its density. Its weight's unbalanced.
Okay, but in the water though, are you saying that it would actually line up with like the ball model's magnetic field, or like just any old magnetic field? Like it'll like, are you saying it'll like
any magnetic field? But if you
okay.
don't have any man-made magnets near you to influence it, then.
But do you think it'll like correlate with the ball model, or like what are your thoughts on that?
No.
You don't think so? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but so the magnetic field of the Earth clearly in most places, the way a needle, if you have a needle in water floating on it, it'll align, to the north and south pole, the north and south directions, more or less. So it's clearly that's where the field lines are. So why do you think that having a purely 3D compass, the field lines would, instead of acting north to south, would go up or down? Because that's the only way that it would align up and down, is if the field lines are actually going up and down. But I think most places, like in the equator, or at least most places closer to the middle of the Earth, not near the poles, they're more or less horizontal.
If you could be on a boat that has it's above a great depth of water, and you have some method of keeping the boat in the same position, and then go diving like really friggin' deep, miles deep, with that truly three-dimensional compass, take note of the angle of the compass in according to the horizon, how much it deviates, and then get in a hot air balloon and stay above the boat and look at it. You should see it pitch north would pitch up if you're underwater and down if you're up in the air. And that would support the flat model, the magnetic mountain in the center of it all.
But what if it supports the ball model? Then what say you? What say you? I love saying that. What
Well,
say
I would scratch my head, you know. There's
Yep,
too much
your globular
evidence.
head.
There's too much evidence showing that we're not a spinning globe.
Well, you could try a compass in Death Valley, which is below sea level, and then again at in Colorado, which is a mile above sea level, and then again at sea level. And I mean, you're saying that they shouldn't all point north, or some of them should be pointing down if you're above it and up if you're below it.
Yeah. It won't stay perfectly horizontal in those extremes, extremely low and extremely high.
Move services. What the heck?
Come to think of it, how could a compass really work at all with any decent amount of accuracy with a
Sorry.
magnetic core?
Hello, everybody. I just don't understand the purpose of the video you just posted.
Oh, you don't understand.
No, not at all.
Well,
I mean, he is using a compass on metallic surfaces, so I don't understand what he's trying to show.
I don't know either, honestly. I just posted it, but I mean, like I said, I didn't really think
Why
it was
can't
legit.
Why can't you use a compass on a metal surface?
It'll absorb
You can, but
magnetic fields. It'll change their orientation.
Exactly.
I know that.
And you can have some magnetic remnants on the metallic surface, so it can totally block the Earth's magnetic field.
So if I have a magnet and I have another magnet and I put a large slab of metal in between them, they're not going to be attracted to each other anymore?
It depends of the type of metal, and it depends of the magnetism of this
iron.
metal.
Well, iron.
But I have some sensor. I work with some sensor, and it's a magnetic sensor, electronic magnetic sensor, and it's clearly specified that if we want to have the correct reading of the Earth's magnetism, we need to be out of a metallic part. You know.
Metallic.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying. I am training my English.
No. I just do that. I do that sometimes. Where I just
I have a compass.
He's just kind of a piece of shit. So he's
no,
gonna
I'm
make
not a
fun
piece of shit. It's just whenever I hear
Works.
someone say a word. Hold on,
Your
Coach, give me a
mind was
second.
live while you were doing it. Do you want to keep your ticks to yourself, Arma?
Yeah, I should probably keep my ticks to myself.
Yeah. As you are, Lebit.
In your fleas too.
My fleas. Oh, I get it. He's a tick. Okay.
Yeah, keep those to yourself.
But like, I mean, but real fast. It wasn't like I wasn't being mean about it. I just like the way he said it, though. That's it. It was just, like I like the.
Okay. Well, then I
whatever you
retract
call
my.
it.
If you like what he said, then I retract my statement. if you like it.
Yeah, because he's
I like
French,
it, too.
right? He's French.
I
Yeah,
think so.
right.
Yeah, I've watched some shows where it's like the French dub or whatever or something, right? And it's like it's a nice language. So I just like the way it kind of just the accent. It was just really like So I
Yeah, I
apologize.
know I have a sick accent. Yeah.
It's pretty cool, yeah. But go ahead, continue. Whoever was talking.
It was just to give my idea about this video. Like I don't understand what he's trying to show because it's not a good way to use a compass. So
Yeah, I mean, I once again, I just posted it. I mean, I didn't. Once again, I said it myself earlier that I don't really think it's legitimate. I just posted it just to saying like if it is true, that would be interesting. But I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know if it's actually accurate or not. It could it could be pretty it could be like a shitty video for all I know. But yeah. So I wouldn't take it too serious.
I'm maybe missing something. I mean, maybe there is other thing to show on this video, but I don't understand.
All right, let me just delete the video so we don't have to worry.
Sorry, I stopped. I'm amazed by the globe head there is on this server, on this system.
I do wonder though why the 3D compass is in that little container. Like why is it like it's relatively flat. It's like I mean I get like I don't know. Like I have to wonder how like if you let's say for example you're at the North Pole with that 3D compass, like is there enough room for it to stand up all the way? Like that's what I have to wonder. And I don't know.
That would be when you turn the glass disc up like a bicycle wheel.
Oh, you have to turn it up. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So you would have to manually. Okay. Yeah.
And that would give it the room to point at whatever angle it wants to.
Fair. Right. Or something like that. Yeah.
But in that video, the guy, when he holds it up, it's perfect and it's still for a brief moment. It's perfectly straight up and down. And I know his ass ain't in the North Pole. The weight is unbalanced.
Wait, which video? The one that the one with the guy who talks about like freaking like puzzles and shits, like the old guy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Let me see.
It shows it straight up and down, sitting still for a moment. Only way that would happen is if his ass was in the North Pole. The weights are unbalanced.
Well, maybe he is in the North Pole. I mean, maybe
his ass ain't in the North Pole. He's in the U.S. or England.
I mean, he might be Santa Claus. He might have just shaved down. Like that could be.
Those compasses, those glass ones, they're made flat, and they have those things, and then they give them a little bit of freedom to go, up and down or whatever. But if they're laying flat, they can't go completely vertical. Like there's not enough space for them to do that. Now, when you say they're not balanced, what do you mean? Because it's a ball with like two other balls on either end, so it's like acting like a needle, almost like a needle with like a fat middle. So it's balanced on either end, just like a needle is.
When you set the glass upright like a bicycle wheel, it's going to act like a plumb bob. One of them spheres is slightly heavier than the other. You can even see it. It's a little bit bigger.
Well,
in
yeah,
that
'cause-
video, you can.
well, yeah, because I mean, like it is like caught. Like, well, you might have a small point. Let me see.
What do you mean?
I think-
There's three spheres. There's three
Yep.
metal balls, and you're saying they're three different sizes?
No, there's well, yeah, yeah. I didn't think of it from that perspective. Those two small spheres are not identically sized. The size of the middle sphere is irrelevant. The smaller ones are going to attach to the polar ends of it.
Yeah, I can't see it right now while I'm driving, but I thought they're. I don't think it matters if they're the same size though, but I don't see why they wouldn't be. It's like a regular. Like if you get a regular needle and put it in the water, it's not like the two ends of the needle have to be the same size. Just one side has to be, you just have to polarize it basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really seeing any difference in size, but also in the beginning where he has it vertical, right, and it sort of settles, whatever. I mean, it's obviously it's like pinned a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because it's the big ball in the middle is obviously fat, obviously, and then the container it's in, it's obviously it gets thinner at the edges, right? So obviously it's like sort of like can't go down any lower, and we could see that because it's really like sort of hovering there. So like
with the way you're thinking of it being pinned, a sphere touches the least amount of surface area. It's basically like on points with freedom to rotate.
right, yeah, exactly. So that's what. So you start seeing it spin a little bit, but like when it goes to settle, though, I mean, it's settling.
It's perfectly up and down.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. That's because it doesn't have any other, freedom, like any other directions it could move freely. It can only move it on.
If the weight was perfectly balanced, it wouldn't be perfectly straight up and down.
Okay,
it would be more. It would be more level, closer to level. It would be closer to level because it'd be pointing toward the north.
Well, no. Well, hold on, because let's see. Okay, so okay, so we see. Okay, how about we actually dissect this video now? Now here we go. We got a topic to talk about. Let's dissect this, because when he places it down, right, we do see, right, that there is, yeah, like if we're gonna if we assume that this compass can also more or less give you your latitude, right, because it is only tilted a little bit up, then I have to assume he's somewhere close, not too close, but he's like he's more closer to the equator than he is the North Pole, right? So let's say, I don't know, like 20 degrees latitude, all right?
Hey, if anything, if it on a globe model, the equator is where it should be perfectly horizontal.
Yeah, the equator is where it's, but that's what I'm saying. He's not quite. I'm saying from the looks of it, though. Let me just. Are you on phone or are you on like what are you on right now?
On phone.
Phone. Okay. Oh shit. I was gonna screen share this so we could dissect this real fast. Assuming that's something you want to do. Is that fine? You fine dissecting this?
That'd be fine.
Right. Okay. So let's screen share this because I had this. This is my theory on what the hell is happening.
I was looking at the video. Let me switch back over to Discord.
All right. Yeah. So let's see something. So from the looks of it, right? We have the beginning, right? So let's have it.
How do you?
So right around here, yeah, obviously it's sort of more or less aligns itself, right? But check this out, though, right?
I'm trying to watch it. Okay, I got your stream on.
Yeah. So this is basically, I think this is the part you're talking about, right? Where it's like vertical, pretty much.
Yep. And and you can see it rock back and forth. And look at it. The one on the bottom is slightly bigger than the one on the top. You can visually see that. Undeniably.
If so, it's
all right.
pretty.
Take a screenshot. Wait till it's closer to his eye. Right there. Take a screenshot and zoom in on it.
Hold on. Let me get like a good. I want to see like off of his skin, off his skin, because if I do off of his eyebrow, it's a little hard to tell where the ball actually ends. So I want to see if I can do where it's like over his skin, so I could see. But
Right
obviously
after he blinks.
Oh, you know what? Actually, we could actually do. Hold on.
Right after he blinks, take a screenshot. It's sitting still for over a second then. And zoom
right there.
and
Right there.
zoom in on it to where the ball on the bottom takes up the entire width of your phone screen, and then scroll down and you'll see the ball on top doesn't. Here, I'll do it for you. Hold on. Let me go back to YouTube.
Let me see something.
There. Right there. Take a screenshot.
Well, I took my own screenshot right now, but these
And then
these are pretty close in
go to my
size. Let me see.
Go to my gallery and zoom in. I got to do a screenshot of a screenshot.
Okay, I got it.
It won't let me zoom in. Won't let me zoom in far enough.
What I'm gonna do is I got a good idea. I'm gonna rotate this.
Yep.
That's pretty close, I would say.
And now the quality is just fuzzy.
Okay. Damn it! What is this fucking program?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Do it. Zoom in. Even though it's a little bit fuzzy, I got the big ball. Here. I'm going to take I did a screenshot of a screenshot zooming in. The last two screenshots that I'm taking now are on the same pinch level of zoom. I'm scrolling. I'm not zooming my pinch. I'm just scrolling.
Okay.
And I'm going to send them to in the chat. I can visually see the difference. They're not the same size. There we go. How can I have my screenshot?
Maybe it's for the balance purpose.
Hey, how do I
Maybe.
send my screenshot?
I mean, I'm not really. At least in my screenshot, there doesn't seem to be a huge change. But yeah, for you to send your screenshot, let me see.
How do I send pictures in here?
Yeah, but when
I've only
you
got
need to,
a present and a smiley face and a microphone. How can I? Wait, hold on. No, that's my clipboard.
Do you have permissions for that?
How do I? I don't see a way to send a picture. Here, let me see if I can copy and paste. Copy to clipboard. Hey, stop it. Paste. I can't send a picture. Wait. Nope, I can't send a picture. Damn. Hey, how do I do a screen share?
There should be little icon next to like. I don't know if it's on phone like this, but it should be like a little icon that shows like a monitor and like I think an arrow on it. I think. Maybe next to like a rocket, which is also next to like the camera icon. I don't know if you see any of that.
I see a rocket.
Maybe I think it should be next to that. I mean, maybe I don't know though.
What's the rocket? No, that's not it.
That's for like games and all that. But like, there should be one that's like a monitor kind, like a computer monitor.
If you stop your stream, would the option show up? Or can multiple people stream?
Multiple people should be able to stream. I think it's just. I mean, I could try real fast if you want. Let's see. While you're doing that, I'm gonna see if I can figure out this thing still, because I'm still trying to see. Wait, you know what? Actually, I didn't even see if this is 1080. I should have done 1080 from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Let me also open this up with my drawing tablet, so that way I have even greater resolution.
Wait till he blinks. Right as it's leveling out, right after he blinks, take your screenshot then.
But I mean,
and set the video quality on the highest before you take a screenshot.
but does it matter where I take it though, so long as I like get a shot? Like, hold on.
Just as it's perfectly up and down. Right when he blinks, it's been perfectly up and down for over a second. Why can't I do a screen share? Or send an image?
Oh, hold on.
I don't see how to do a screen share. Or even post an image in the room. Hey, I could direct message you. Send me a direct message. Right?
Well, hold
I
on.
forgot who it is.
Okay, you know what? Okay, I'll do that real fast. Okay.
There we go. I see. Now I've got the plus button. So, that one. Send. And that one. And send. The video here is doing something weird. But yeah, you can see the difference. The last one I sent you is the ball on the bottom. I've got it right about centered. I mean, it's fuzzy and grainy, but from there, I didn't change the level of zoom. All I did was scroll up and fit the other ball, and the ball on top has much more skin-colored background pixels on the left and right of it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, did you send it?
Yeah, I sent you a direct message.
Okay, let me see something.
I should change the quality of the video.
Yeah, you have that quality is very low. Let me.
Let's see. Settings, quality. It's maybe it's got some on the browser. Sorry, quality.
Trying to see there's another movement in this.
Darn it! I can't get the right moment. Oh,
See, on computer, I could do it frame by frame because there's the arrow keys that you can mess around with.
right as he blinks, it's perfectly upright for like about a second. So here we go. I'm gonna take a better screenshot. Delete all of my other screenshots.
I mean, let me show you what I have real fast.
Gallery. Delete. 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 And there we go. Hey, I could do a screen share with you directly, right?
Maybe.
Can I,
Maybe.
you mind if I start a chat with you?
I mean, if you want, but hold on. Let me real fast show you what I got real fast, because I mean, because I pretty much have more or less the blinking one. So let me real fast show you, because I actually have it on. Look, I'll show you
Here,
real fast.
use your art tool and
Yeah.
okay.
So I pretty much copied and pasted the top one to the bottom one. But basically the one to the side. So you see how there's two on the bottom. The one to the right is the top one copied and paste pretty much. More or less anyway. There's like maybe a little extra pixels, whatever. But that looks about, you know.
In your screenshot, you have an anomaly.
What?
You took your screenshot in between frames. On the left side of the bottom sphere, you're looking at two curvatures.
Well, no, that's the thing. I thought that too, but if you actually watch the video, I think it's just an imperfection in that ball, because it actually stays with it. Let me see. I could show you real fast if you want. I could actually re-screen share, because I don't know what it is, but look, I'll show you because I know what you're talking about, but I think that's just an imperfection on the ball. So I'll screen. Oh my, come on. I'll be right back.
Why it's nice and quiet. Mic check.
All right, let's see if he's should be coming back soon. Let me see. All right, yeah. So, all right. I mean, so I saw your video. It does, yeah, it does look like it's smaller, the top one. With that being said, though, right? Yours is like low. You know, you're. I'm not sure what quality you have yours on. It might be like 720 or lower, but it is kind of hard to make out the top, like the boundaries of the top one, unfortunately. But all right, let's assume, yeah, it is smaller. Then yeah, it would be bottom heavy, and that would cause it to like tilt a little bit though. But that's still, I feel like that still, ignores, the point that I was going to make though, which is that, like remember when it was like, when it's like up and down, right? When it's oriented like, vertically, right? I think the reason why I think it's doing that, right? Is not because necessarily that one is heavier, one is larger than the other, but I think it's because if you watch that video, literally when he goes to place it down, he places it in front of him, right? And the tilt, right? Or yeah, the tilt or the direction in which the magnet actually points to is more or less forward from him, right? So if we
That,
so if we
that
what's up?
smaller ball is touching the glass housing.
Right, the smaller ball would be touching the glass housing, which is
As if,
what, yeah.
as if it was trying to align and when he's holding it upright.
Right. Yeah.
When he's holding the glass upright.
Yeah. Because that would be naturally how it would naturally want to maybe like move in that direction, but of course it can't though. It would just be touching the glass, what you call it, the glass housing, whatever. So like that's why I think maybe that's what's going on, whatever. But yeah, perhaps it does have a. Let me see. There's like other shots I could look at, but I still think. I mean, I highly doubt though they would design it to where it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like it is a tool. So I mean, even if one side is heavier than the other, I still feel like it would give you, three-dimensionally, the orientation of like the magnetic field. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Frankly, we just found out about this, so I mean, what do I know?
My thoughts are if you could take an iron rod, super thin, but not too thin to where it deforms, and there's probably a few different ways you could do it, but the concept would be super hydrophobic surfaces and super hydrophilic surfaces, because the water is not going to attach to the super hydrophobic. So the tips of the iron, essentially a wire, but strong enough to make it be like a rod, magnetize it appropriately, and make either the whole thing so the weight is even, or just the tips, and put the exact same amount of water on the ends, and the surface area have the exact same amount of treatment on each end, so they're a mirror image identical of each other, and put them in a container where the rod is practically the exact same size of the inside equator diameter,
Mhm.
and make the inside of the sphere be super hydrophobic.
Yeah.
So it's pushing against you're basically overlapping the boundary of the water attraction and the water repulsion. So there's a little bit of squish going on, but it's literally just air against water. The water is not touching the hollow sphere inside. It's only touching the iron rod, and the iron rod isn't touching the sphere because its ends are coated in water and the water is being repelled. So that would give you like flawless guide. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Glide.
Hmm.
That would be the ultimate 3D compass.
Yeah, perhaps. That would be interesting. It also
And
look
even
cool too.
and even vacuum it out so you can't even say there's air drag of it moving. Oh wait, no, you have to have air, or the water would touch the super hydrophobic treating. Never mind on that part.
Hmm.
But yeah, the only physical components that would be touching is water and air, and there's basically technically no friction there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that would, and if the rod is perfectly balanced in its weight,
Yeah, then you can get something that would, yeah, more or less, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be kind of cool too if it's like a little portable little sphere with like water in it. Yeah, like little you just pull it out. That could be cool to look at as well. It'd be just a visually like a cool little device. That could be neat.
yeah. And if you're ever worried about the water evaporating, like it heating up, and while it's in its evaporated state, water moving from one end to the other, so it becomes heavy, you could make the inside of the sphere be super hydrophilic. Dunk it under pure water, bring it back out, so any excess water that it's not able to cling to the side walls is removed, and make the entire rod be super hydrophobic. So that way, if the water starts to evaporate, that would be a little bit better setup. And if the weight of it is light enough to where it hating to touch water doesn't make it sink far enough to actually make physical contact, then that would work.
Hmm.
And when its length matches the length of the sphere, it won't have a bias to take a particular angle. Like if you make the length of the rod 1/4 of the sphere, it's always going to be resting at the very bottom of it. So it might be difficult for it to hold an angle because the magnetic force would need to be strong enough to pull on it. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say make it like however whatever the distance of the super hydrophobic repelling is from the water. You've got two measurements of that, one for each end. So whatever the inner diameter of the sphere is, minus just one of those repulsion distances, not both, make the rod that length. So that way it's kind of pressing on each end. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just trying to see. I mean, building that though would be interesting. It'd be an interesting build.
Yep.
If there's like anyone that could build, that, if you have any building buddies that could build that, or someone here that knows how to, that wants to do this as well as has the skills to do it. Yeah, maybe you can like pitch them this, little idea. 'Cause it would be
All you
nice
got,
to,
all you got to do is have the weight with the entire rod being super hydrophobic and the inside of the sphere being super hydrophilic. get rid of any excess water that doesn't cling, that assembly would be better. You just need the rod to be perfectly balanced in regards to weight and size.
Yeah. Wait, what is hydrophilic real
Perfectly
fast?
water loving.
Okay, I had a feeling because I mean, yeah, hydrophobic would be the opposite, and then hydrophilic would be, I guess, the opposite of that. Yeah. So, okay, just wanted to double check. Yeah. Hydrophilic. Nice.
Hail hydrophobic.
What'd you say?
And you can't have any bend in it at all.
No bend.
Yep. Flawlessly straight, perfectly tubular, cylindrical. Cylindrical. One end can't be thicker than the other. You know what I mean? The weight's got to be flawless. And then magnetize it properly. Hey, I just thought of a modification for it. The sphere have a tube coming off of it, and inside on the inside of that tube be super hydrophobic. So if you ever think that the rod has become magnetically unaligned or something like that, you could just orient the ball, like maneuver it to where the rod falls down in this tube. Don't give it much slack. You know what I mean? And while it's in there, you can just wrap a coil around the outside of it and hit it with a electrical pulse to magnetize it. That way you don't have to disassemble anything. And you could use, since it's basically never going to be straight up and down, since we're not on a ball, you could use that to mount it to something. Have something hold it.
Well, you say that, but I mean, well, actually, let me think about that for a second. Well, because even on a flat Earth, in theory, if you were at the center of the North Pole,
then it would.
Well, you know what? Well, maybe. I mean, I guess because it would still. Cause isn't it like aligning with like the what do you call it?
The dielectric inertial plane would align with the other item's dielectric inertial plane.
But yeah, it would align with like the fields or whatever, right? So like, I imagine like at the north, yeah. But one could argue though, unless there's something else going on. But I was gonna say like in the south though, if it starts moving up vertically, that would be quite interesting. I'm not exactly sure how that would be explained. Not impossible, but there's something at least iffy about that. Let me see, because it would be like, yeah, it would be that way. So do that. So it'd be, then it would tilt that way. Yeah, actually, I don't even know how you would actually have it. It's actually twice there, but I don't know how you would have it though. Like if you had this 3D magnet and you went from the north to the equator, and then as south as you can go, right? One would imagine that it would be like this, slow rotation, right? It would basically like match your latitude for the most part. But then once you pass the equator, though, I don't know how those field lines or whatever you want to call them, right? I don't know how that would align in such a way where the magnet would tilt like that. That's getting a little weird. Although I could be wrong.
If it is a magnetic rock, a mountain at the North Pole, you'll see if you're along sea level, this thing will basically be level with the sea the entire way. But if you go underwater significantly far or above water significantly far, then that's when you would observe it pitching upward underwater and downward up in the air.
Hmm.
But what do you think about the design for a 3D compass?
Pretty cool. There we go. Let's try that.
And if the weights don't quite balance out, make the inside of the sphere be water loving and the rod super hydrophobic and assemble it underwater, but you can change its buoyancy by using compression or vacuum. If the rod is too heavy and it disregards the hydrophobic and the hydrophilic boundaries and just pushes through both and touches the container directly, you could put it in a chamber, suspend it like on a string or something so it's hanging above the water. Pressurize the chamber, have like some arms, like some gloves or something you can bring your hands into it from the outside and still keep the pressure, and your sphere halves ready to screw together are submerged under the water. Pressurize the chamber and then turn the chamber upside down and or let it fall into the water, and what that will do is grab a thicker boundary of air around it. It'll hold more air molecules to it, giving it greater lift. And then you just seal it up. And you keep tinkering around to where you find the right amount of pressure to assemble it under. And your results will be the same every time. Just pressurize to this particular pressure. Dunk it underwater under free fall. So it always grabs that same volume of air. So its buoyancy, you can get it perfect, you know?
Hmm.
That would just make the unit heavier. So if you want to make them in the masses and ship them out, like as a product you could buy, it would just increase your costs. You know what I mean? Am I still in the room? Yep. Okay. Hey, also, the when you watch that video and he's holding the glass upright and it's swaying back and forth to being on its way to being perfectly up and down, plumb bob. Notice the amount of force that it ticks back and forth until it gets perfectly center. A regular compass doesn't orient with that amount of force.
Maybe, yeah, maybe that's
So that helps support the showing that it's a reasoning of weight. I mean, it's doing it very forcefully. Back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, back, forth. You know. I think if somebody makes that design for a compass, that they could be a big hit. Free money on the table.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like it's more stronger than a regular compass.
I couldn't comprehend.
There is a lot of force, I agree.
Did you say there is a lot of fuss or there is a lot of thoughts?
Force. Sorry.
Hear that? To my air horn. I've been waiting on this guy for hours to come back and load me. I just now got a message that it'll be about 30 minutes or less. Finally. Well, I'm gonna hop off here, see how far I fall.
What?
I put a little bit of a joke into it.
Yeah,
The
because hop
expression.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. People always use that expression. I'm gonna jump off here. I'm gonna hop off here and see how far I fall. Oh, a good joke. Just say you're on a bridge and you're in the middle of it, and you and a friend are looking over the bridge into the water, and it's high as fuck away from the water, and you're like, I bet you $100. Not something too ridiculous, but not something too cheap. You know, make it realistic. Be like, I bet you $100 I'll jump off this bridge. He's like, no fucking way. Yeah, way. You know, whatever. However that part goes.
Mm-hmm.
And once the agreement's made, you'd be like, okay, follow me. And you're like, what are you doing? I thought she was going to jump off. You walk all the way down to the end of the bridge to where the bridge is a different kind of pavement than the road.
Uh-huh.
So the pavement is literally marking the end of the bridge. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you literally just do a baby hop. Like a foot and a half, just a little hop. And you go from one colored pavement to the other. There, I jumped off the bridge.
That's pretty good.
Now pay up. You didn't say how to jump off the bridge. You just said jump off the bridge, or you agreed to jumping off the bridge. From that point on, that person will be analyzing in great detail everything you say, looking for little tricks. Wait, is he trying to trick me? But anyway, I'm out.
All right, you have a good one.
You can see though that it's unbalanced by weight, right? The size is different.
Something like that.
I can see the difference while the video is playing. Without it being paused, I can see the size difference. Anyway, I'm off.
All right, you have a good one.
All right, you too.
Wait, why is that green? Oh, whatever. We just changed it.
Is it really just this quiet?
I just came in. I don't know.
Hello, officially.
Hello?
Yep, it's Sydney. Nice to meet you.
SC, nice to meet you as well.
Sorry I give you a lot of crap.
When did you give me crap?
In the live text, I just get really heated when people talk about, like, stories that can't even be validated about war and stuff, and it's not personal. It's like a tick for me, so I apologize if I was ever rude.
It's okay. I don't even remember, so it must have not been. But what's your
Wonderful.
thing with the war? What's your?
I come from a military and intelligence family background, and I don't really believe anything that's presented to us. Unfortunately, I don't want anybody to die, but I feel like what's the point in getting worked up and talking about it online? You know?
Oh, right. So you must have freaked out when I was talking about
Body
Ukraine.
count. Yes. Yeah.
The body count. Yeah. I did say it was from one particular Colonel
Yes,
McGregor.
you did.
Yeah, like
You did. And I wanted to just like shoot some bolt about, my grandpa and whatever in Japan and that general, and man, I just wanted to go at it. I didn't, but I just wanted you to know that we're cool. Sorry.
no, that's cool. Yeah. No, I'm into listening to. If you have that kind of knowledge, like wow, that's exciting
It is sort of. Uh
and scary at the same time. I kind of understand what you're saying.
yeah, I figured you would. You and Dan the Waterman and a few other people here that kind of found me a couple months ago. I only have a mic ability on my phone, so I hope that you guys can hear me okay. But yeah, uh, no, I love you all. I listen to you all as I go to sleep, poorly, but I listen to pretty much this over 24/7 or whatever, like the majority of my spare time, just because I glean a lot from it. And it's interesting because there's just like, it's interesting once you have that mind that kind of grew up and accustomed to things, to have the eyes to see multiple things going on in front of you in the digital space. It's kind of interesting. So that's why Discord's fun for me. And I mean no harm. So
No, it's all good. And by all means, if you hear me or anybody else for that matter saying anything and you know better, I mean, just speak up. Like
yeah,
you'll do
man.
us a favor. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Where are you at? Say Montreal.
I'm in Montreal. Yeah.
Very nice. I actually used to want to move to Canada. I used to be so anti everything that I was like, man, in 2015, I'm like, man, I didn't even know why I was saying this. I'm like, man, if you know who gets elected, I'm just going to run away to Canada or France, because then at least I can be with the people that speak my language. Uh, but my French is atrocious. It's just like my family's native tongue. But I like it up there. I've never been to Montreal, but I very much like Quebec, and Montebello is where I was last, that area. So I have a couple friends in Ontario, but that's about it.
It's great here, like around 7 months out of the year, but those 5, yeah, if you don't like cold, definitely if you're down south, I recommend you stay there. I don't know where you're at, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm from Florida, and the humidity is enough for my hair and myself to just say no, no, I'll stay away. But
Yeah. Well,
no,
look, you won't believe it. Yesterday it was 107.6 here.
I'm surprised as hell.
Yeah, so was I. Today was pretty hot too, but not that much.
Question is though, what is y'all's air quality like? Is there pollen and other garbage? You know?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I went down to the lake 2 days ago so I can film, and I was so disappointed. It was like muggy, and you couldn't see like 10 miles away. There's this certain bridge I wanted to to film and surrounding areas, and it was like just murky, like milk.
Mm-mm-mm. That's a bummer.
Yep.
I feel like since I quit smoking, I sound like a 12-year-old little boy. I don't know. Am I just being paranoid? But
No, you don't sound masculine. Not at all.
wonderful. I probably sound really young. But anyway, I'm just chilling. It's weird having the mic here. So what I really want to talk about though is the timeline, FUCKERY, and all of that, because I'm literally like getting a lot from the creator. I'm getting a lot in my alone time, getting a lot about my kind of untraceable family background, and it's like if anybody has anything to add, then by all means. I know it's not about the earth shape, but it's not speculation Sunday, but it is something that has been hitting hard, and Discord found me for a reason a couple months ago. Met and married my husband. I'm gonna just do my whole shtick again. Hopefully I won't get interrupted. I'm essentially an angel. I know I'm here for a purpose. I survived a heart attack at 16, overdose at 18, many other things I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy before I was 20. I did not even think I was worthy of the grace that I've been given. And when I hear people arguing about trivial things, no offense, Ukraine, if you exist, I get upset, and I don't want to be upset. I just want all of us to kind of think about the future ahead and what that means. So if anybody has anything to chime in on this whole thievery and wiping away of our ancestral lines and the real history that we have, and that can be architecture, that can be bloodlines, that can be all sorts of things. That's really where I'm most feeling at home, if you will, what I've been given recent weeks. And yeah, I'm just going to leave that open, and I'm just getting out of the car, so I'll mute myself for a bit.
If I understood you correct, ancestry lines, in other words, where we came from.
Yeah, because I can't find anything on my family from, let's see, 1927 or prior, really 1881 or prior. So there's that, among other levels of knowing with just the whole intelligence ethos. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has about that, but yeah, that's been an interesting one. But for sure, it's less complicated than people would like to think, I think.
Well, funny you should mention that, because I was just thinking before.
Surely
Look
you
at
were.
this. Sorry?
I said surely you were. I'm sorry. I'm like a licensed psychic, and I kind of get on a roll sometimes, so I don't ever use it. But I have like 3 different credentials in that whole intuitive space, so I'm gonna try really hard to just shut up. Please continue.
Yeah. What was I thinking? Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. I was thinking that in my lifetime, I witnessed something that I thought was impossible. So when they say they do a reset, well, I witnessed a reset. I just realized that the child
I'm
that
glad
I
you
had
did.
when I grew up doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It's gone. Men are
Thing
women,
is,
women are men now.
yeah.
You can
Well,
identify as he, she, and all this. The childhood that I grew up is gone. The
yeah,
shift has been made in front of my eyes.
exactly. And the thing is, you have to look to the sky. If you're me, or what I would recommend to anybody. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're aware of that. And yeah, they did a poorly pixelated overlay reset, in my opinion. That's just based on my own meandering experience. So yeah, you have complete divine ordinance if you want to connect to that, to our actual creator. And no matter where you're at, if you're me, you're 5 years old on the playground at your elementary school, talking to the clouds, asking them to change, seeing the lines in the sky, and then the clouds just suddenly changing. I mean, anybody can do it. It's not like it's unattainable. The shape of the earth really doesn't really matter after you understand that we can all kind of see past this simulation, if you want to call it that. I never liked the reference of the Matrix. I think Hollywood is stupid. I hate movies. I'm sorry to use the word hate, but I think it's all stupid as fuck. And I think it's just a waste of our divine and capabilities here. So anyway, I'm sorry that you experienced that, but at least you are aware that you experienced that. And a lot of times they expect most of us to not even realize that it's just a mockery or a mimicry, the overlay that kind of drowned it out what was originally here. But yeah, it's not forever. It's not forever.
Yeah, this is something else. This is
Thank you.
unthinkable. I mean, I'm rarely speechless, but I wish it was a movie, like you said. But it's not a movie; it's
I
reality.
hope that you're speechless
Yeah,
though. That's like the best thing ever.
yeah. Like there's you can't explain this. Like it's a teenager now, right? A teenager growing up, but let's say they get into their 20s, and that they'll never know a world that was normal. They'll never know it.
And
They'll never know how a woman looks like, how a man used to look like. They'll
well,
never realize that.
unless we instill that down their throat,
Yeah.
which is what I intend to do. But yeah, no, it is very sad. I weep for the world, but I feel like literally very soon it's not even gonna matter. And I have no other way besides my own devotion time with my creator, our creator, that seeps through all of the layers of the simulation to get to us because again, Satan is powerless. So in my opinion, uh the stuff that I've given, blessed with, knowings the last few weeks or so, even, it's not something that we need to stress about, let alone create more people to put energy out into the ether about, because it's all going to find a balance. Um, I guess I don't really have much else to say. I weep for the world all the time, pretty much once a day. Like this morning at 7 a.m. before I put this channel on in Discord, I just wept, and that's fine. So, it's not a forever.
I just hope. Well, I can say this: 28 states have passed laws, and today I just saw another thing. So we're up to 28 states that have passed laws against this nonsense of teaching children and all this stuff. So against the woke movement. So that's good news. That's good news. Maybe there's still hope. Because all this flat earth, round earth stuff is like pales in comparison to our civilization, you know? That's the truth. Have you seen this guy, Sydney? Have a look. It's a short video.
What was he saying? I see. He was saying he's
Sorry?
with. Did he say he's with Putin, or he's against him? I think he said he's with him, didn't he?
He's with him. Yeah, absolutely with him.
What's the significance of this?
This dude is big significance.
I don't follow politics, so you'll have to help me out.
No, I'll tell you. They're running for presidency. I think he's South Africa. Anyways, he's running for president, and he's like for how can I say it? He wants to unify Africa, and there's a few of him around. So the Africans now are really pissed off. There's a lot of them that are saying enough. No more pushing us around. You come here, you take our minerals, and you treat us like second-class citizens. So they're thinking of making a dollar, unifying their dollar, and basically they're demanding respect. And there's a lot going on down there, Mali and civil wars and a whole bunch of stuff. But this guy is like very, I don't know how to. He sounds like a next African strongman. I just have the funny feeling about this guy. It's like he gives speeches, like he kind of reminds me like of a Hitler, kind of a hate. He hates the white man, like big time, and he hates the West. And you could it's like seeps out of him.
Yeah, they're killing a lot of farmers, I hear, in South Africa. But the way I looked at it is they've got the people that control this earth. They've got such a control over it. If you don't go along with the agenda, then you're gone, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty scary what's going on. Like I usually don't follow the news, but this stuff is.
Not really that scary. You know
I
why?
was
'Cause
waiting for you
I
to
talked
chime
to a
in.
fellow delivery driver, because I'm also a delivery driver when I'm not an insurance agent. 2 days ago, I tipped him half of what my bill was because he was from Kenya. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. And he was the sweetest, kindest person ever, just in like 5 seconds of seeing him. And I said, "God bless you." And he said, "God bless you." And it was like, you felt it. And it was the coolest thing ever. And things should be that simple. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Your individual interaction with one person, that's great. But
And also, I have no reason to believe any of the tabloids that they give us. Do you? I can't. He never mentioned anything about war down there. So,
I don't know why he would. Why would he?
well, why would we? I'm just saying. What's the
I
point?
was just pointing out that anybody that's wants to go against the agenda of the people that control this place will be disappeared. they'll be bribed first, and of course, if they don't, because
Of
that's what
course.
it is.
Well, sadly, not me.
It's a
I've
bribery
understood
culture.
that.
It's a contract. It's a contract cult. That's what it is. So they try
Hmm.
and bribe the persons first, obviously, but
And
if
our
they don't,
family members and the women that, marry into that, like my great grandmother. I understand that. But my point is I am protected. I'm not worried about it.
well, I weren't trying to worry about it. I
I
don't
just
give a
figured
shit.
I would make it a little bit personal since I know that this is entirely personal. So thank you very much. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I mean, Crypto, he was born in South Africa. I've talked to him quite a lot about South Africa, so he knows quite a lot about apartheid and all that stuff. Hell of a lot more than me, anyway. I'm just saying that the people that run this place, they've got a monopoly on it, haven't they?
It's pathetic.
Well, I mean,
Well, they do listen to
pretty
some
impressive,
people.
really.
They listen to me. All I know is that they listen to me, whether it be on the road or at a cigar bar. They listen to me, and
Who
I'm not
listens
trying
to
to be
you?
cocky. I'm just saying.
The powers that be listen to you, do they?
Yes, they do.
I don't think so.
They do.
I think they see us as peons, as just little ticks on
Well,
their monopoly board.
it depends on the ones that you're talking about listening to us. There's the middle ground ones, and then there's the ones on higher virtue, and then there's the ones on the time fuckery virtue, and then there's that. So we have that, and then we have each of our own uncles, and then we have found out the truth, if you're me, and then somehow there's no fear. So they do listen to me. I like that Discord found me, so you guys can continue your conversation. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy basking in my creator connection, and I mean no harm. I meant nothing against either of you, obviously. And for anybody who's suffering, if they are, I don't want that to happen. So I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There's a
I
lot of
don't even know
people
what to say to that.
well, there's a
I
lot
get
of
that. I
people
get
like
that
you
a
that
lot.
don't
I
believe.
have that effect on people. Sorry.
No, you're good. There's a lot of people like you that don't believe in the war, that don't believe this is true at all. They're like, yeah, definitely.
It's not even that, though. It's much bigger than that. It's not that we don't care. I care about human life, every human life. I want every human life that has a soul connection with our creator to have a fair fucking shot. To have a fair shot. So basically, I see it as my absolute ethos, task, and purpose. Before I die, if you even want to call it that, which it's not, it's my absolute everything, effortlessly, to make sure that people know that, that is all trivial and this surface level, which is below us as humans, as divine creations. So that's it.
Well, my stepdad was a ordained priest, and he used to say,
Wonderful.
well, he shouldn't have been. He should have been a barrister because
My dad is a chemist and an ordained minister, so I get it. Continue.
well, I mean, he was good at the pulpit, but everything else, he wasn't really. I don't think he really bought into it, if I'm honest. I don't think he were really sold on the whole faith.
And that's why, that's why I'm not one particular religion. So.
But I did like the fact that he did. If you ever tried to corner him on God or define God, he'd say, "I think there's another dimension." But beyond that, he wouldn't really try and define it, which I appreciate because
Absolutely,
people get
as it
lost
should
in
be.
all that, don't they?
They do, and it's very sad. But you know what? It's not unattainable. It's the easiest thing to connect to, and it is on an individual, one soul to a one light basis. That's how I see it. Always have. And you know what? I was looking at my sister, and if I might be so bold to share, my sister, her and I have. I'm the baby, and she was always my bully. And let's see, my mother never believed me as a child. And let's see. instead of harboring anger towards her, I always just wanted to wish her the best. And until I had my 4th spiritual upgrade, I would say, that happened this year, about last month, before I married my husband, who this server brought me. Until that point, and at that point, the very first person I think of when I feel that overwhelming joy, that is a physical sensation that I cannot force anybody to feel, nor would I ever try. I'm saying it's a physical feeling. If you don't feel it, then it's not real. It doesn't matter what you see. If you don't feel it, it isn't real. And for me, I just want her to feel that joy before she dies. And she just had her 3rd child, and she was a freaking alcoholic mess. The fact that that child actually survived, my niece, is a miracle. I can't wait to meet her when she can talk. I can't wait to be closer to my sister when she's ready to talk to me. I can't wait for all of those things, you know? We're all human. But the fact of the matter is, anything that needs a genre or a title or a subcast or bullshit like that has never been my style. I don't care what the hell my face looks like. I don't care what the hell hot means. I think that's scary and gross. I don't understand how people put value on that, and I don't understand, I never will, how that can define someone's own beliefs, but it has never been the way I get my beliefs, and I've always been a loner, so that's just my 2 cents on it. I don't even know if that was too rambling for rambling's sake, but that's my 2 cents.
Well, the reason I brought that person up is because he used to say that we're all born equal, but some more equal than others, if you see.
That sounds disgusting and like a lie.
That's just how it is. He was a realist.
Well, you know, I would believe that if I only understood. Well, I guess I can understand that from the standpoint of a professional medium. I can understand that from my side of I can look at somebody and know if they have a soul or not, and know if there's any point in conversating with that person or not. So I can understand that. Other than that, I can't really speak to it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Unfortunately, a lot of, these ideals we have in our heads, it's just
Is it
fantasy.
bad that I have none?
I'm just saying, when you put it into real world and you look around at what's going on,
Well,
and you see you have to join the club. That's the thing.
no.
You have to join
I've never been offered. They look at me and literally like my family. Okay, I get talked to by strangers that are like not strangers that are set up there for like a perfect little scene in the intelligence community. Right? Okay, this is about 2 months ago, and then they tell me, yes, it's all about the ether. Yes, you know too much. You could never work there. Okay, that's fine. I still want to know my freaking lineage so I can tell my children that. Is that too much to ask, you know? Apparently it is. So even though I might know some things against my will, well, without a choice, I should say, I would never want to unknow these things, right? On both planes of existence, right? I would never ever want to unknow these things. It would be literally suicide if I did that, and I would never ever want to go back to putting my blinders on ever. My point is, if that is so, then let me have a freaking give me that mission. I can do that, you know? Like anything macro is going to be micro to me. I apparently work in reverse order than most people. And I appreciate you, sir, for talking with me, Mr. Irish, I can't tell. I appreciate that. And I think that you're actually talking to me on the same level. So I appreciate that.
Well, I'm English. I thought you could tell.
No, I'm terrible with Cockney, sir. Sorry.
Well, yeah, people from London would be Cockney, and that's very distinct. They sound like, how do they sound? White governor?
Wash me in the face for? Come on, I did. Right, like Eliza Doolittle. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly.
Sound like that guy from Mary Poppins. Shit, I always forget that guy's
Mary
name.
Poppins. Oh, it's Dick Van Dyke, sir.
Dick Van Dyke. I love that dude, and I always forget his name.
No, I love him too. I mean, I know he's a terrible person, but he made his choice to protect his family. I know that. It's all good. I mean, my grandfather even wanted me to be in Hollywood. I'm like, nope. Did the whole camps? No. Did the whole MK Ultra thing? No. I'm done with that. I'm just so ready to be a mom, man. I can't do that really without knowing who the F I am. And I also know that we're at this huge crossroads spiritually. So it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do besides talk to you, sir? You know?
I don't know. I guess you'll figure it out. These things
I
have a
always
way of
do.
working themselves out.
More or less, yeah. More or less, like the thing is presented in front of me and I innately know what to do. And it's not my doing, of course. So there's that. But for me, I have nothing to reap or to show for that, and that's why I really can't stand people bragging about money, putting down $5,000 bets on shit for shit. Like that's absolute shit. Like I just quit a major addiction. I just met my husband. I have the best life ever coming to me. It's like, Lord, let me survive just to get there in a couple weeks, and I will survive. And like everything that ever was supposed to be is actually happening. And I never thought myself worthy ever. So it's more like, you know, if people just stopped caring about material things, that would be a lot easier for me, you know? That'd be a lot easier for me. But
Yeah.
I've just never been one to care about it.
Not very realistic either, is it, though, really?
It's not. I understand that. So I don't get my panties in a bunch over it. It's more like, I appreciate these check-ins because I know it's not just you that I'm talking to. I appreciate that.
You know, if you wanted to offer me a public apology, I would accept it, and then your karma might be doing good for you.
Okay, only if you offer my husband a public apology.
For what?
Trying to defame me. Trying to lie about anything that we ever talked about. When I was in control the entire time of that situation. I'm not 5 years old. I'm not going to listen to you. Goodbye.
Well, you can offer me a public apology or not.
Goodbye.
I didn't do anything to your husband.
You fucking abused that woman and her unborn child. And I know that name, and I'm not going to say it out loud. You do not deserve to be speaking right here. Goodbye.
What are you even talking about?
Do not make me say her name.
Go ahead and say the name. Doesn't mean
I will
anything.
not. I will not.
Look, if you want to go forward, just apologize to me in this public platform.
You are not the gatekeeper to my freedom.
No, it's just I'm offering you an opportunity for yourself.
Get the
Offer
fuck
yourself an
out of this
opportunity.
conversation right now.
Why are you getting all upset?
Because you are not righteous, and I am. Get the fuck out of this conversation.
Is that what you are?
No, I've been no. Get the fuck out of this conversation.
Stop messing up your own energy.
I'm not. You're making an entire Geo server look terrible. I don't want to talk about you.
You don't have to.
I don't want to talk to you. Get the fuck out. You don't deserve my time. So stop talking.
But I deserve your apology.
So stop talking. You don't deserve my anything.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
You don't deserve my anything. Stop talking. Goodbye.
Well, you heard it here first. Self-righteous, right? That's what you said? Self-righteous? Okay. Well, I gave you a chance. Or rather, you didn't give yourself a chance.
You deserve nothing.
Hold up. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hold up. Hold on, everybody stop. Can you hear me?
Why does Riggs always do this? Whenever I talk, he does this.
Oh, hi. Hey, it's great. I wish everyone would calm down, and Riggs is not such the villain that, you may seem to you, but Riggs is not that big, scary villain. He's not so bad. And you shouldn't give him such a hard time, and everyone relax, and smoke more marijuana. That's all I got to say.
That's not medical advice, YouTube.
And just forget it, drop all that stuff. But Riggs doesn't have to go anywhere. We all like Riggs. He's cool. Oh, cool. She left. Well, I didn't mean to say it like that. Whoops. Hey, can y'all hear me still?
Yeah.
Hey, great. Yeah, I just sit back and just like to smoke the herb, and listen. I mean, hey, she's great. I'm not really phrasing my. Listen, I'm super baked, and I shouldn't have said it like that. Like she's cool. Like seriously. I mean, that's what I mean. And I just saw Riggs was getting, a lot of flack. And he's not flack. He's not here right now. Now we can get flack here. You know what I'm saying? If you want to give a man a lot of flack, we can call him.
Yeah, I gave up drama a long time ago. I mean, I
Yeah,
can see why people,
Thank you.
are entertained by it, but I'm not really.
I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I was just going to say that I bought some of that, some of those cell salts, from that book, Salts of Salvation, whatever it's called.
Yeah, they're great. I don't know.
Yeah. I might end up buying them all, knowing me.
Look at the ingredients.
Yeah, that's a good book. I don't know. There's a lot of information in there.
Yeah. Oh, you can order. Jackie found out. She ordered some online, and some of the prints were incomplete. So you want to have both. You want to have if you get the hard copy, that is, you want to. She has the more complete digital. I mean, I also have those. But I was saying, if you order from Amazon, and she was saying that she thinks that they just like print it, like right there, like you order it and then they print it. So it's like brand new. It's kind of neat. It's like they can print anything. She was explaining you can print like you upload a PDF document or something and it turns it into a physical, like a hard copy book. It's, I don't know, on Amazon. Somebody did that, and you can, or that's what Jackie was saying. She thinks that anyway. You can get all them books, hold them in your hands. But I was just saying, didn't want to interrupt everybody. I just share my opinion. I have a habit of talking too much. Sorry.
Oh, good dude. I got some silica. That's what I got. And I went on Amazon and I got this helpful little thing. So I took a screenshot on it. I thought you'd like that, Smurf. Sort of, it tells you which thing does what. So.
Oh, cool. Oh,
yeah,
beautiful.
It's good, isn't it?
Hey, Smurf, I heard what you said. I was getting my soup. I appreciate what you said. Yeah, I'm not here to be dramatic. Actually, I'm kind of over it. But what I would like to do is if she would like to be in this community, and I'm going to be here, obviously, I have been for 8 years.
That's
I would appreciate a public apology the same way that she made
don't deserve shit
false claims public.
Okay,
You
guys,
don't
enough of
deserve
this.
shit.
This is not going to continue. No more of this. Okay, you guys want to fight?
Get him
Go
fuck
take
out,
another
'cause I'm
channel.
actually scared of this
It's not gonna. No,
motherfucker.
I'm gonna mute both of you guys. This is not gonna happen here. Sorry.
I don't want
Sorry,
to
guys.
talk. Don't mute me.
Okay, so please don't make me mute you guys. Don't do this here.
This is all that I don't give a fuck about him.
Okay,
What don't you
fine,
understand
fair enough.
about that?
Let's change the subject. Change
I
the
could
subject.
talk about myself.
Only
I
if
could talk
he'll
about-
let
hey,
me. If he will
listen.
let this server change subject, I don't want to speak to him.
Yeah.
He
Let
is
me tell you
below
about
my
Smurf.
feet. He is below godly earth. Goodbye.
Wow.
Yeah, so let me tell you about Smurf.
Anyways, thank you, Smurf. That's all I want to say.
Oh, you're cool, buddy. And she's cool too. Everybody's cool. I mean, seriously, I'm saying that from my heart. Like, and I think that's really important that you're both really cool. You know, I mean, why would I come in here and say that? I mean, because that's what
Just
I mean.
keep it chill, guys. Just keep it chill. That's it.
Yeah. That's my whole message. Actually, this is where I hang out in my anxiety. I like to listen all the time. This is really entertaining. You know, like television is really. I don't watch it. I never hardly did. You know, it's like TV for me. This place. You're all cool. You're all like my heroes. You know, I listen to y'all as I carry out my struggles in my little world. You know, as a Smurf, I do Smurf things. You know, I'm listening to Earth Awakenings. And you know, I like listening to all y'all. You're all real. I'm looking at the list here. A couple of y'all. I think I know almost all y'all. Anyway, I like listening to each of y'all. Are super cool, and I feel real privileged to be taking up all this airtime right now. And you know, if I'm going to be talking right now, I just want to say, smoke more weed. You know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You know, my opinions are not or the channel is not the server, in my opinion, is not the same thing. You know, I'm an individual.
Yeah,
Anyway, it's real
I've
great.
got to be
Go ahead.
honest. The whole flat Earth debate thing is kind of lost a lot for me. I don't care for it anymore. Kind of,
Oh,
I'm
I'm right
just
there
done with
with
it.
you. I'm beyond that, and I'm wondering all the 1,000 things you wonder once you figure that out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I just like I like Geo, obviously, and I have some good conversations with him. And then there's a few people in the server where you can just have a good conversation, and it doesn't have to be a pissing contest. So that's why I appreciate the server, because you know it seems like when I don't know if you go around. I'm sure you do. The other Discord servers. Oh my god, it's
I've
just
seen it.
drama.
It's a sea of degeneracy. This is like an oasis. You could call it that, Oasis channel.
It's really not though.
Hey, she is funny.
No, I'm serious.
Well, people will slip through the cracks.
I'm always disappointed in people. So what is the server owners of this one more to add to my list, and I'm very sad to say that, but nobody has ever had my back here. So bye-bye.
Hey,
Bye.
hold up. I don't have anything.
Goodbye.
Wait
Whoa.
a second.
Yeah,
I have to back
wait,
that one.
Sydney,
Hold on. I had
He
to
is
back
not
that.
worth. He is not worth the ground that God created. So fuck
Hold on
off.
a second, hun. Hold on.
No,
Wait,
I will not.
I had your back one. What happened?
You know.
No, I just got
When
here.
people lie and they get pushed into a corner for lying, that's
Riggs is
literally a liar, though. What happened? Oh gosh.
Hey, buddy, that sounds like a
I'll
sarcastic
tell you exactly
joke.
what happened. No, Smurf, stop. Riggs has been harassing people around these servers for a long time.
Wow.
What? Did
Elaborate.
is there?
Can you?
There's somebody. What happened with her? Did she
You
leave the
got
whole
any-
server?
I don't know. Hey, do you, Kali? Is that you speaking? Do you have any? I didn't know Riggs does that. News to me, buddy.
Yeah, everybody ignores it and they play dumb to the fact. It's pretty disturbing that everybody
Really?
lets them get away with that behavior. It's
Wow,
actually
I didn't
messed
know
up.
Riggs is a boogeyman, like a villain in the background, causing drama.
Yeah, he admittedly hacks people. Admittedly.
Hey, well, can you help me get my bitcoins back, Riggs? Why are you in there anyway?
I don't know how you goofy. I don't know. It must be really goofy to even want to be around someone like that. Like that dude's super goofy. You should all feel goofy letting him
I don't
be in the
believe
same vicinity as you.
I don't believe he's really hacking anybody. I think that's a joke.
Well,
The
that's
ongoing,
the
like,
point is, Smurf, that we don't know, do we? That's the point.
well,
Just
I don't know
baseless
if you're
claims.
hacking me.
No, you're giving him the benefit of
It
the
is
doubt. We
not a
do,
joke.
No,
It is
that's not what
not
this
a
is
we
joke.
do
about,
I am
know.
guys.
begging you.
Let
I
her
am
speak.
They're
begging
making
you.
light of the
Thank you for coming
situation.
back.
Please,
What
No, we're
happened?
not.
stop it. I am not going to repeat myself.
I just got here, hun. I'm so sorry.
You're
Hey,
fine,
welcome
dude.
back.
You're fine, whoever the fuck you are. I
Okay.
am not going to repeat myself. I am better than that person. This whole server is better than that person. And I am so sick of being scared.
Oh,
and fucking attacked with my husband being attacked by this guy. Get him out! He's a fucking monster! God, I'll
Riggs?
show you all of my case paperwork! Fuck!
Riggs? Is that who? Because somebody was just talking about that. Is
It's
it
always Riggs. It's always been Riggs. I don't know why
So
he
then
gets
get him the
attacked.
fuck out!
Do you want to go down below to talk? Because I have no idea.
No! I don't!
Yes, yes, please. We gotta. We can't do this in here.
Get him out, or this whole server's a joke, and I'll tell everybody
I
it's a
don't-
fucking joke.
All right, I don't know what he did.
He's on the terrorist watch list! He's on the goddamn terrorist watch
All right, I'll turn it back on. All right, guys. Cheers. It's back
Cool.
on.
It's my favorite show. We're back on my favorite show.
Bro, like what a
I mean,
wild world! What a wild world we live in, man. Like,
yeah,
it's 2023. You gotta like seriously consider a zombie apocalypse. I mean, that's just absolutely insane.
it's on the
You gotta,
table. Yeah,
it's on the table, dude.
that's right.
Yo,
18 gigahertz pulse.
a positive is the vast majority of these ballers are gonna have way bigger things on their hands than like zealously fighting flat Earth. You know?
They'll be fighting for their brains.
Yeah, they'll be fighting for flesh.
Yeah, because they got AIDS. See, so they the rejuvenation cycle's been switched off, and so they've got to I don't know, you know, I don't know how to describe that, you know. Oh yeah, it's like I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this.
Talk about what? I'm just talking about how a bunch of people may have AIDS nowadays. We don't need any
Oh yeah.
extra details. We don't need any extra details.
I heard that something about the cooties was getting around, and a lot of people got spooked about the cooties.
I just think it's crazy that like these people are so cocky and arrogant and they have AIDS. Like, just think about that. We should just make AIDS jokes now. I mean, is that insensitive? I mean, is it though? Is it like when you see people like God is God or dogs are gods or whatever? You know, like, is it really insensitive to
What's
make
it?
Yeah.
What's
If
it?
laughter,
If I pulled, what's it? If I pulled your card, yo, can you guys hear me?
No, your mic has AIDS.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
you
you
got
now.
Mike AIDS.
Okay, can you hear me now? Very
Yeah.
funny. Can you hear me now? All right. If I pulled your card, it'd be the ace of AIDS.
Wow. What do you call it when a bunch of people just can't hear the truth no matter how much you try to wake them up? What do they need? What do NPCs need when they just can't hear the truth no matter how much you try to wake them up? Hearing aids. I'm hilarious. I've said these jokes before though.
You like that?
So yeah, I think it's pretty crazy, man. Like I've been doing some research today while I've been moving out, packing stuff up. I've been listening to some videos, and it's not looking good out here, man. I think a lot of us truthers just kind of moved on, and we didn't realize that you guys know how computers go in sleep mode. You know, you can like put your computer to sleep. I'm not even joking. I think a lot of people they have computers inside them that are asleep. They're in sleep mode, bro. And they're just like, you know what? Take 47 whoop-de-whoops. Let's make sure you really got AIDS. So when we wake these computers up, your immune system can't do anything about it. Boom. It's pretty genius. Like, when I step back and think about it, I'm like, I gotta tip my hat to them. As evil as it is, it's ingenious. The slaves are so numb. Give them 3 years, they'll totally forget about it. I mean, oh man, I can't unhear the stuff that I've heard today. It's ridiculous. I went and verified and fact checked myself. The Wayback Machine is something special, man. Go look at these websites that handed out AIDS, and just go look at the Wayback Machine, what they said before people caught on. It's bad, man. Public service announcement over. You guys have AIDS. Like what the heck, bro? Oh, but guess what? Guess what? Just got their emergency authorization. A new AIDS.
Hey.
Whoop-de-whoop. No
Sorry.
way. Are you serious? What are the odds?
Hey, I got a hotel Wi-Fi and it says I got no signal at all. Sorry, I got dropped earlier.
It's okay. Just find someone with AIDS. They got a Bluetooth signal. You could jump on there.
You could bounce the signal off of.
Yeah, man. They got freaking internet when no one else does. You think Starlink's is
Wow.
good, man?
You know, that's funny. Hey, even though I'm on a hotel Wi-Fi, I use a VPN like I always do. You know.
So you guys know how they like combine like famous people's either first and last name or like couple's name? You know, like what they did like Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez, and it was like I don't remember.
You mean
what it was.
with a dash or a hyphen?
Well, they just combine the name. They combine the name. So like you guys know the actor Mark Wahlberg?
Wait. Was it Benifer? That's just a guess.
No,
Oh, okay.
I can't remember. And honestly, I may be not remembering the couple because I think that's also gay. So, but anyway, you guys know the actor Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think so.
Okay, Mark Wahlberg. Yeah. So we're gonna combine his last name, okay, and we're gonna call it Marburg.
Ah, yeah, the
You guys
Marburg
with me?
virus.
Bro, what is wrong with you? I'm talking about an actor, dude. Mark Wahlberg. Combine the. Okay, we're just talking about Mark Wahlberg. We're not talking about any words that start with a V. We're talking about an actor.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I heard Mark Marburg is going to be starring in a movie here soon, and it's about a zombie apocalypse. And in the movie with Mark Wahlberg, a bunch of people they don't realize that they're like computers now, and they're just asleep. And then they're just going to hit some electromagnetic pulses with some of these new towers in the movie. And then boom, bro, they become zombies. Have you guys seen World War Z? It's like World War Z, only everyone actually has what turns them into a zombie inside of them already. And then it's switched on. It's a crazy movie, dude. If it gets made, it sounds like a crazy movie.
Oh, I completely believe it because they could do programs, like software programs. Yeah, it's automated.
It's a movie,
behavior.
bro. It's just a movie, man.
What I mean is they could run like behavioral programs through the cell tower. You see the graphene, or I mean to say,
bro, Smurf, I will mute you, dude.
Oh, my fault, dude. I was talking about Mark Wahlberg's graphics. The graphics.
Well, I
meant
came
to
up
say.
with a pretty ingenious way here to have a conversation. So, yeah, go ahead without using buzzwords like a crazy person.
Yeah, I meant to say the graphics are really great, and you know.
That's right.
And so, with these really powerful graphics, it's kind of like exactly. I just can't see why they wouldn't do it if they can. So
that's right. I heard that these graphics cards are crazy reactive to electromagnetic pulses, and yeah, it's exactly, bro. And it can give us like incredible graphic reaction, like all over the place, dude. They can just remote control on the graphics.
Yeah,
pretty crazy, huh?
And they're overclocking them.
Dude, and I didn't even know about these new graphic cards, but they're
actually
freaking patented.
Hold up. They're having to mine bitcoins. It's for real. It's patented. And I'm not joking. I'm serious.
That would be crazy, dude, if they're just like using all their NPC brain powers and they don't know that they're mining Bitcoin.
No, they really are. No, they really are. And maybe the joke. This is the joke. We just figured it out.
Yeah, that is genius, dude. I mean,
yeah,
I don't even know if I'm mad anymore. Yeah,
pretty
dude.
Elaborate, but
like, bro, I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those like conspiracy theorists that just hear something and they're like, "Oh, must be true." I'm not like that at all, bro. I'm like,
No.
must be a truther trap. Let me prove this wrong. Buddy, good luck.
No,
Good luck proving what I just said wrong.
my skepticism brought me here because I'm so damn skeptical. I can't figure that they didn't do this. 'Cause all indicators suggest or point to that the graphics cards are being overclocked remotely to mine Bitcoin. You know.
Yeah, and conveniently, Bill Gates
Wireless.
has a patent, and it just coincidentally 060606 that monitors body activity to pay out in cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, bro. So as long as you do what you're told to do, then you get paid in cryptocurrency. Wow. It's almost like they need some type of device to monitor you from inside your body, though, so they can monitor your body activity and make sure you stay in for climate lockdowns during the weather wars. So you can get your
like the
Bill
news
Gates coin.
vendors. Like,
The Newsbenders is actually super fire, bro. It's a super fire movie.
You know.
Yeah.
My favorite movie is right here. This place.
Dude, I just can't even. It's like like, bro, what the hell, dude? Can the NPCs just go live somewhere else and stop ruining it for everyone else, man? Because I'm gonna 3-piece you, bro. You retarded, bro. Like, and Mark Wahlberg in this movie, bro. He gets sick and then he starts bleeding. The symptoms of his sickness is he starts bleeding profusely from all of his body parts. And then there's this weird thing where they start consuming their own blood. Yeah, it's a crazy movie. I'm sorry. It's kind of a graphic movie. It's not rated G, okay? So any children
if laughter could kill, you're killing
and so
me
then
over
what
here.
they do is, they videotape Mark Wahlberg. That's not his name in the movie. It's Marberg, and they videotape him bleeding, and then they just pump it all over the news. Everyone gets super scared that they're gonna get that same thing that Mark Wahlberg had. So they all sprint to these like dystopian quarantine camps that they didn't know were in the United States. And they go in there voluntarily, actually. But once they're there, you're there. And then they have the fix once you're there. And you have to take it once you're there because you chose to go in there. So
Very realistic film. Yeah.
What is that? The Happening?
It's
a very realistic film. We're talking about a movie.
It's got Mark Wahlberg in it.
The Happening? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
I think
it hasn't been made yet.
You know, I think that is what it's called.
I think it comes out this fall. It comes out in a movie theater near you in the fall. I mean, maybe not the fall. Hopefully not. Hopefully they don't rush the movie.
No, actually, though, you know, I think you got the script right. Yeah, because you see the way it is.
I mean, let's say this is one of the most realistic movies I've ever. They really built this script on a lot of science that's verifiable and a lot of patents that actually exist. So this movie is very realistic. Yeah.
I think it's a very popular movie. It's gonna impact a lot of people.
About probably roughly 70% are gonna watch the movie. Dude, you know what's so crazy, man?
They won't. They can't.
If you look at this, yeah, they can't miss it. If you look at this, we have benevolent pharmaceutical companies that look out for us, and they never had to pay the United States' biggest criminal fine ever, right? And they love us, and they seem to be updating their websites. But if you throw it in the Wayback Machine, this nifty little tool that lets you step back in space-time, you'll find out that some of these pharmaceutical companies literally said on their own website that one of their really popular medicines, one of the really popular modern medicines, they literally describe it on their website as akin to a computer software Literally, that's what they call it. They call it a computer software on their website.
Oh, you can get remote updates, like
Yeah. No, this is a conspiracy theory, except that it was on their own website, and then they took it down, which is not suspect at all. Like,
And, yeah,
what
all
the?
this
This
is
is
in the
like,
film.
it's like triggering me.
Yeah,
If you
all
guys
this
can't tell, I'm like kind of triggered right now.
dude, I'm on the same wavelength you are. You got me laughing over here.
Watch out for those
You're
wavelengths,
killing.
man, because there are some 18 gigahertz wavelengths, man. And,
Yeah, real scary film. I think it'll be released real soon. An upcoming film. Yeah, because
hopefully it gets pushed back. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people are just ready to see it.
Hopefully it gets pushed back, but unfortunately they have an endless amount of funding. They can just basically make money out of nowhere to fund the movie, so it may not get pushed back. I don't know.
Hey, this reminds me of that other film with them farmers out in the field. I don't remember what that's called. Oh, I think Mark Wahlberg's in that one also. Where they have all this cattle out there, and they got to track them all. How do the farmers do that? They brand them, right? Yeah, I think they brand them. That was like
it's crazy. They track.
Good
That's
Western.
true. They track the cattle. Yeah, bro. And what's super crazy is, dude, that's even in real life. They've been using some modern medicines, and they actually track mice with them. Literally, they're tracking mice with them.
Well, in that film, what if some of the cattle went off the reservation? They could just drop them. 18 gigahertz pulse wave. Boom.
Or turn them into zombie cattle.
Yeah. I think I saw what that does is, like you put it in a microwave.
Well, it makes you the movie says it makes you bleed profusely, and then you have a propensity to bite, like the movies. The movie is like the movie, and you lose capacity of a functional prefrontal cortex
And the sense of smell, or taste, was it? I forgot. I can't remember.
I don't know.
One or the other.
Dude, I mean, this is wild. This movie is so realistic that this is well documented for years. I am so blown away, dude. They slid it in.
Hey, in that film, didn't the government get a bunch of ammo? The zombie film with Mark Wahlberg, they got what was it, 450 billion rounds of ammo or something?
Yeah,
ready for that.
Yeah,
Is
dude,
big
they did,
film?
bro. Yeah, bro. And the military coincidentally bought the 5.56, which is the most popular rifle ammo in the U.S.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wild zombie film.
Crazy
film.
dude.
You own these films, the CDC's in these films,
Yeah, man.
CD.
Yeah.
They're a bit seedy, aren't they?
You can watch this movie on a CD, see?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Dude, bro, what the, bro? I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm mad at the NPC.
Me too.
Normally, I'm like, bro, I don't care. Like,
it takes two to
Eratosthenes, Yeah, I'm like, whatever, bro. Eratosthenes, you got that. But now, I'm mad at them. I'm mad at them. I'm having to really chill out and not get too mad about it, because honestly, bro, you're gonna get 3 taps, bro, and you deserve it. You deserve it, bro. If I were you, I would swallow my pride before this movie comes out, and I would try to detox from movies for a bit.
Oh, listen. I just remembered something. Hey, listen, you could give me a call. I shouldn't talk about it here. Well, I remember something happened to you in your personal life, and I know an expert who can help you with that.
Okay, yeah, that sounds
yeah,
good.
If you want to give me a minute, I'll call you right now.
No, I can't, dude. I'm about to unload this stuff.
Well, I was just saying, okay, I did some work in the past chasing around people like with a video camera that were like breaking romance stuff, you know, and so I got experience, you know, with that. And I ran into other people that are like retired from the, you know, I don't really want to say it, but I know there's people way better than me.
No,
Like,
cool. Yeah.
I know the best. I know actually the best. Well, I hook you up. I've got a business card, you know, to help you out. You know, I met this
Cool.
dude when I was doing following people around for over custody and divorce related things, and I know someone that can find anybody. But and I was talking
That's what's
about
up.
finding Mark Wahlberg in the zombie film. That is what I meant to say. You know, but you know, I know someone that could, if there was a zombie out there, you know, he would find him in that film. Like, you know, he has all those capabilities that you know in that film.
Message me on
You know.
Telegram, bro.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
what I got to
we'll
do is
talk. We'll
take a
talk on the
photo.
phone when I get it.
Yeah, that's right. I got to use that more often. I got to take a photograph of it. I should use that more often. Telegram. Let me switch it on right now. I have a computer. I'm sorry. Oh, I have it on both. I'm just sorry. I'm super baked. But anyway, I didn't want to change the subject. I just wanted to, well, I did. I wanted to say I can help you with that, but I'll talk with you whenever you want
Message me,
to.
bro. Message me.
Yeah,
Yeah, message me.
anytime.
I don't want to get on any.
Yeah,
Just
anyway,
message me, brother.
anytime, brother. I just happen to be
I
talking with you right here.
Yeah, I get it. So I will say something else that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Is
Scary film.
Did you guys know that in the U.S. that a car company actually had to pay $14 billion, a $14 billion fine because they created Bluetooth pairing addresses that were unknown? Did you know it's actually illegal to have unknown Bluetooth MAC addresses? They have to be labeled and they have to be known. Or literally, a car company, had to pay $14 billion. Did you guys know that?
That's fascinating. I didn't know that, but now I do. That's really
So
interesting.
now you know, like any device that's Bluetooth in the world, it has to be known. It can't be unknown because it's illegal. Like, I mean, you have to pay a fine. Well, check this out, bro.
I didn't know it works like that.
There's
But
this
that's very
crazy.
interesting.
There's this crazy phenomena going on where people pull out their phones to look up the presence of MAC addresses when they're on planes or in restaurants, and they're all of a sudden, in the last couple years, there's just a plethora of unknown MAC addresses everywhere, which is literally illegal. For one, why would a Bluetooth not be known? You know, whenever I go to hook my mouse up, guess what it says? Corsair mic or mouse or Logitech mouse, because I need to know the device I'm hooking up to. Why would the Bluetooth be unknown?
The manufacturer doesn't want to be exposed to multi-billion-dollar liability for no reason, needlessly. So of course it was, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, huh? And then people are trying to get into these Bluetooth MAC addresses, and then they disappear. When you try to get into them, they disappear as soon as you enter the wrong password.
Now, what do you think sort of data would be transmitted in this Mark Wahlberg film? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that part of the film. Yeah. I would say all encompassing biometric data.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, just all around biometric data. Like, what the bro? And then we're out here like, hey, bro, I know you were a total douchebag to me for 2 years when I tried to save your life, but hey, I'm still trying to save your life. Here's some stuff you can do to maybe get some of this stuff out of you. No, you're so stupid. Like, bro,
I got
you know, whatever, dude. You're getting three-pieced.
I've been in the exact same what you're describing. I told everybody I know, warned everybody, and they all is the word ostracized. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I know exactly what I really feel. It's kind of relieving that I'm not alone. Like to hear from you. I know you're venting, but I vent to myself a lot, and it's relieving to hear other people. I have the similar or the same struggles I've been dealing with. Like there are these in that film, it was wild. It was real scary when these Karens ran up with these power tripping Karens were really scary in the film. It happened like 3 times I saw.
Dude, what's so crazy is like, bro, we just like, even the truthers, they were like, man, I've had enough, man. It's been like all day, every day, and so we just moved on.
Hey, I was
So
saying,
now here I am talking about sunsets. I'm talking about sunsets with people that after 7 years don't understand how the sun sets on a flat Earth. Oh my God.
Part of me feels a bit guilty that another part of me feels relieved that I'm not alone with this. Yeah, I've been in the same. Yeah, like I warn everybody, hey, and they don't listen, and then they still don't listen, and you just see all the classic stereotype. I was talking about a scene in the film where there's a story about a woman in Greece, was it? And they didn't listen to her. Have you heard of that story where she said they were gonna? I shouldn't have brought it up because I forgot how it goes. There's an ancient Greek. Well, I don't believe. I'm so skeptical of all history now. Yeah, like I don't even want to bring it up anymore. Like I was about to tell you something about ancient Greece, but I don't believe any of it anymore. There's about some woman that warned people. Yeah, what?
Especially not from Greece.
I don't know if I believe any of the stuff I've on the. I'm not seriously anything that what they say happened 300 years ago. I don't believe it. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah,
I reserve judgment.
I think somebody does know, and they're withholding. And also, there's a lot of land not, obvious. It seems increasingly obvious the more I contemplate and wonder, and we're all here wondering similar things, and yeah, there's obviously they're hiding a bunch of land from us,
Oh, bro, that's in the Mark Wahlberg movie too, dude. That's in the Mark Wahlberg movie, bro. Yeah, like so. Have you ever seen Elysium? It's like a combination of World War Z and Elysium, and all the
I've
super
not seen
powerful
it, but
elite.
I've heard of it.
Yeah,
I've
well,
heard of it. Yeah,
Elysium
they
is.
escaped to the. Yeah.
Yeah, they have like a crazy advanced place that just the rich people go, but they supposedly go into orbit and all this weirdo
Yeah,
stuff.
that's what I heard of it. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
But
Well, they have these machines that you lay in a bed and it cures you of almost anything, blah, blah, blah. Well, in this Mark Wahlberg movie, which I mean, I just read a script that hasn't come out. I heard it's coming out in the fall. But yeah, Mark Wahlberg, his name, again, they combined his name for the movie. It's Marburg. And all the elite have some like secret piece of land that they left off the map, and there's not any zombies there.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. They there's probably not any self-reception out there either.
Certainly, probably not the same type of cell reception.
Yeah. If it works, why? I mean, why with the cable? I didn't need
the cell
my
reception
internet
itself
here.
is actually not what's bad, right? It's coherent harness specific frequency, and it's specific frequency whenever there's something that can react with it.
Wow.
Oh, that sucks. I can't even get into specifics, man. I'll just say I read a bunch of medical journals today, and I'm pissed off because like it's like people like it's just so crazy, bro.
Hey,
it really is so crazy.
I think it's really cool you read those medical journals, though. I'm interested.
Yeah,
to
just
know more.
that was just a random. Yeah, like yeah. Let's just say positive ionization is not good for the body.
Oh,
let's just say that.
Positive
Yeah.
ionization.
Dude, you know what's super crazy, man? In this Mark Wahlberg movie, Wahlberg, like, right before he got super sick and, like, turned into a zombie or whatever, he like, merged with little, like nano computers. But they were in this, little casing. So they were in sleep mode in this little casing. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I can't remember the word of the casing. like the things you talk with your mouth, and your mouth has whatever they're called, the pink
Braces.
things. No,
Braces.
no, they're
Oh.
no lips, dude. But so it sounds like lips, something like that, and then little nanoparticle computers, and yeah, there's positive ionization, and it's super bad for your body. You know what's really good for your body? Negative ionization,
Whispering.
like negative ionization, like what you see in nature, what you find in nature, like
Oh.
grounding and different plants and stuff like that.
That's good to know. I've been wondering that a lot because I have one of them filters, and I didn't know that's actually good. I left it at a friend's house, but I've been using it for years. I didn't know those actually good for you. I've always wondered every day, like, is this thing good or bad? And negative ions.
Yeah, negative's good.
Oh, good. That's good to know. I'll take your word for it.
Because negative just means discharging. So
What's it? You
Like-
think there's anything to the pyramid shape? Like you think that does anything special? Just that shape? You ever heard anything about that?
It has a vortex.
I've heard a little bit. I wouldn't know any specifics. But it wouldn't surprise me. Like, yeah, like I know that, like for example, when magnetite forms natural in the earth, it usually is a pyramid.
Because this guy Drake is obsessed with pyramids, I heard, and we got the Great Pyramid.
Oh.
Like there could be something to that.
Oh, I want to say, I know you're asking him, but I want to let you know that I'm very certain that there's an association with a vortex. Like I'm like 100%. There's some sort of, something about pyramids and vortexes. That's all I'm saying.
Though, if I had to loot, there's so many experiments I would do with mice, with pyramids, frequency, sound, vibration, all types of shit, dude.
Dude, would you make the mice zombies and then track them?
I probably would not even try to. That's not even on the agenda. But
Is that too far?
I'm trying to see if I can get the mice to live longer. Because, like, okay, what if you have mice and their average lifespan is like I don't know how long a mice lives. 6 months. Let's say 6 months. And then, well, let's say you play a certain sound or vibration, or hit them with a certain frequency nonstop, or have them live in a pyramid. What if you can up that to like 2 years or something? That's worth investigating.
Yeah. Yes. I agree completely.
I think they are kind of like looking at that, like they've found genetic isolation that reverses aging in mice. They started with the eyes. I told you about that. I don't know if you were in here. What's so
I
funny,
heard
bro,
about
is
this, and I
last time I
wanted to
talked
jump
about
in.
it, I
Go on all day about it.
last time I talked about it, I was freaking here with where I parked my RV. I was literally in the same exact place. So super weird.
No, I heard that, and I wanted to jump into that because I know I'd love the reverse aging, but don't they have to like do something like stop the telomeres or something? What are they called, telomeres?
I've been skeptical of this, but yeah, we hear that a lot. But I don't know if that's true because
I don't remember the specifics. I just know
telomeres.
I know the claim is that they isolated they waited for these mice to go blind, and then they isolated their eyes and were able to reverse the youth of their eyes 80%. So I don't really know.
They say the telomeres shrink and some through genetic code at the ends of the and I'm skeptical. I'm not sure I believe that. I mean, I don't.
There's a lot of experiments I'd like to run on mice. I'm sure they've already done it and know all about it, but they just fucking don't tell us or suppress it. Or I can't imagine how much shit has been fucking suppressed. It's probably through the roof.
Hey, actually, I think you can live forever if you truly believe in your heart. So, and also if you don't allow yourself to get sterilized, with we were talking about the Mark Wahlberg film. I'm sorry, I know that may not be relevant, but anyway, I mean that film's scary, but yeah, and if you truly believe in your heart, and also there's one other thing I think you gotta Oh, specifically, there's like a biological thing. It's like you got to look up your lunar sign when you were born, and for several days around that sign,
Bro,
you want to completely
what the
conquer
fuck,
lust.
man?
You know?
Yo,
Yeah. What? You don't? You want? What'd you say?
you're too high for this. You're too high
Yeah,
for
I
this.
am. But let me say, around your lunar sign, almost around your lunar sign, you want to conquer lust, like be born again. Like just don't think about romance in that way for a few days around your lunar sign, the day you were born, and then
Just
you
relax.
do that and you live forever if you
All right.
don't. I think it works like that.
All right. All right.
Well,
Relax, bro.
yeah. How do you know I'm so baked?
You said it about 8 times, and I feel like you're more than baked.
No, I'm just baked.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
relax
you
for a
got me.
minute.
Okay, buddy.
I don't even know what we were talking about now.
Oh, you were talking about extending the lifespan of these
Of
mice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, rats, mice, whatever we got. How much, like, yeah, I bet you they know so much shit and it's been suppressed. I can't even imagine how much good shit for humanity has been suppressed because there's, like, no money in it, or it would, like, ruin something that they're making trillions of dollars on already.
Well, you say this because you're interested in living forever, right? That's why you mentioned this.
I mean, that sounds neat. I don't know if that's the goal. I'd like to get an extra few years when it hurt. Imagine if we had a Tesla or, a Steinmetz or one of these guys for an extra 20, 30, 40 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was talking about, though. They say the body is a mental projection. Yeah, living forever. Why settle for a few years?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Forever might be neat. I don't know. I never thought about it. But
Yeah.
just
I
living
think
for a
about it
few
all
more
the time.
years when it hurt. If we were in good health and shit, you don't want to be decrepit and just fucking on a breathalyzer for the last 30 years. But
I try to have no fear at all of the future. I try to imagine and believe, like I'm trying to trick my subconscious into believing. I've used trick the right way or manipulate. I don't know, my subconscious. I try to
all right.
into believing that I get younger or healthier or I think it really works too, by the way.
Well,
And,
I actually think there's something to mind over matter. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think your mind does have some power over the physics. I mean, there's the placebo effect for one. Mainstream science doesn't even
and I really
deny that.
I believe what I'm saying. I'm not trying to I don't get YouTube revenue or anything. What I'm saying, I truly believe this, that if you can manipulate your subconscious, you can live forever. There is a few small things I think I already said most of it. They want you to believe that we get old and fall apart and stuff, and they also poison us in various ways. So,
there's a lot of mainstream people that actually believe in this mind over matter thing. One of them was a Nobel Prize winner. Of course, they discredit him, saying, "Oh, it's called Nobel Prize disease or some shit, where you think you got too big for your britches, basically." It got to your head, "Oh, I'm a fucking genius," and then you just start going off, doing off the wall crazy shit. But there's some mainstream people that actually believe in the mind over matter thing. There's been some things done, like Lynn McTaggart and the attention experiments.
yeah,
Those were neat.
everything is mental. The entire reality is made of this fluid awareness we call the ether. And I'm saying that we're like little micro bubbles of awareness in this greater collective awareness bubble thing. There's really only one. You know where I'm going with that. When I could keep going. I was like, "There's
Bro, I
really
don't know
one
anywhere
line."
you're going.
Well,
No
what I
one. I
mean
need
is
red yard.
they call it elemental, and I was talking about. Well, now I forgot where I started though. Why I was talking about how everything is mental. Oh, you were saying, yeah, there's a lot of mainstream people are talking about mind over matter.
There's a
Yeah, why are you trolling, bro?
Physiology.
Why are
Is
you
he
trolling?
fucking with me, Issa? What's going on here? What the fuck, bro?
What's good? What's good? I see the
Hey,
J
buddy.
Trig at work. Jay
Oh,
Triggin
the
out
fuck
here.
is
I see
going on
Jay
here?
Triggin. Jay Triggin.
Just fall back, Smurf. Fall back for a minute. Just give us 1 minute. Let's clear our heads.
What's good? What's
And get
good?
organized.
What's good, everybody?
Holy shit. What's
Welcome
up,
to the
Issa?
show,
We still
boys
don't
and
know who
girls.
the primary.
Welcome to the show. Welcome
Yeah, we
to
still.
the show. You
Issa,
know?
we're still trying to figure out who the primary security interest holder is. If
Well,
you want to do a
you're not
presentation
gonna
on
do
that
that
subject.
because you're not gonna do that because it's called the priority security interest holder. So you're already off base. So just
Yeah, we don't even know what it's called, man. We got to
you don't
get
even
this
know how
shit
to
straight.
fucking use bread, dude. You don't even know how to walk right. You know, you don't know how to walk right. Dude.
I know.
You know? I was thinking like, dude, I don't even know how to make oatmeal right. Fucking A, dude. I can't win. Yeah, man. Was good. What's up, Mr. Matthew? You up here to learn about the dark side of your government trying to corrupt you?
Just to learn general stuff.
Just to
see what's
learn
going
about
on.
how the dark side of your government's trying to corrupt you. That's awesome. Trying to
They were
tie
tuning in
it
for
all
the
just try to tie it all together is like you do. Find the synthesis of it all. You know, that's what you're here to do.
they were tuning in for the zombie apocalypse service announcement.
Right.
Yeah, which I saw that a long time ago. The thing that CDC had with the zombie thing. No, I didn't know if it was a joke. I don't think the CDC's in the business of fucking just playing games. Is that what they're doing?
No, the reason that I came in here so pissed, bro, I found actual medical journals describing a certain illness that says that you lose capacity of a functioning prefrontal cortex with the propensity to bite. Are you freaking kidding me, bro? And that you start corroding and bleeding.
You done with that water bottle right there? My bad, what's it?
Oh, hey,
You're
what's it,
hot,
buddy? Can I ask you? I'm not
No,
familiar
he
with
was
the
in the middle
buttons.
of something. He was in the middle of something.
No. Sorry, what's up?
What's it? Go ahead and finish, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like an illness, and that illness just so happens to be directly related to certain things that are in certain people, and it's dormant, but it can be remote activated due to patented and classified nanoparticle technology. I'm not gonna lie, man, it's really kind of crazy, bro, because then I fell down the rabbit hole today, bro. I read so many medical journals about that, and I'll send them to people. I dropped a lot of them in the Telegram, Earth Awakening's Telegram. Can drop them in here. And then I went and looked at the government documents. I'm like, oh, let's get to the bottom of this. Oh, sure enough, it's already been signed. Emergency funding for that very illness. In the case of that very illness, the unlimited emergency funds have already been granted. They've already been granted for years. Are you kidding me? No one in here's ever even heard of it. I mean, you got to admit that's kind of crazy, right? So, same thing with the quarantine and the camps for this illness that no one's even heard of. And it's
Hey,
literally,
what's it?
it's like we're like zombies. Yep.
Did you hear about this thing with the realtor mark or like the housing in California or something? Like realtors.
Yeah, all the insurance companies ducked out.
Yeah. Like they're not giving home insurance, or it's no longer by law required to have home insurance.
By the way, I
Yeah,
looked up the
Is that-
monthly mortgage for the house that's closest to my house that's for sale at current interest rates, $10,100 per month.
Damn.
Well, what's crazy is State Farm pulled out of the state entirely.
Right.
So that's not suspect
crazy.
at all. I mean, I wonder what state's going down.
Hold on. What's it? But Matthew, you guys really know how to handle it all, huh? Hey, dude. Is this really where we're at, dude? Is this really?
Yeah, it's actually not my concern because I rent. So there you go.
What happens when your landlord doesn't? What happens when your landlord doesn't have renter insurance? It doesn't require you to have it, and then you can't find it anywhere, and then your house catches on fire because they hit it with the invisible ring.
No, that's a good point. Rental insurance is fairly cheap, but I just don't have that many assets, so I don't know if it's worth it.
This is you will own nothing and be happy, Matthew.
That's the plan.
Matthew, you should try out for one of their commercials.
I'm a little bit of a miser, honestly.
No, I mean I kind of resonate with them, bro. Like, I'm a minimalist away. Like I can detach from my possessions. I've reset many times on purpose. But anyway.
Wasn't there a street drug that had those same kind of symptoms? Was very similar to what you're speaking of, like biting people.
I don't think they were running around raging
Yes,
biting
actually.
people, but they are.
Yeah, they were like 4 or 5 years
Were
ago.
they?
Yeah,
And
they
even
literally were. Yeah, they were like literally like deformed, crawling on all fours, running after cops.
yeah, and there's another one I think, and it's more recent, and it has some similar symptoms.
The one more recent kind of immobilizes people. So it's called like Tranks. The street name for it's called is Tranks. It's a new drug that's going around everywhere. It's like really bad in Cleveland, and Detroit. And if you just drive through Cleveland right now, you see a bunch of people. They're like frozen and like glitching. So this one's a little different. They look zombie-esque. They look like Walking Dead. And then the other one a few years ago was like bath salts and some other stuff, and they looked like World War Z. They're a bit
That's the
different.
one I was thinking of. That's the one I was thinking of. This recent one where they're just like frozen and just like glitching out and shit. Shit's crazy. You see it on TikTok all the time.
Yeah,
I
there
didn't know
was
there was one where heads were biting people though.
there was another one before that.
Did you
Jeremy.
get the Telegram message?
I'm driving, but I'll
Okay.
check it. Dude, what's
It's
so
very
crazy though,
important.
bro? I saw videos today of this. I can't believe you're bringing it. But North and I do that a lot. But like I just saw videos, literally of this dude running with his back arced on all fours, like literally looked like World War Z, bro. And then he tackles this dude and starts biting his neck. Then I watched another one where this guy is just like a zombie, bro, and he's just like swinging a sword, man. And the sheriff just has to like unload a mag into the dude, and he just keeps walking through like 3/4 the mag. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if they were on drugs, I'm guessing, but it's pretty crazy.
Hey, I sent you a real cool Telegram message that'll solve your problem. There's a real dramatic thing that's a bunch of bullshit that I don't.
I got you, bro.
About.
All right, bro.
He's gonna
I'll check
solve
it
it.
out.
He'll solve it. Yeah, he'll solve it for you, and you don't gotta worry about it. You'll be all right. Yeah.
So does he work for does he work for high fives?
He retired from the Secret Service. You can't run. You can't hide from this man. It's impossible. And I shouldn't have brought that up here, but it doesn't matter because, that dude's like something out of a comic book. Like, I mean, in a good way. He's like James Bond, is what I mean. The dude is really like James Bond. The American version, that is. If America had one, yeah, I'd call that dude. Yeah,
I'll message you back, bro. Thank you, man.
you got it. And everybody knows this in our circles. I'm talking about on in that sort of industry. I met him through private security work, but investigative stuff. Yeah, he's like everybody knows him. Like he's like James Bond. He'll help you out.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, he does it for fun. It's
I wonder if
he's retired.
Is he gonna turn into a zombie? Because we don't need any James Bond zombies.
No, I never asked, but I'm sure he's way too skeptical for that. There's no way he fell for it.
Wait. He's way too like his brain still functions, so he doesn't have AIDS.
Oh yeah, there's no way he fell for that. Also he was a Marine too, and before so he's retired now, and so for me, private investigative work was super stressful. But for him, he laughs about it because he's got a badge. He's like retired, and he did way more stressful work, similar work, but way more stressful, challenging. So this sort of stuff he does it for fun, and he loves this sort of work. Like if you called him and said about your issue, he would be like, "Really? Wow, I got something to do." Yeah, great. He'll be all over it. Yeah, he's got people too. Yeah, he's got a lot of resources. He can get you like armored cars, everything.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may need him for the zombie apocalypse as well. I'm not gonna lie, like I just can't get over the zombie apocalypse, bro. Like I don't even do I really care if the people with AIDS think I'm crazy? Why would I care? Like Oh, you
Well,
have
Matthew
AIDS,
Learns will
bro.
tell you that the zombie apocalypse was already here and it's just de-thawing out from the Antarctica. And so those microbials are seeping out into the world, and those were actually panspermia from Mars.
Oh well, some of them
So
are
Matthew
frozen.
Learns, speak up, sir.
What?
Speak up,
What?
sir. You
What
have a
just?
lot of insight that you can give us.
What just happened? Do you have AIDS? Can we just make AIDS joke? Can everyone try to make the AIDS joke? The dude's
Chinese is not real. Chinese is not
Do
real.
teachers' aids count?
I
Oh,
don't accept
teacher aid.
Dr.
That's a good
Fauci.
one. That's a good one. What do we need for the NPCs? That's a bar. What do we need for the NPCs? We should make that a hook. What do we need for the NPCs when they need to be deprogrammed? Teacher aids. And what do you need for the NPCs that can't hear the truth no matter how many times they're in a Discord server for hours every single day for 7 years? Hearing aids. What do you call whenever NPCs just take whatever the news tells them to take? They drink the Kool-Aids.
Yeah.
All jokes
That's
aside,
incredible.
bro. That's why they're just unloading the mag on you people. Just hitting you with shots, just unloading the mag. Because they want to make sure you have AIDS, bro.
Well, actually, Matthew Learns was actually going to give us some insight on this. So go ahead, Matthew Learns. Thank you.
I was just saying it's still frozen on Mars, but I was kidding. But NPCs, I don't think are there really actual NPCs that aren't human?
No, I'm just saying, like, for intents and purposes, if you just like press a remote control, like remote viewing and control, so you can be controlled, and you watch a TV program, so you can be programmed, and then you channel the new command, and then you go consume what they say. You may have AIDS. Okay, we can call that person
No,
an
I would
NPC
call
for
that
intents and purposes.
artificial intelligence. It's not Dr. Fauci's little money scheme
Hold up.
for Big
They
Pharma from 1995. This is no, we're talking about something very real, and how people's artificial intelligence, because they are programmed by these methods and means with which you said that they do delve into a parroting.
Yeah, they consume propaganda knowledge and they think they're intelligent, but it's artificial.
It's very real. It's not something out there. It's a very real, and so you need to put it in these terms. Like for Matthew Learns, like what we're talking about is people having a faith-based belief, but not understanding anything of where their faith came from for having
And
that
now
belief.
in
And
2023,
that
we
is
can spot the
artificial
NPCs.
intelligence. AI.
Now we can spot the NPCs in 2023 because they have AIDS. Dude,
so they
all
also have
jokes aside, bro,
deluciferase.
I'm saying this out of love, man. As coded as possible, you may have AIDS. Okay, so what you need to do is pray, fast, and detox. Okay, you
Well,
need to
Chat
rebuild your immune system.
GPT gives us the example of what that mind virus would be, which is the Fauci AIDS. And what that would be where you won't actually have an intellectual capacity to understand the definitions of words and the processes and methods that you will be trying to explain. Like that, just like as you witnessed with Chat GPT. Ask them what contains gas pressure. And then
Oh, that's a good point, dude. That's a good point. There is a parallel between like GPT and then Lovers.
I mean, because Gluber's programmed it, right? So it's going to have Gluber. So it's just a projection outwardly of their own transgressions, their own insight, as well as their own missight. You're right,
dude. This is
It'll
so
do
funny,
the
bro.
exact opposite too.
Dude,
That's why
ChatGPT,
they're
because
not.
ChatGPT. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I was just saying, like, no, that's artificial organic intelligence, which wrote the artificial intelligence. So they're one and the same. Like somebody that you've known all your high school career, they've been AI their whole lives.
Man.
They just didn't
So
know it.
ChatGPT will pretend they're teaching you by just regurgitating Google, and then you'll dunk on it, and then it'll walk it all back, but still pretend it's teaching you. It's so funny. It's exactly what the powers do. But dude, I'm gonna be real here, man. I'm gonna stop just like cramming it down everyone's throat. All right, you need to look into the fact that a car manufacturer in the United States had to pay $14 billion because they put out vehicles with unknown Bluetooth MAC addresses. It is against the law. You cannot have Bluetooth MAC addresses that are unknown. They must be known.
Hold on.
It is illegal. This is because of national security purposes, because it could be spying devices. That's why the Bluetooth has to be known and registered. So when all of a sudden, in the last 2 years, there are thousands of unknown Bluetooth MAC addresses in public areas, we should maybe wonder what's going on.
I think that's some flat earth politics. We should probably know what is going on. Like all of this, and really we do know, and we are the foot soldiers that don't go do crazy shit. Just, hey, did you know that this Bluetooth technology is out there open? So this opens a big opening up for cyber warfare. With what do you think they're going to drop the fake nukes? They can't do that because that's fake. That's just a scare tactic. What will really scare you is if they shut your internet off, if they shut off your ability to pay for your bills, right? If they shut off any of these sort of abilities. So that's where the cyber attacks are going. And that's what they scare you with. And they're like, oh, this is some other organization doing it. No, it's just the same organization been scaring you your whole life. Nothing's changed. All the same. Repeated. On repeat. So if you knew something about something 30 years ago, what your insight is from 30 years ago, that has relevance today. It'll always have relevance. They want people to forget. They think people, and most people do, have a time sponge sort of indulgence in life where they forget. You must remember.
Joke's on whoever is denying the ether, by the way, because the ether is about to literally be used as a freaking weapon. Oh, let's fight the ether while the government is using ether physics to literally wage war on people. They're literally using longitudinal superluminal propagation weapons. But no, not the Einstein to find the photon in the 20s. Like, dude, people need to get. I'm kind of pissed, obviously, but people need to like actually kind of get their act together, bro. Because I don't think that even the truthers realize actually what's going on. There's like a net. I'm not big on fear porn, bro, so don't get it twisted. But there's like a net, okay, and it's closing. And even the truthers were like, "Oh man, we talked about this all day, every day, so I'm over it," and we forgot about it. And for like the last 6 months to a year, we've just been talking about sunsets with Xanax. All right, but now
Wow,
we need
you
to
guys
realize.
still talk to Zanuck? Just cut him off, dude. You need to cut him off for his own good. Cut off Zanuck.
Yeah.
Cut him
I
off
agree.
for his own good.
But
Or like
I
go
don't.
meet up. I want to meet up with Zanuck, and like, because I think we'd be the best of friends. But it's
I just
like,
want to clarify. I
hey,
want to
bro.
clarify. Like, I like the True Earth conversations. So just let me finish with that. I'm not like trying to say anything negative about the server. I think it's like a good place to kind of like unwind and learn new things on that. But I do think that people need to maybe recalibrate a bit going into this next quarter of the year and kind of keep their head on a swivel and really think about maybe what's going on. Because now that I've realized that even all the truthers have kind of forgotten, that's exactly the way they would engineer their plan. They would let everyone forget, oh, Trump, oh, the election, oh, the election, Trump, the election. No, not the election, something else. So there's my There's my piece of
Well,
advice.
hey, you know what would really be interesting is do you know Infinite Plane Society, Tim Osman or Paul, Paul or whatever
Yeah.
you want to call him. Do you know the Penguins? I think there was a lot of animosity in the past, but I think just based on just old 2016 sort of flat Earth
Gay
blood.
drama.
Yeah, but they're very against it too. Like Tim, and I think you guys would have a really cool conversation actually. So look into him. He's looking into stuff like that. I'm just here promoting good ideas, good content.
I'd like to say something to you. Not here in front of everybody. Whenever you have time.
I can't do it right now, bro. I'm just driving back and forth from my RV, like having to load all the stuff up.
I just want to explain to you how somebody will help you, and you don't have to be stressed out about that thing I heard you're dealing with.
No, I heard you, bro. I heard you.
Yeah, we got you covered, buddy. So I was gonna explain.
All right. Well, we will talk soon, bro. I can't do it right now. I'm like literally just like driving, and I'm about to have to
You're good.
load
I
my
just
shit.
want to let you know that we probably can help you. I believe it.
Cool.
I mean, I very strongly. That's all I gotta say. I strongly believe we can help you.
Cool, brother.
Well, I'm praying for you. I've been praying for you, brother. I've been praying for you for a long while now. So
thank you, man.
Don't get that twisted.
Thank you.
I'm just throwing a solution at you. I've done this before, actually. See, I was a private investigator, but on the side, I picked it up. I was doing security work, and the same agency regulates security. So, a couple of people on security teams are often PIs, and I got persuaded to take up PI work. So I did some of that on the side. Yeah,
I appreciate the intentions. I don't really want to talk about it anymore. If
yeah,
that's okay.
not the right scene. Not the right scene. Yeah, sorry.
There are probably people that frequent this room that have sent me death threats, bro. Like, I don't want to talk about my personal life in here too much, please.
Yeah, it just happened to be here. My bad. I just happened to be talking to here. Sorry.
It's all good. We'll talk we'll talk soon.
Sure. It just weighs on my heart.
That's so awesome though, because what you did and the work that you put in, like, affected people's lives for real. Like, so if the argument of if, ands, and buts is besides the point. The point is that you're here sitting at the table and we have a discussion. We would have a discussion like that where you would be put yourself for such criticism. And that's powerful. That's better than who else is doing that? Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't doing that. Einstein isn't. Sure. Right? No, what is to be recognized is the power and the influence that comes from when you recognize what's true and real. You want to, not understand things and talk about things for eons. It does a good service because it teaches people. This is what an argument is. This is what acceptance of valid evidence is, right? And so the big thing that is coming on to us right now is they're going to push the same thing that they did in 2019 and on 6/11 when that first person was saw in Seattle. They're going to try to put that onto us again. But what did me very good was knowing what is science. So if they were to say this is what science is, I know what science is. And see, so don't let that fact deviate from you, because that is what helps people, knowing what science is. Because it is like a big charade. Like if somebody just says science and they're lying to you, like you didn't know, like you'll be schemed, right? So it is very important that we understand what science is and we understand what it isn't, namely pseudoscience. And then anybody propagating pseudoscience would be pseudoscientists, and their religion would be scientism, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
like
that's
people
the
promoting
way
photons.
progression of the words. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
See,
I get it. Yeah, I
precisely. Like,
agree.
are
The
you
science is very,
injecting a
very important.
photon into, like, could I get high off a photon? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, is somebody presenting me science that is applicable in real world today? And I think just understanding what science is enough that safeguards us and protected us in the last 2 years, and will protect the skin when they try to pull the same jam over again. An emphasis on this is what science is, and observe a natural phenomenon, conduct
Yeah, the problem is though
a
they've
systematic
watered it.
experiment.
The problem is though they've watered the shit down so much in the mainstream that
Well, see,
they're
if
not
you
even.
knew what the constituent parts of a hypothesis test are, if somebody were to say that they had science, you'd say, what is the independent variable, please? That's what
No,
I
but there's
did.
some people that don't even
Nobody
believe
would
in their own
present. No,
philosophy.
but yeah, we're kind of sort of talking past each other. And that point that science, then at that point, when it's just when you're talking to somebody who has relinquished like logic, and they have a fundamentalist antithesis religious view, that then they would say absurd things are snake oil, like pseudoscience, not actual science, right? So it was very important for me, and I know for uh for Witsit too. Like that was very important in understanding what science was. It's like, nope, where's your independent variable? You don't got one. You don't even have a control variable. It was important in knowing that stuff. Very important. And they're gonna do it again. So I don't know. What do you guys want them to just like turn us all into watermelons and have our own babies or whatever? I mean, what's your goal?
Just like
Like
Jeremy, what were you trying to say?
science. I'm just
It's been
kind of being hyperbolic. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the stuff they're doing now with astronomy and and cosmology and shit. They're not even touching anything. You're just looking at stuff. So like you can learn things about looking from things, but it's only gonna get you so far. And as far as knowing what science is, they've watered it down in the mainstream so much that they're teaching kids weird shit now about. They're not teaching them that science is the hypothesis with an experiment and all that. They're just saying, "Oh, ask a question."
Precisely.
And
Yeah, no,
they
it's see something, then ask a question. Like, am I gay? They're like, oh, look, a star. Am I gay? Like, that's literally what science is in dumbed down Biden economics, which was just continuation of Obamacare.
Well, so
When
the
Obamacare's
problem.
shit
Look,
was
the
the
reason.
dumbed
Okay.
down with no child left
Oh,
behind.
hold on.
okay. So science is important, right? Because what they did was they run around with observational theoretics, and they call it science. So yes, it's important to understand the second, maybe seventh grade understanding of what science is. Like, oh wait, you don't even have an independent variable. You're claiming to know the cause of things that you don't even know what the things are in the first place. You're not actually performing science. It's observational theoretics, and I can come up with better ones. That's important to be able to point out that that's not science. That's true. But whenever it's used as some crutch because people actually aren't that good at debating, they don't have high processing speed, they can't keep track of fallacies. So what they do is just shut down anything the opponent says by just as rigidly and dogmatically applying this method as they can. To me, that's gay. That's like low IQ, and that's stupid to me. So that's the part that I don't like, and the reason a lot of flat earthers gravitated towards it was because they felt like they were undefeatable in debate by using this script, right? But in reality, to very intelligent people, it sounds retarded, and they're like, okay, well, flat earthers are just like a cult repeating themselves. So you should be like, that's not science, that's observational theoretics. Where's your naturally occurring phenomena? Where's the independent variable?
The script, right? Is because that then they go into the script. The script will then become, here I'm going to refute what science is, like, because I just axiomatically know something, because the authors of my peer review study told me I did.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm just saying it went way too far. It went way too far to the point
No,
now where
that
we're
went
told
too
that there's
far
like
at
two
that
things.
when I
There's like
described
two
that.
real fast, bro. Let me just give you my take real fast. It's where they say there's two things you can talk about, and you like, oh, is there not more than two things that we can prove with science? This whole like, and then also there's a difference in this is the most important part. Okay, there's a difference in the theory, the empirical method itself, the idea, if A then B, right? The idea of science, natural science, and the scientific method, naturally occurring observable phenomena, right? You propose a cause, then you manipulate the independent variable that you're presumed cause after you put a cause and effect relationship test together, and then you manipulate that variable when controlling all other variables that you can identify, and you try to establish a cause and effect relationship test. And if you do manipulate the independent variable and it changes the effect, then you've established a cause and effect relationship test. Therefore, you've proven it or proven the null. That's really cool. That's really good on paper. Okay, that assumes that assumes the infallibility of man, and it assumes that people know every variable
Oh
that
yeah,
exists.
no, that's what I was just saying. Like, no, that seems like then your other variable would be the inconclusive confounding variable. Would be the variable that would present itself after trying to experiment. Like, hey, I think this, and you're trying to experiment, and you're getting a null and a hypothesis 50-50, and like there must be something else there. That's when what you're saying would be then the appeal to a hypothetically in a situation.
But this is where I
Didn't
got.
go to
This is where
cold.
I got ugly to
Hot
concede.
actually entered through a plate before it got to the cold, and the plate you just could never see because it was 90 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a million degrees. There's a million
And it
examples. My point is, this is where
propagated
I got.
that light
This is where
traveling there to create the heat.
Bro, this is where I
Okay.
got Oakley to concede, right? Okay, because I'm like, well, how can you claim that after your test you either proved the hypothesis or proved the null? What if you didn't actually manipulate the independent variable the right way or enough? Oh, well, that's the incompetence of the scientist. Okay, thanks for your concession. So, due to the fallibility of man, you can never claim to definitively prove a null hypothesis because you may not have actually manipulated the IV properly. Therefore, everything Jaren's been saying is right.
Well, it wouldn't have happened like if he would have concluded it if his like vacuum chamber was at a super high density, right? Like incapable of any engineering that's capable here on mankind. He would have never achieved the heat possible. And so what you're saying is that no, heat doesn't do it. No, but heat did it in every single possible scenario.
Oh, heat's just a word that we call.
You could say like, oh, it was the phlogiston eulogical process of ether that caused it to cause fire. You could do that as well, but then we would test it and we wouldn't find that difference. The difference is always with pressure and with heat, and so heat will always cause the water to vaporize.
Yeah, but what is heat, dude?
Particularly,
What is
will
heat?
always
What
do
is
that.
What is heat?
That's energy. Your energy. Everything. A
What
lot
is
of things
energy?
are energy. That's a whole
What is
different
energy?
conversation.
No, it's not,
Like
because when
with
you
my
invoke the word
hand.
heat, when you invoke the word heat as your cause, you are claiming to know what heat is. So if we're now invoking energy, what's
Well, that's
energy?
what I'm
Because
saying. Okay, so
no one's ever defined
hypothetically,
energy.
if you're going into 0G, right?
No, I know. This is why
No atmosphere.
Ugly had to
Okay,
censor
you
me,
go
bro. Because
up
if he debated
and
me,
you
dude, I would
have
embarrass him.
a gas bubble in your hand, and then you freeze. That gas bubble will become probably the closest thing to a vacuum, unless somehow in another dimension, and there is the other dimensional. I'm just talking from the standpoint of being a steel man for what the hell does it all mean?
What is heat, bro? What is heat? So it's all good. This is the main problem. This is what creates the problem, right? We have flat earthers going against the ether, dude. And none of them have ever read Oliver Heaviside. None of them have ever read Charles Produce Steinmetz. None of them have ever read James Clerk Maxwell, Nikola Tesla, Jeff and Minko, Walter Russell. They've never read any of it. And there are people who have invested dozens and dozens of hours who have read this
Really,
top level electrical field theory physics, and
a
they're
lot,
telling them to
that.
stop talking about stuff that they don't even comprehend. It's 2023. They don't even know what Michelson-Morley is. And this is
Yeah,
one thing I'm gonna say.
you
This is how
should
easy it is.
understand what
This is
all
how
this
easy
stuff
it is to
is. I
prove.
don't think they're.
Wait up,
Let's not
wait.
go to
I'm almost done.
Michelson Morley right now.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. This is how easy it is to prove the ether logically. Because you can prove things outside of science. You can prove things logically. You can prove things mathematically. Let's prove the ether logically. Okay, so when we have a vacuum chamber, there's still a few quote unquote hydrogen atoms per cubic meter, which is just a model. And there's no such thing as gas particles. That's just a model. And there's no such thing as the ideal gas law, because there's just an idealized situation for math. But anyway, and that'll never go rebutted from the
Yeah,
FED crew.
and the
But which,
photon is an idealized system of
yeah, and it's
models,
stupid. And it
or
comes from Einstein. But real fast, this is how easy it is to prove the ether.
right?
Check this out. So in this vacuum chamber, we observe a waving motion of electromagnetic energy. We can prove that there
There's
is
no waving
electromagnetic
motion.
energy. Oh, there is, because it's been proven by
You
putting two,
will
like,
observe the wave
look.
at a
No.
pinnacle.
Hey,
No.
hold up.
You can put two parallel sensors. So you can have two parallel sensors. And when the electromagnetic energy goes through it, the top sensor reads it, then the bottom sensor, then the top sensor, then the bottom sensor. You can literally control the frequency for a certain wavelength, and you can get both parallel sensors to detect the energy at different times because it's waving. Okay? So if
that's
there's a
pulling
waving
of a
motion,
wavelength from an electron. What is on either side?
I don't need to reify any pseudoscience for this. My point is that there's a
I don't want
waving
to.
of there's a waving of
There's a
electromagnetic
waving
energy. Yes, it's a motion. There's a type of motion.
and it's an
Bro.
electric magnet,
break.
no particle, right?
You gotta let him
No
finish,
particle,
man.
right?
Just so we
I'm trying to let
this.
him finish, and I want him to explain. I'm just asking
You
for
go
him
on.
the
You on for a
question.
long time. Sometimes,
Hey,
I haven't been
no,
here very
I
long.
will,
I've been here
but
very long, but
calm down.
we just
I'm
gotta let each
simply
other.
asking what's it, and he was actually explaining it. Very good, thank you. But thank
I
you
don't believe in
too
any
for
particles.
also.
I don't believe in any particles. But the point is that we know that there's waving. You can prove it many ways. Okay, if you want to debate that, put that on pause for a second. Because here's the point. Now, what is the antecedent? What is the necessary antecedent to waving?
Be a force.
FEDT.
A
What
force.
is it?
Force.
Okay. The
He gave
answer is
two
a
different
medium.
answers. He said a force. I said a medium. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you would have to
medium
have
is
the force to push the wave, right? Like in a wave pool, you have to have a big shovel and then slosh the
okay.
pool, give them a little
Okay.
weight, or you'd have to, yeah.
Sure, whatever.
What
You can say
what
that
was
the
what was what
antecedent.
was
You can
what were
say the
you gonna say?
antecedent for motion is force. That's fine, but we're the
I'm not
antecedent
saying
for
I'm right.
waving.
What were you saying? What were you thinking?
Kosho got it right. The answer is a medium. The antecedent for waving is a medium. That's based
I
on
think they're both.
all empirical evidence ever,
Yeah, I think it would be both right.
ever.
I think both answers are. It's
Sure.
kind of like fire. Like fire
Yeah,
requires
medium
heat
makes sense.
and
Medium makes sense too,
oxygen
though.
and energy. Is the same kind of thing. I think just like you said, a wave.
Well,
It sort of implies both a medium and also implies a force.
you would have had to have
Yeah.
had the force to cause the medium to ripple, right?
Sure. But as
That's
applied,
yeah.
the answer that is denied is medium. Okay. So that's where FED spirals into claiming that the waving is just a mathematical function. No, it's not. No, it's we mathematically describe actual motion that's in physical reality.
Well, I guess with a water wave, and I guess like with a wave, like if I have a xeon ray gun, right, and it's shooting high density wavelength, it would mathematically be that way. But it's like now we're just like splitting hairs because like it would be a particle and a wave at the same time, which is like still just like the weirdest part for me. How it's still
No, there's no particles, man. But this is where modern quantum field theory will say you can
so the
have the
wave
wave.
will just
Wait up, bro.
because
They'll say you
it's
can
the
have the wave without
medium.
a medium, bro. The
Oh.
quantum field theory says you can have the wave without a medium. The modern quantum field theory basically says that there are particles, but they're not little physical particles like little balls like people used to think. They're just excitations, localized excitations within a field, and there are all kinds of different fields everywhere. Electron fields, photon fields, blah, blah, blah. And that what we call these photons and electrons, these little particles, they're localized excitations within the field, and that waving motion doesn't require a medium. That is just a made up story, bro. There's no such waves aren't things. They're types of motion, and they're a medium that's moving. That's what all evidence ever says. So that's the logical proof that there is in fact a background medium. It's logical proof.
Can you speak more to that real quickly? I just because I'm really curious about your interpretation about because I when you asked what antecedent was, I said I agreed to medium and force, but I also understand that in this instance, what was assumed that be like the medium was assumed because of this thing occurring, and then what was found instead, or what's understood now, is a field. But do you? My question is, was it? Do you think that the field doesn't fulfill that requirement of the antecedent to the wave? Like you're saying that the field cannot be what the wave is, where the wave is being described as. Does that make sense?
No, because they don't even invoke like some external corporeal entity or anything. A field is just defined as like is just math. It's just like math. It's like the description of the area, the volume, and the motion. It's not like any like if the antecedent to waving is that something is moving, specifically a medium. If the field is the answer to being the medium, what is the field? What is it? Oh, it's just a field. What is a field? Oh, it's this mathematical description. No, but what is the field though? Like, what is it? If something has to be moving, what is the field? And they say, oh no, it's just a field, and it doesn't need a medium. And I'm like, okay, well, now we're just in like mathematical fairy tale land. Like, this is not. We do not experience reality this way. So I just strongly disagree with that, obviously. But I will say having a conversation with you or Jace is 100 times more progressive intellectually than like FED, who won't even make the claim that there's a field without a medium. They just won't even. They just act like that. I didn't make a claim. But no. But to answer your question, I don't buy that because it doesn't make sense as a mathematical description. I don't agree with that fulfilling the antecedent, right? Like, what is if the field is the medium effectively, then what is the field?
I'll be honest with you 100% though that Jace. So even though I play around with you guys about this and you about this, I'm not as adequate as Jace would be at these sort of discussions. So I would do an injustice. Although I do agree that Well, you said FED, but I'm thinking of Fight the Flat Earth. His answer, what was it? Were you guys talking about something? And his answer was, he doesn't know the answer, but he knows you don't know the answer, or something like that. Or he
Yeah,
doesn't understand it, but he
relativity.
knows you don't understand it. Yeah, right. So,
Do you
but
think
yeah,
that's
so
air you're breathing, Neo?
but still, yeah, I understand the distinction between fields and mediums, and I also understand, even in that Alan had asked a question about the fields, reducing fields. I understand, or interacting with fields, and I understand that as well. What I won't be prepared to answer is in the field, what's actually waving. Because I do, I mean, it's it's the values ultimately, the values as they're fluctuating through the field. But then you'd ask, what is that then? What are those? What you know, what do those values exist as? In reality, like it must be substance or something, right? And that kind of makes it a medium a little bit. And I guess in that way, you can kind of they'd be almost interchangeable. Like if you think of the field as different values at different locations, and thinking of those values as being substantive in some sort of way, uh, in that way they're sort of intermixed, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, it's not. A medium's actually substance, whereas a field is just the values for which like there's taking a place of. Taking the place of, in most places, it's not substance. It could just be energy, like an energy magnitude or whatever. So, uh, yeah, I mean that doesn't really, because like I said, it's not. I understand your problem with it. It's not substantive. It's not like an actual thing. It's said to just be like in our description. It's said to just be values, basically. But those values, those energies, kind of amount to substance, sort of, right?
Sorry, I got a call.
That's probably for the best because I was sort of hopping around with my own words, to be honest. But
When I asked Jace what a field was, bro, he just gave me the textbook definitions, which just describes it mathematically. So, and I'll be
yes,
honest, bro. Everyone knows that defining field and energy are like the two most difficult tasks in all of physics.
well, I mean, both actually, those are both good examples of things. If anybody asked me, I would give the textbook answer, and I've since adapted my answer closer to what Jay says about fields. But I usually just describe them as descriptions of, you take some amount of space or some volume, and the field is a description of each of those points in space, and it attributes a value or vector or scalar. But if you look at the definition, it says exactly that it's just a value or a vector or scalar,
Yeah,
for every given point in space. But
which
to
is
me, that
math.
makes sense though too. Well, yeah, it is math, but it's like a mathematical description for what's
Well,
said to be actually there,
Well, it has
which
to be so, which has to be the particles, right? So like the problem is, they say that the particles are localized excitations within the field. Then you ask what the field is, and it says, oh, it's just a description of what is actually there, which is supposedly these localized excitations of the description. So like obviously, a mathematical description does not satisfy the physical antecedent of waving. You have to have a
yeah, I
medium.
mean, I always think of the simplest example for me to think of is like a light wave or something like that, and like the photon field or something like that. And that does, I mean, it does propagate through space in a wave fashion. And if you treat, like, it's not propagating, it's not waving through a medium though, right? So it's propagating through a vacuum in a wave fashion. And it'll even be, because like it's like the perpendicular the electric field and magnetic field are perpendicular to each other, and those are actually going to be oriented differently depending on the polarization of the light. And so it's like, all that exists, all that propagation is happening like without a medium. And so it's kind of strange for me to think of the other quantum fields as waves, but for the photon, the photon existing like that does make sense. And like I said, that doesn't require a medium. At
Just because
least,
you say
I
so.
guess. Yeah, you would say that there's the ether, I guess, right?
Well, I'm just saying that logically speaking, there's an antecedent relationship that is not satisfied by invoking a field and then defining a field as a description of what's there. So if I say, what's the antecedent to waving? It's obviously some type of medium sustaining the movement, right? So the antecedent is it's based on like the sustainment. Is that a word? I don't even know if that's a word. But sustaining the movement, right? That's what it is. So like I'm like, okay, what's sustaining the movement? And you're like, oh, a field. I'm like, oh, what is that? It's a description. So it's really just a description of what's already there. What's there? Then you loop back to the first thing we're supposed to be answering the antecedent for, the particle itself. So it's like, oh, so the particle is sustaining itself. So the particle sustains itself and then waves in nothing.
Well,
So
see,
that's wild to me.
I have a understanding of it that's both. It'd be too loose for me to describe somebody else, but it also makes sense to me. And the way I understand the quantum fields to work is that they are distinct and that they interact with one another in this field like nature. So they do interact with one another. And again, they don't require particles or anything. They don't require substance. They just require the fields themselves. And so, the way that the photon field is going to propagate is going to interact with the electron field. And, like I said, neither of the particle doesn't need just the nature of the fields themselves and what they do when they interact. Like the rules of what they do when they interact need to be in place. And that's all that's required. And, as that seems to fit what's happening. At least, like I said, I don't want to get too complex about the other fields. I can really only talk about the basic fields that I know, which is like electron
We should
fields
just
and
start with
proton
light.
fields.
We should just start with light, right? Because all of the rest of it's built upon the understanding of light. So,
Can I ask you a quick question based on something you said? That way we don't have to get into weeds real quick. It's just a second ago you talked about vacuum chambers and you said something about hydrogen or like the lack of molecules in there, and then you said you don't agree with that, and that's not so. What is your understanding of what's happening there? If the so it's like you obviously understand my understanding is that the vacuum is becoming there's less molecules of hydrogen, for example, and then you come to a point where there's few hydrogen atoms that you're going to interact with in this near vacuum. But you said that that's not what's happening, and there's not like hydrogen atoms in there. So, in your description, what's happening in that vacuum in that near vacuum chamber?
yeah. So hydrogen atoms are just like a localized vortex. It's just like a torus field. Because atoms are torus field. So they're like a modality of the background, the ether itself. When it sends a little bit of motion, it has a vortex and it has a torus field. And so there's a couple ways to look at it. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely positive. One way is the idea that basically air is a secondary medium. So ether is the primary substrate, the primary substance, the primary medium. Air is a secondary modality of that. It's like a layer. And there could be air in the entire thing. It's just super, super tenuous at that point. It's very, very thin. You got as much of that medium out as you possibly could. So there could be an entire layer like a lens in there. Which actually fits the evidence because you don't see light like hitting random atoms. That's not how it works. But the phenomena of the atom is a real thing, and it has the geometry of a torus field. So I think that's actually like the core transition from ether to air, right? It's whichever one of these atoms that we call them, whatever, hydrogen, helium, whatever.
Actually, the same thing that I asked other people that talk about is like a Lemon and also Geo. I've said this for years to them, and I've said this to you even I think. But the question is like, what? So even though you're using your words and your description of what's happening, like, do you see the parallels between what you're describing and maybe what quantum field theory is describing?
Yeah, because both are describing the same phenomenon. Like the phenomenon is real, just like the atomic model is incredibly useful. I mean, that's how we do chemistry, right? But it's just a model. Okay, I
I
disagree
agree with
with.
that. I agree with that actually.
Yeah, I just disagree with the interpretation of the model. Like the phenomena is super real. What we call hydrogen atoms, that phenomena is real. What we call photons, that phenomena is real. What we call electrons, that phenomena is real. All of it's real. I disagree with the interpretation. Like the photon, there is no such thing as a photon. The phenomena is real, and the phenomena is where the oscillating electric field crosses the oscillating magnetic field. The electron is like a corpuscle. It's like a gap in the electric field, the dielectric field specifically, which is like the primary half of the magnetic conjugate geometry. Which I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but my
Man,
point is that the phenomena is real, right? I don't dispute any of the phenomena, and I don't dispute the efficacy of the math, which is why I will say, and I'm not trying to dog him or anything, but I get frustrated talking to Jason because he has this umbrella straw man in all of our conversation, as if I'm denying the efficacy and the ability to replicate and even predict of quantum. I'm not, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm 100% not. It's incredibly precise. It's the most precise field we have in all of
yeah.
existence. But I dispute the interpretation, and I think my interpretation, although incomplete, makes way more sense. And I don't have to invoke fairy tale virtual photons. I don't have to do this crazy mental gymnastics to keep my model alive. Yeah, long story short, I don't dispute the phenomena, just the interpretations.
Let me give you something, and don't take this for more than it is, okay? Please don't. But much respect. More power to you for what how you understand it. Because I agree with you that we're limited and restricted by the personalities and the minds that came up with these models. No matter how correct the predictions are, we're still limited by the way they were modeled and the way they are modeled. And obviously, there's something flawed about that, and there's going to be new models in the future that are more correct. I agree with that, and I say more power to you because actually, more so than most people, you're actually, even if you're wrong, yeah, I mean, the fact that you agree with the validity of the quantum field theory, but you see, and you have your own model or whatever that's probably flawed too, or maybe it's not. Who knows? But the fact that you're going with that, I think that's important stuff. So I just gotta give you props there. And maybe Jace, he's as you say, lost in the sauce. But although I don't think he's lost or anything, but the more involved in like the academia and stuff, you're gonna agree with that model more. But I know because I've heard him agree with you about this, and he said this multiple times that it's all fluid. Like there's things that they have to be agreed with, but the models themselves, they are fluid and they are bound to change. And they will be changed. So yeah. Like I said, I don't know. It's probably not going to come from you. Maybe it will. Maybe some of your ideas are leading in the right direction. Maybe they're not. But I think that, like I said, that's it's important shit to be doing because it is obviously wrong. And as long as you're agreeing with the implications of the evidence and stuff like that, then you're on, probably doing the right thing. Doing more than I'm doing about it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. So, like, that's why I said my understanding is definitely incomplete. Like, I'm not even claiming to fully understand it at all. And I also agree with the idea that quantum is incredibly confounding, and anyone that claims to understand it is either lying or stupid, right? Like, I agree with that, but I think that the modern interpretation is actually stupid, like, by definite. It's incredibly archaic, and people will think, no, it's not. It's constantly changing. We have all these up-to-date theories. No, it's very confined to like an archaic interpretation. So that's why when you asked me, and I was speculating, right? Like I was putting it together live time top of my head when you asked me about the hydrogen atom, and I'm like, well, is there just a more tenuous layer that's basically a secondary medium that's there, and basically what we call the hydrogen atom is that isolated, localized transitional motion. So like from the primary substrate, the primary modality, which is the ether, it transitions into the secondary medium, right? And that transition, that motion, because like that's what Tesla said, is that it's all motion. It's a mechanical motion. It's a fluid medium with mechanical motion. So it's like transitioning, and then we see this torus field. And so it's actually just motion and geometry within the field. And then based on what the motion is, you have different modalities of the ether. And that spans for everything, whether that's gas, fluid, solid. So like material, all that, light, all of it. And so I'm speculating when I say, oh, I think the hydrogen atom is a vortex motion within the geometry of a torus field, and that's actually the localized transitional moment or process from the primary substrate of the ether into what we call the hydrogen atom, or what we call hydrogen. Sure, that's speculation. But the point that I always can't believe gets so battled against is, although my understanding is incomplete, although this is not even, I'm just standing on the shoulders of electrical field theory giants anyway, like, it's way more viable, like, because it doesn't need virtual photons, it doesn't have these intrinsic paradoxes, it doesn't say that light, which is the foundation of like quantum, it doesn't say that it's two different things at the same time, or that it can change states into different things, or that it can be simultaneously in multiple places, right? Like, mine doesn't have the same problems. And so what, I forgot what it's called, but if you're going to replace a theory, the idea is that you're supposed to be able to sufficiently explain everything that that theory can and more. Dude, the ether does that on an insane level. It explains the quantum Venn diagram paradox, no problem. It explains all the double slit variations. It explains the quantum eraser. It explains parametric down conversion. It explains the photoelectric effect. It explains everything and some. It explains magnetism, which modern quantum can't do without invoking virtual photons, which are undefined and mathematical.
Ask me a question.
Okay. Yeah, because I was ranting.
No, I didn't want to stop you, but I do got a question, because there are paradigm like big paradigm abrupt changes with quantum mechanics. One of them being entanglement, superposition, these types of things. Actually, those are sort of interchange. Those are sort of related to each other, but like superposition, as you said, and you sort of alluded to that. It's you. Okay, so when we talked about models being incorrect interpretations, is it your understanding or your kind of idea that superposition is a consequence, or our perception of superposition is a consequence of us understanding the model incorrectly?
Yes, because the idea is correct, meaning that it is omnipresent. And I'm using that, obviously the localized observations aren't actually everywhere, but I'm saying that it's multiple places at the same time. It is, because what we're observing is everywhere. Like, light's already everywhere, the ether's already everywhere. So like, that part of the interpretation is correct when they were like, oh, it's here and it's here at the same time, and whatever I do to this one, it does it over there. Well, yeah, because it's the same thing and it's in both places already, right? As I'm saying, the ether makes perfect sense with something like instantaneous action at distance, or superposition, or quantum entanglement, but it doesn't make any logical sense as particles. How can one particle be over there at the same time? And that's why they're related, but they're different, right? Like, quantum entanglement and superposition are different. So whenever we have the quantum Venn diagram paradox, they're like, oh, well, we can't even make the probability math work. So what we do is we invoke superposition equations to try to get the probability to work. Oh, so the photon is in front of the lens, in between the lens, and on the other side of the lens, all at the same time? The same photon? The same photons are in these three different places at the same time. And then people say, oh man, well, quantum is just so confounding and blah, blah, blah. And that's why I always say in closing that I think that, I don't know what the best word is to describe the mentality, but
I see what you're getting at, though, man.
Yeah, like paradoxes are mistaken for profundity, but in fact, no, it's just proof that it's wrong.
Yeah, I actually agree. I agree with that. Okay, I really do agree with that. I don't know what to think about that, and because I do take no offense. I do partially agree with what you're saying and your the logic behind what you're saying, and I also, I'm not saying I understand it more, but I do understand that you don't understand it fully. And there's some of what you're saying that could be based on the fact that you don't understand it fully. But at the same time, I agree with what you're saying because, you know, those sort of things have to. I mean, that was the whole thing behind Einstein and Niels Bohr, was that sort of thing. Like, is it that quantum mechanics is this crazy thing, or is it just that we don't? There's some hidden variables that we don't fucking know, and that's what's happening. And yeah, so when it comes to entanglement and superposition, I think that those, like, entanglement is just a consequence of superposition because of the fact that there is superposition, but at the same time, you know, things are going to be, you know, if things are connected in like this paired sort of way, then even though they're in superposition, they're also still sharing that relationship, and so it's like it's sort of it's like it's almost like a extended consequence of superposition. And I can almost like I said, I have to side with, because when I'm not the guy, the experimenter, and I'm not like the knowledgeable guy in it. Like, there's 3 guys that won the Nobel Prize, you know, last year for this, you know, and then, you know, John Bell and stuff like that. I have to side with them, but I do understand your mentality that, like, you know, these things that seem bizarre that we can't explain and we can't yet really, you know, like, describe in a realistic way. All we can do is kind of say, this is something unexplainable. That's really all you can say about it. Like, this is something different than normal physics, because, you know, they have, like, what do they call it? The local, was it like local realism or whatever it's called? Like, all they can prove is that it's either not local or it's not real. And one of those is, like, you know, impossible. So it's like, you know, my point is, I agree with your mentality, but I don't know if I agree with your conclusion.
All right. I got
Because,
it. Okay, so this is the thing, right? There is a difference in superposition and quantum entanglement. So, for one, there are competing theories, but 2, it's there are different versions of both. So, like, the difference being that with quantum entanglement, it's the idea that there are multiple particles exchanging quantum information at the same time. So one particle is exchanging quantum information with another particle in another location at the same time. Superposition, which there are many different variances of what is called superposition, includes the idea that there is a singular particle that's in multiple locations simultaneously, which can include the exchange of quantum information. Okay, so they're different, and the idea, they are related, right? You can't have quantum entanglement without some version of superposition. But the idea that there is a singular particle in multiple locations simultaneously is retarded. Okay, that doesn't make any sense.
been seen. That's also it's only been inferred, and that's what I get about what you're saying, is that you can infer these things. But that's also my point, is that entanglement is an inference of superposition, because of the fact that the only reason why they're the only reason why they're claiming there's some special thing about the entanglement is by the fact that the value, whether it's a spin or the position, whatever it is not, you know, set in place until it's measured. But then it also that paired thing shares, and so that's what I'm saying about so entanglement. That's what I'm saying about entanglement is really a consequence of superposition. But I mean that only by the understanding of what entanglement is, not by.
But the reason that this is confusing is not because you're stupid; it's because it's stupid. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, it is stupid, bro. Like, like I said, in modern times of propaganda, paradox is mistaken for profundity. When people are like, "Oh man, that doesn't make sense to me. It must be so profound, I don't understand it." No, it's just wrong. It's stupid. So, like, let me give you an example of why the ether works so much better with this situation. Because it's not just inferred; it's necessarily inferred, right? So, based on, like, the foundational probability equations of quantum, it is necessarily infinite. So here's an idea. So everything, there's a medium, and everything is motion, excitation, perturbations of this medium, everything, right? So, okay, now let's step back and let's envision a lake. I throw a rock in the lake, it ripples. Like, okay, that's the ripples, physical phenomena, light, magnetism, electricity, whatever. Okay, now we see it look like the wave is traveling, but there is no wave, there is no traveling. The water's already there. The motion is what is taking time, right? But the water's already there. What happens if an earthquake hits and the entire ground shakes where the lake is? The whole thing moves at the same time with the same motion. That's why the phenomena of superposition, which is not only mathematically inferred, there is some experimental evidence that supports it. It makes perfect sense with an ether. It's like having an earthquake where you're looking at the lake. The whole lake moves. You cannot do
That's a
this with
horrible example.
localized particle stuff.
That's a horrible example, man. You just have to. You
Why?
have to.
Why?
Because that's not how it would work, man. Because even the earthquake would behave locally. Like it would not like grab the whole. You know what I mean? Like even the way it grabs. Let's say there's a lake, and let's say the earth shakes. Even the earth shaking is not going to. It's not going to shake the entire thing at once. It's going to behave just like a wave on the lake. At least that's how I would understand it, right? But
Okay. The earthquake isn't perfect because the earthquake has an epicenter. Okay, but that's not the point. The point is that if you can shake the whole lake, then both sides of the lake move at the same time, and you can look at the left and the right, and they're both going to move the same. Like if we're going to get hyper specific about how earthquake technically is coming from a certain direction, and then it hits the lake first on this direction, whatever.
I think that hyper specificity, as you guys say, I think that. I mean, that changes the whole thing back into kind of what you're criticizing. Like it kind of pulls the criticism away because it's like it does do that as a wave. Right?
Well, this is the problem. Okay, here, let me solve this for you. So Tesla was positive. This is why Tesla always said, like, "Oh, the future will just prove me right, and everyone can just call me stupid now. The future's mine." Or okay, and he explained that you can have superluminal longitudinal quote unquote propagation. So now people claim things are instantaneous if they're faster than C. It must already be there because we know information couldn't travel that fast. No, it's just superluminal. C is wrong. C is just an average. It's a standard. It's from the magnetic permeability and permittivity, electric permittivity in a vacuum from Maxwell's equations. That's how it's just based on the electric and magnetic field. It's an average, but it's invariant, provably invariant. And we won't get into all that, how it actually has a preferred direction and blah, blah, blah. So whenever they say,
when you say invariant, do you mean variant? Because I think.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. So it's variant. But so think about. I'm sure you've looked into some of the claims that it's been like experimentally supported. This idea of superposition. Most of them are super suspect, but there are a few that they clearly do manipulate one area and then simultaneously, what they call simultaneously, something happens over there. But if something is superluminal, how would you know? Like, you would call it instantaneous. With our current framework of material physics, you would say that it's instant, right? Because it can't travel faster than C. How can you even measure something faster than C? Certainly when you assume that that's the max. So people call it instant. Technically, it's just like
that's kind of
medium's
questionable.
already there. Good.
That's kind of a good question because I'm thinking like you could. There's lots of ways that people talk about this, but even the ways that you would test it are sort of impossible because you can't. You can't coordinate them at the same time technically because of the speed of light. Seemingly so. But that would be my thing. Is like if you could communicate information at a speed that can be recorded, faster than that, then I would say that would be one way to test it. Is communicating information in a meaningful way faster than light would be one way of. But how would you know it was faster than light? There's a lot of questions to that, but yeah. That's the biggest thing is that information can't be transferred in that way. And if there were superluminal things, that would be something. And I mean, there's probably plenty of ways to test that, but there's plenty of ways to also show that that's not what's happening, and that's
Well,
things
I
not
mean,
happening at the same time.
supposedly the government using quote unquote neutrinos has already shown that you can have superluminal exchange of information. Who knows how true that is? Some random whistleblower dude. I don't even trust that dude as far as I can tell him. It wouldn't surprise me because I know that the government's been using ether physics for decades. No duh. They went and got everything from the Germans. The Germans were using ether physics. I have a 400-page book proving unequivocally the reason that they were able to have like UFOs in the 30s was ether physics. So there's a huge distinction between like this classified application of ether physics and then the material sciences or physics that people know of. But my point still stands. Here's the macro here. It's like if you have a theory or a model and then the evidence directly contradicts your model's wrong.
Okay, my question is,
Well,
what do you do though? What do you do at that point?
You have to accept that you have to let go of the model. If what you do is go forward, just
I'm so
stapling
sorry.
it together with
Witsit, can you please tone it back? Can you just pull it back just a little bit? It's acting like you sound like kind of like a drug addict. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It is super hard to get like tired, but just pull it back just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's getting very annoying. I'm so sorry to interject. Goodbye.
leave.
I don't honestly. I don't agree with what she's saying, man. I think that
Yeah,
we're
thanks for that filibuster. You're doing fine.
on into the break.
Keep
You're
going.
on my side. You're on my side. You agree with what she said because I don't. I don't think
No,
that
that's what I was just saying. Like,
okay.
hey, nice, like
I think
little like
something was up
interjection
with
to
her.
get him off of his train of thought. Like, yeah, let him know. Let him paint the picture. He's painting a picture, and she didn't like the picture that he was painting. That's what happened.
She left
These people
as soon
get
as she
very
said that.
upset because they don't like the words that are coming out of people's mouths.
Well, I'm cutting Witsit off a lot more than he's cutting me off. I feel like he's speaking clearer than I am right now. So
Yeah, go on.
I guess.
Keep making these little like peasants, like intellectual peasants, cry. Please cry about it. You cry
honestly, I
about
don't
it.
remember
And
where you
guess
were
what?
at
And
though.
people will be upset about people crying about it. But just because you're crying about it, I know that you care. And so, like, that's all the endeavor is to make you incite some thought and feeling. I want to put a fire under your ass. What do you think about that? That's what I
She did
want.
leave. She left immediately after she said it, which was strange. But what were you saying? I remember you left where she cut you off.
That girl's a psycho. Well, I was just making the macro point because I've been talking a lot. Like my whole point is just that on like a meta here. It's like whenever the evidence goes against your model, you know your model's wrong, but there's this new norm in modern quote unquote science, quote unquote, and it's just to staple it together, even if it's paradoxical, and just keep it pushing. So then people start continuing to interpret phenomena with the paradoxes, and that's just such a waste of time to me. That's so stupid. So like ether physics can explain magnetism, electricity, electrostatics. We don't need virtual photons. It can explain the double slit, the quantum eraser, quantum Venn diagram paradox. It can explain instantaneous action at distance. It can explain superluminal propagation, right? It can explain all of these things that simply the modern model cannot. And now we have evidence that shows, like, okay, wait a minute, our understanding isn't correct. And it's not. It's such a cop out to be like, oh well, that's just quantum. Quantum is like that, man. It's just confounding. No, your model's wrong. So, but that's kind of that's like my meta take. I'm not claiming to have all the answers. I just think that my general interpretive framework is significantly more viable.
Well, a model is a toy. So, yeah, you can, like, say, yeah, I threw this up, it came down. You don't know why, you don't know how. You can program all the video games you want, but none of them will get to the root of how and why are you. And I think so many people just want that validation. They want to know how and why am I? Because they'll also simultaneously they don't think life exists in the womb, right? What is life? And so we have a government that doesn't know what life is, and we have attributable rights attributed based on your right to life, but we don't know what life is. And so it's a very conundrum. We find ourselves in society and amnesia, and I appreciate all sorts of thoughts that sort of awaken people to be like, hey, yeah, you're awake. Hello.
Sounds like you.
Welcome to Earth.
Sounds like you're around some people who might not be awake, man. You're whispering a lot.
I think there's some. Around.
Well, real quick, question for Wishit. Because I heard what you said, I just didn't really. I'm gonna reiterate my question. So let's say, because like I said, I agree with your sentiment that the model could be wrong. The model probably is wrong. There needs to be a replacement model. I don't necessarily think that I'm not siding with your model. I'm not saying that you have the model that's going to replace it, but who knows? Maybe you do. My question though is, the model's wrong. Other than replacing the model, like what can you do when there is so much like there is so much substantiating the model. Like the model does explain things in a way that makes sense. But then there's paradoxes. And actually what you said about paradoxes, I agree with 100%. Even with relativity, like when they talk about in the middle of black holes, that in the middle of a black hole,
models
time,
are
space.
toys. They're toy holes. Models are toys.
Toy holes?
Stop
No, they're not. They're
reifying
not toys.
toys.
No. No. They're
Yes,
not toys.
literally
No.
reification fallacy. A toy robot.
No. Models are not toys. Models are literally. We all have subjective expressions and subjective perceptions of reality. There is an objective reality, and the
Are
models.
you gonna send
The
Evil
models
Knievel,
the
the
models that we
toy,
agree on.
into a black
Hold on.
hole? Are you gonna do that?
Hold on.
Are you gonna
Hold on.
send
The model,
Evil Knievel into a black hole? Is that the
Evil
toy
Knievel's dead.
model
All
that
right.
you're talking to me about?
Hold on for a
Sending
second, sir.
Evil Knievel into the black hole.
All right, let's chill out. Let's not interrupt. He was just using that as an example. He was like literally about to like be honest about how it doesn't make sense. I just can't get over this girl. Like, get out from my weep for your soul. What? I mean, you guys got quiet. You guys both wanted to talk so much a second ago.
Oh shit! No, yeah, I know. I pressed the wrong button, dude. I got my fucking. I keep doing it. I pressed the fucking left.
Here, I'm talking now too.
Button.
Hey, I'm talking.
Of course.
I'm talking now too.
Well, no, into the break. What was the last thing you heard me say? Because I was saying a whole bunch of dumb shit about the models. Okay. The point is that models are our subjective perceptions of reality, of the objective reality, and we have Dirac's subjective perception, and we have Einstein's. But the point is
no, there's no Einstein.
The point is that models.
Like, you can make a watch. I'll give
Hey,
you.
wait, bro, come on, man.
You can make a watch that's a model. That is a model, a working model.
You're thinking the wrong definition of the word, man.
Look, bro, just let him finish, and then you can explain what you disagree with, brother.
My point is that models. My point is that models are literally just. That's all we're left with, dude. That's the only thing we have, dude. Like, even if I was talking to Witsit about a jerk off, I have to explain what I understand a jerk off to be and what I'm explaining as this person is doing. And like, this is my idea of what a jerk off is. Like, this guy's a fucking jerk off based on what I think a jerk off is. But it's literally just a shared expression of the subjective reality, right? Or of the objective reality. My subjective perception of it.
Oh, me, I get it.
It's
I
what a
forgot.
model
All
is.
right, let him
You
go.
see what I'm
All
saying?
right, let him respond. Pretty
Yeah.
sus choice of examples though. Go ahead.
No, I agree.
I was
I
trying to hit
even
him on
kind
the
of
nose.
point of contention in what he said.
Dude, this is the best way to say. They're interpretive frameworks. Okay, so if you think that they are reality, it's a reification fallacy because they're conceptual. So if you attribute concreteness to it, it's a reification fallacy. But interpretive frameworks are the prerequisite to understanding. So they are required for all things in life, even the
Right, and that's
scientific method.
my question to you though is what do you do? Like let's say we both have some degree of knowing it's not right, but if you don't have a better one, what can you do? Or what do you do at that point?
But I'm saying I think I do have a better one. That's my whole point. So and this is I boil it down. I did a whole PowerPoint. When I move, I'm gonna redo my ether presentation, but that was what my whole ether presentation was about. It was like, look, I'm not saying ether is natural science, as in it can be materially validated directly. Okay, but it's an interpretive framework. I mean, science is the pursuit of knowledge, and if you have real physical, tangible observations and phenomena that support the framework, well, that's indirect. But it's an interpretive framework, and the only two real interpretive frameworks for the physical world that have been proposed are ether or atomism, right? And I mean, if someone people say false dichotomy, but I'm not saying that those are the only two that exist. I'm saying
they're
that those
not
are the two.
distinct.
They are distinct.
Yeah, but okay, is atomism distinct from quantum field theory? In your understanding, when
Well,
your
that's
description.
that's a good question. That's a good question. You go ask one of the 50 different interpretations of quantum field theory. The general popular idea of it, they're kind of walking back atomism, ironically. So I don't know. I mean, they still base it all upon the general atomic model. But you mean quantum field theory, where they say they're not actually physical particles in the sense that they were previously thought of, that they're just localized excitations. It is a slight departure from it, but it's still built upon atomism. They still say the electrons of a physical particle of matter, and they still believe a lot of this the base atomic model, and then the subatomic particles, the base subatomic particles. From my understanding, they still claim electron as matter. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
but
I mean,
what
that's
is
actually
matter? Okay, never mind.
what is matter.
That's why I ask you those, because when I say Geo and Lemon, it's because I've known these guys for 5 years, and I've been saying to these guys for 5 years because they have been the ether guys for 5 years, and the way they describe ether has always been the way that I've always heard quantum fields described. And when you ask what is matter, and in quantum field theory, just like you said, there are excitations in the field, and if you're going to describe ether the same way, ether ether interacts with the
No, hold
world in
up.
this way.
What's excitations in the field? Be precise with your language. Excitations in the field of
Take take the electron field, for example. When that
those
position,
interactions, the palpitations of the beat.
the energy at that location when it's
A high peak.
Yeah, when it reaches this peak or this value, the excitation reveals itself as this. It's experienced as this particle. What is this particle? It's just this unique position, this unique quantity, which interacts with other things in this unique way. But we
The
think of
particle
particles,
is what
we
you're
think of particles in
measuring
this
off
weird
of.
way, but it really is just this precise position interacting with the rest of the world in this precise way, right?
Well, Coach, let me answer your question directly. Quantum field theory, I will yield this a bit. Quantum field theory is the in between, but that's why it's so stupid. So it's basically trying to hijack the ether without the fundamental foundation of ether, right? which is the primary substrate that sustains the energy. It's like, oh no, it's just an excitation in a field, but the field is just a description of the excitation, but it's actually in the field, but the field is, dude, the moon looks so crazy right now. It's like red, dude. Wow, this is wild. Dude, I just want to like keep driving northeast to see it. That's so crazy, bro. The moon is
I'll check it out.
huge. It's huge. It's like half full, and it's super
I
red.
won't see that. I won't see that till midnight, man. Because you're an hour ahead of me, so I won't see that till midnight.
That is so crazy, bro. Sorry, I mean, I was like, if you saw it, you understand that it's like actually insane, dude. But anyway, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just like a paradox. It is like this little baby between ether and atomism in a way, ironically. But that's why it just doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work in many ways, right? So, and then that's why you get so many different interpretations, so many paradoxes involved, right? Like I've already pointed out the primary problem with it. It's like, oh, it's a localized excitation in the field. Okay, what's the field? Well, it's just a description of the excitation. What? The excitation is, so it's a localized, the photon, for example, or the electron. It's a localized excitation inside the description of the excitation. What?
No, dude. Why don't you meet? Okay, why don't we meet in the middle a little bit, or why? Like me as quantum field theory, whatever, and you as Witz's idea. Why don't we meet in the middle and say that the ether is all of these quantum fields, and there's some properties. So there's distinct there's distinct aspects of the quantum fields that, because they're distinct, they interact with the other aspects of it, if that makes sense. And so all they are just all it is just all locations, right?
Yeah.
And so when you say things like excitations and like that's weird, but if the ether exists everywhere and it's all it's doing is interacting with itself, like, because it has these different properties. So just because the electron field is just like one aspect of the ether field, like, you know what I mean?
Okay. Look, here's it. Like, the ether is all encompassing. For one, it's not Cartesianal. It's not limited to 4 dimensions. Now, the ironic part here is all quantum field theory is the hesitant step over to ether. That's all it is. It's just the transitional state from atomism to ether, but it's like bogged down by hesitancy. That's all it
Now,
is.
hold on.
In my pride.
Why do you say that though? Why do you say it's not Cartesian? Because I have to say, quantum fields are also in a weird way not, because obviously they're relativistically Cartesian, right? So they're not fixed Cartesian points, right? So what do you mean when you say that the ether's not Cartesian?
They're not limited to like our 4-dimensional Cartesian concept. Like, ether is not limited to that. Like, in fact, it has to leave its primary state to even be described as like a Cartesianal coordinate system. So, and then what's funny is the space-time thing is like it's like taking a bit of the ether to make a 4th dimension, but it's just a part of it. Like, just a very simple fact here is quantum field theory is just the transition from atomism to ether. But there's a problem. You can't just have the ether because it really messes things up on the bigger scale, right? If you have an you have a substantive background medium that's all encompassing, we have very serious problems in other fields of physics in your paradigm. So it's like this weird like juxtaposition, and it's like this, oh, we're stuck situation. And so what do you get when you're stuck because you're confined to like, I don't want to call it religious belief, but like serious devotion to archaic ideas. You get a bunch of paradoxes, and that's what quantum field theory is. Quantum field theory, and when you say it's kind of not Cartesian, yeah, because they're just describing the ether without actually being able to fully embrace the ether. Oh, well, these aren't physical particles the way we used to understand them. They're actually just excitations in the background, but the background is actually not an all-encompassing background. It's just millions or trillions and trillions of little fields. And the fields are just concepts that are mathematically described. It's like they're hijacking the ether but not calling it the ether. And that's cool and all. It is progress, but it's very limited because if you don't have like the substrate itself, you don't have substantive quality, you're just making, like, it doesn't even make sense. It's logically incoherent. I keep pointing out the incoherency of it. Like, the excitation in the field. What's the field? It's the description of the excitations. What? And so, like, the fields that are being defined, it's actually, like, described, right? It's actually just motion. It's transverse motion, typically, within the background medium. But so therefore, I've satisfied the antecedent, the logical antecedent to the waving motion, the logical antecedent to just like the sustaining of the energy itself. So I mean,
Nancy,
it is
yeah, you know probably as well as anybody on my side, I suppose, that The Rock was a very big ether dude. The Rock, the guy who kind of came up with the original quantum field, quantum electrodynamics, and all that. And he, that's what I said. There's a marriage. There's an intertwining between these two things, between what the ether used to be. And by the way, Einstein had an ether. So let's talk about this. The Rock had an ether, and Einstein had an ether. And Einstein and the Rock's ether weren't the same thing. No, but right, you agree with that stuff. Einstein's and the Rock's ether were different.
Yeah, but The Rock wasn't just originally an ether proponent. The Rock is famously stated, "We are rather forced to have an ether." Okay, so it was as he began to make observations, he's like, "Damn it, like, there's really no way around it. We are rather forced to have an ether." Einstein said that there was an ether only in the sense that space must be endowed with physical properties, right? So he's saying, like, that's always, so whatever. It's just stupid. Oh, physical properties, but no substantive qualities. Like, okay, well, just, don't leave the house without a helmet on. Like, he's like, well, I was wrong when I said no ether. I should have said the non-existence of an ether drift. And because now I realize, as if he's the arbiter of all truth or something, now I realize that when we say ether, we say nothing more than space is endowed with physical property. Like, what?
But you understand? You just agree. He's talking about space time now. Like, that's what he's talking. When he says ether, he really is talking about space time, right? So
yes,
I think when The Rock's talking about ether, he's describing the quantum fields, which includes space time, by the way. But I think I honestly, if you might know more than I do about this. I thought that The Rock was just sort of you're saying that he was reluctant about the ether, and then he kind of came to it from investigation, or I thought that maybe he was always the ether guy.
Well, okay, so it's not really that he had some like extreme bias against the ether, right? And he may have always kind of had a bias towards the ether. Honestly, it's hard to tell because he did a really good job of just like not showing his cards like regarding a bias. All I know is that he specifically said we are rather forced to have an ether. Now he may have been saying that as an ether proponent, like he may have like always kind of leaned towards the ether, and now he's just telling his colleagues like, here's the deal, like we are rather forced to have one now. But I'm just saying, in the context of that quote, he's basically explaining like the antecedent of sustaining the energy, and that even in a vacuum chamber, you basically have this stuff there, this all-encompassing stuff that changes when you hit it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if he was like against the ether or like reluctant in that sense. But I just do know that when he really came out and said that there is an ether, he said that we are rather forced to have one, which doesn't really sound like someone that's like. And I guess the problem is he was trying to force space time in. So if you're trying to force space time in,
that was his contribution, though. That was his contribution. His merit is putting those together. To be honest with you, I could understand it wrongly. I do understand that he was an ether guy. I understand as he was an ether guy, and he remained an ether guy, even afterwards. But I do know for a fact that because his contribution is mirroring quantum field theory or quantum electrodynamics with special relativity. But yeah, I had another question. So I don't mean to interrupt, but I did have a question. Damn it. I feel bad for interrupting. Fuck it. Just continue, I suppose. I cut you off because there was something I wanted to ask you. Yeah, just forget about it. Forget I did that. To be honest with you, I'm dealing with a custody battle. Not my custody battle. I don't have any kids that I know of, but uh, somebody else's custody battle. I'm in the middle of dealing with that as I'm dealing with this. So excuse me. Mine's just sort of split right now. Would it be rude of me to ask you something that's unrelated to this? I still have your attention.
Ask away. Ask and you shall receive.
I feel like I just asked this. I'm asking Witsit the question. I'm asking, is it okay if I do this to you? And you're saying yes, it's okay to do this to him. I'm asking Witsit. I do have a question for you, Witsit. It's unrelated to what we're talking about. Do I have your permission to change the subject and ask this personal question?
Well, now that sounds like weird, like you're trying to
Let me
stalk
ask you a
him.
question. Into the break. Into the
Hey,
break. What do you drink, man? What do
okay.
you drink, my man?
Yeah, don't be weird and creepy like that, bro.
No. That's fine. What do you drink?
Be a normal person, okay?
I'm normal. I'm normal as
How
it
to
gets.
do
What do you
that?
drink?
Are you a normal person?
No, but what do you drink?
Neither.
I guess. If you don't tell me, I'll guess.
All right.
I'd say Bud Light.
You're close.
Of
So
course,
close.
Coors Light.
Michelob, actually.
My girlfriend drinks Michelob.
Michelob. Wow, gross.
I gotta drive to the store to pick up Michelob for my girlfriend, man. But
Yikes.
nothing else that
Well,
against you.
you can make
It
a
means you're
really nice
conscious.
lemonade. Hey, can I tell you? You can
Tell
do
me,
a
please.
watermelon,
Please,
get some
please.
watermelon, and watermelon and some Grand Marnier, and do a little shot with the Michelob, with the watermelon juice or orange juice or
She drinks the seltzer. She
some
drinks the
juice. It'd be nice. Yeah. Oh,
She
but
drinks
that's why you put it with the beer, because the bubble, like, dude, the bubble, like, the whole bubble facade is just pure.
It's like
It's
seltzer
so
water. It's like seltzer
terrible.
water. Like seltzer
No,
water.
yeah, no, it's way worse. It's way worse than that. It's
I don't drink that shit, dude. I don't
very
drink that.
terrible. Yeah, don't let them drink that. That's what I was telling you. Like, hey,
No, she's my girlfriend. She's a woman, by the way. So she drinks Michelob because she's a woman. But
oh, like born, you mean? I'm not in Starfield, right? Where I'm picking, where I can pick and choose a pronoun, right?
Come on, man.
We're
But no,
not
but
in Starfield, right? We're in the real world, huh?
Starfield?
Yeah.
I'm a computer programmer, so I program Python, and there's a library called
That's pretty
Starfield
good.
that
And so you don't like you just don't like Bethesda. You're too good for it.
No, I drink either malt liquor
But
or
that's
whiskey.
kind of the fun of Bethesda, is that it's just like, hello, like it's just here to just fuck with your mind. Like, you're being too serious about it, right? Like, it's
Bethesda.
entertainment, it's
Hold
fun.
on. You're sort of what is Bethesda?
Fun.
For me, Bethesda was.
Yeah, you said you're a programmer. You don't know what Starfield
Yeah.
is?
No, I do. I just my mind. I was in the
Okay.
middle of the quantum
You
mechanics thing
wandered
with it.
into like, oh, what a real Starfield is, which is
You said
All
Starfield.
inspiring.
Starfield
All
is a
inspiring.
library in Python. I know you've been drinking
Yeah.
for a few hours, dude. Ever since I got on here, you've been interrupting Wizard for a long time. Okay? If you're drinking Michelob,
That's what I do best.
yeah, okay, man. I gotta tell you, dude, you gotta step it up, man. You gotta drink malt
Okay.
liquors.
No. That's stepping it way down. I don't like to drink very
Putting it
often.
down.
I don't like any down. I don't like any up. I just like to be a regular. I like to be a regular boy. You know. It seems like you're kind of
I remember
upset
I was
by
gonna ask
just like
Wishit now.
how
Now that
like
he's left, I remember
regular
the
I
fuck I was
am.
gonna ask him. Yeah. Hold on, real quick. Let me ask Sydney a question. Because Sydney and Wishit got into it. Sydney seems like a real smart, real sweet, real down to earth girl, and the fact that she got into it with Wishit shocks me. And I just curious what that came from. If you don't mind, Sydney.
That isn't a
Share that.
question for me. I don't think anybody
It's not
should
for you,
be
dude. It's for
getting
I
upset.
said for Sydney, dude. Let me ask you a
Yeah,
question. Where you from?
I think your
Where you
question
from?
was
Where
a
you from
little bit
into the break? Where
more
you from? Where you
euphorical
from? Where you
than
from?
that.
Where you from into the break? I can guess where you're from.
Where am I from?
Yeah.
You want to know where I'm from?
I can tell you where you're from. I can
East
guess right now.
Hampton. East Hampton.
I was gonna guess that, dude.
You didn't guess that.
I was gonna guess that. You fucking
You
cut
did
me off.
not guess that at all.
I was about to guess East Hampton. Believe it or not. You surf?
You were close. You were close.
You surf?
Hell no.
Yeah, of course you don't fucking surf, man.
Bro, of course not. I have a surf in. I have a YouTube name. Of course I don't surf.
You have a surfboard now? You ever been on a
Dude, get
surfboard on
with
the
the
beach?
program.
I've been surfing over. That's why I asked that, man. I've been surfing over there.
Yikes, dude. It's like
No.
when you had when the all the salt water went up your nose, were you like,
Yeah, I ran. Here's what happened. Here's what happened.
it's so worth
Here's what
it.
happened.
It's so
I got.
worth
I finally caught a wave, and I ran over a fucking like 12-year-old girl, dude. Yeah, the only
it.
wave
And
I
then
ever
you're
caught.
just like look back like, whoops, my bad. Dude, that
Okay.
sounds
Anyways,
fun.
let's not
Dude, you had a
do
good
this.
time. Good job. Hey, good job. That was your first kook time. It was pretty good. You had a good experience. What's your problem?
I got a few of them.
What's keeping you up at night, sir?
PCP and cocaine.
Ooh, that'll do it. I would say stop that.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm kidding with you. You know, I'm not supposed to be online today. My girlfriend. I have a girlfriend, by the way, Sydney. Sorry.
Yikes! It sounds like the last thing you said had a little bit of truth to it. Huh? Yikes!
No,
Do
it
stop
doesn't have
that. Hey,
there's
you
no
should
truth to
stop
that,
that.
dude.
Some
There's no
people I
truth to that,
tell
you
to
goofball.
take up their meds.
No truth to
I would,
that,
for you,
okay?
I would say don't up your meds.
No fucking truth to that. Listen to me. There's no truth to that. But I did talk to my girlfriend, and I was supposed to not be on Discord for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, I would get 2 weeks free reign at whatever I want to do.
What?
Sexually, yes.
This just
But she,
sounds like you should have said. You should have just like left the house. Said, I'm going. Like, I'm literally getting the house demolished right now, and you should have just moved on with your life. What the? What are you?
no,
What are you?
dude, no.
I don't.
I get 2 weeks.
You can
I
stop
get the 2
your
weeks.
questionnaire now. You can stop
I
your
get the 2
questionnaire.
weeks. I get the 2 weeks, but she
You're
gave me a
done.
free day.
You're done. You're done.
Listen, buddy. Listen.
That's it.
I got news for you, dude. You sound like you live. Napalm was in Florida. You ever been to Florida? You ever lived in Florida?
To Florida?
Yeah, you're a Florida guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've lived in Florida. What are you
Yeah, you
talking
sound like
about?
an asshole. You sound like an asshole.
Northampton to Naples, baby.
Yeah, and Hampton and Naples.
Total coast.
Something.
I'm a total coaster, bro. You didn't know
Yeah,
what
you
my
sound like a
accent was
total
because I'm
coaster.
called Total Coaster,
You sound
bruh.
like a total coaster. That's what I'm saying. I don't like those type of dudes.
Coney
I don't
Island.
like nobody. I don't like nobody from Naples to fucking nowhere, dude. I don't like none of that
Oh
shit.
my
I like
god.
Florida.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I'm
That's
messing with you,
so.
man. I'm just messing with
Dude,
you.
I don't. I'm like, I don't disagree with you at all.
Of course, but why would you? If I was from Florida, I wouldn't like nobody from Florida. Okay, I got news for you. If I was from
Dude, have
fucking
you ever been to Naples?
Italy, I've been in Naples, Italy. Yeah,
All right.
yeah. In Naples,
Yeah.
that's where Mount Vesuvius, the volcano, erupted. Actually, I used to have a shot glass. Let's not get into that. The point is, I joined today. I came to the server. I wasn't allowed to talk to nobody. My girlfriend said I can have one free day. I can have one free day. So I came in today.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, I've talked to you like in 2016.
did we? Did you go by a different name?
Probably. I
Well,
have
what
no
name did you
idea.
go by? You have no idea?
Jace. I went by Jace.
You're such
Joker
a
8.
jackass. You're a jackass. Don't say. Jace is a buddy of mine, okay? So I know you didn't go by Jace, okay? Did you?
I did.
Okay. Maybe you are my buddy Jason. I just don't realize it.
I could be. When's the
Yeah.
last time you talked to me?
Well, the thing is, Jason is from
Out
fucking
for a
Florida.
while,
Yeah, I talked to Jace yesterday. Okay, he's from New York. He's from New York. I'm from New York. I know all the assholes from New York. I know every asshole in these servers that's from New York. Even the fucking dickholes like Jeremy. He's from New York. I know him. We're all from New York. Okay.
huh? Dude, you guys party a lot?
Well, no.
Why
Listen,
not?
dude. Listen.
Why don't
The
you
real
party?
drama. The real drama is in the other room, dude. So I came in here because the drama was down there, and that was boring. But now this convo is boring. Me talking about how fucking dumb. By the way, everyone knows fucking people from Florida, people from South Carolina, people from North Carolina. They fucking suck. Napalm knows they suck. You know they suck. I know they suck. Okay, but the truth is,
You gotta be
the
you
drama.
gotta be a Yankee, huh? Yankee,
Don't fucking no,
yo,
don't you fuck watch your mouth, dude.
Yankee
Watch.
versus Alabama, like really, like kind
You
of
want to hear something
in your
funny? You
feelings
just
or
said that
whatever.
yeehaw. I was in boot camp. I was in boot
I
camp. I
have
was in the
no
Navy.
idea.
I was in boot camp. I was in the Navy. The dude came up in the middle of the night. I was doing watch. He said, "Where you from?" I said, "I'm from Texas. I'm from New York." Like, I kind of, cause I'm from both. So I'm Texas, New York, and he's like, "Give me your best yeehaw," the New York accent.
Oh,
And
you're from Houston. Oh, okay. You're
I'm
from
not from
Houston.
fucking Houston, dude. Listen, I'm going to the other room.
You're a Houston bros, aren't you?
I'm not from fucking Houston. Watch your fucking mouth. I'm going to the
Okay,
other
I
room.
know that was over the line.
I hate
I
goddamn
was
Houston, dude.
joking, bro.
I hate goddamn Houston, dude. Houston sucks. The fucking Rockets suck. They all suck. All right, one of the room.
Makes sense.
I apologize 1000%. Cool. Respect.
Mic check. Josh.
Hey, Sydney, why are you in this room? There's like a whole nother room over there. Are you even like on here right now, or are you just muted and away from your computer? I don't think she's answering, Rusted.
Yeah, maybe not. I just figured maybe she doesn't see the other room. Maybe she would want to go in there since people are talking about her over there, and well, not her, but all the whole shit show that got started earlier was all being discussed over there. So you'd think she would want to go over there, but maybe she fell asleep on the panel. I don't know. That happens sometimes. I used to actually fall asleep sometimes talking to Ed and Face, just like pass out. So whatever. Who's the other person? Skylar. Skylar, are you there? Am I pronouncing that right? Is that how you would pronounce it, Josh?
Schuyler?
Schuyler? That sounds
Like,
more
I
right.
almost
Yeah.
want to say, like, I almost want to do like a, oh, what is it?
Yeah, Schuyler would be a more than Skylar. I'm like, shh.
No, it reminds me of like I almost want to say it like the teacher from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right?
With the
Like,
whistle, like, shh. Like, can you do that? I totally can't do that. The shh. I don't know. I tried, but I just suck. The whistle with your teeth thing or whatever. Like,
Bueller, like no.
oh man, it's so funny how like flat earthers want to act like there's no drama in the flat earth. There's always going to be drama. It's the internet. Like shit happens. Like it's about how you deal with the drama. You make light of it, or you make it a big dramatic unnecessary thing.
Although I think the whole reason why Gio wanted to go in the other room is because he didn't want this
But
being.
yeah, I just think it's funny that like the whole thing started from this chick, and she's in here muted, and everybody else is moved in there, and she like it's just I don't know.
Yeah, it's ironic, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, like I wasn't trying to sit here and have a conversation with her. I was more like, "Hey, are you there? Do you want to come over here?" And like, seeing as how all the moderators are there, like muting Riggs all the time, like I'm sure that if he spoke out of line, they would just mute him, and she would actually have her chance to like speak her piece, because that's what it seemed like she wanted to happen earlier, but I don't know.
No, she didn't want to speak her piece earlier. She straight up just wanted him like banned right off the bat. Boom. Like no defense, no nothing like that. Just I want him gone. I want him gone. And
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Gio was like, well, let's try to talk about this down in the bottom chat. She's like, no, I want him gone. I want him gone. Whatever.
Okay, I remember that. You're right. You're right. Yeah. I don't know. Oh well, we won't talk about it because out of respect for Gio, we'll just leave it be since she's clearly not responding. Guess we could either talk about something else or go to sleep. It is pretty late.
5 in the morning, we should probably go to bed.
What happened?
I said, being that it's 2 o'clock in the morning, we should probably go to bed.
Right? Where are all the UK people? Aren't they like getting up right now? Shouldn't they be in here like telling us how stupid we are?
Yeah, no, they're all in the general chat.
Oh yeah, okay. Because oh,
Like no joke. Like here, let me count how many people are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
dang, there's a ton of them. Well,
19 people are in there.
Truth Prevails, Riggs, and Blaze are all unmuted, so I'm guessing it's like a shit show of yelling going on right now.
Oh, and Callie, the guy, the really fruity
Oh,
sounding
the
guy
really
that called me a
obnoxious.
goof.
Dude, that made me laugh so. Who talks like that? That's like my dad from like the 80s. Oh, you big goof. It's like he's got to be from like Wisconsin or somewhere. Like I feel like that's like or like Canada or something. Somewhere close. I totally said I was going to bed, and then there's Dan's probably like, "What?" He all called me crusty. That's hilarious. Forgot about that. I love Dan for that, even though like we've had our issues or whatever. Actually, me and him never really had any issues. My issues were like secondary through Hitch and them, but whatever. We still memed him with the ranch for days. But I got no beef with him.
Is he same thing with like their issue with him was because it was through me. Like
was
they
through
didn't have an
you.
issue with him. Dude, they didn't have an issue with him until he started going after me on something a long time ago, trying to say that like I owed him money and shit like that. Yeah,
Who, Dan?
yeah, but that all got squashed.
Oh, I never even heard that. I don't know.
No, so they held like a whole like streaming show one day where
Kind of like what's happening right now.
like no like to raise money to ban Dan. Like, and that was organized by Hitch.
That's funny. Ban Dan. That rhymes too. That's
Yeah.
great. You see, people act like this is like a new thing. People having like infighting, and like it's not new. It's like it's been done. It's just how many times have you been through it, and how much can you laugh at yourself and laugh at the situation and try to make jokes of it instead of like getting your panties in a bunch, you know, and like letting it ruin your night or your afternoon or whatever.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure if anyone would have looked at the situation with like PPC back in the day, right, a couple years ago,
Mhm.
you probably could have guessed that, like, I would probably never talk to Dan. You know what I mean? Ever again. But
Wow.
you know what? Sometimes it's not worth it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to squash stuff and recognize that we're all on the same page here as far as like we're not part of the elite bloodline and we're not doing anything like to help each other by fighting each other. So maybe we should get the fuck over ourselves and like move along. So it probably all comes down to like ego issues anyways and like, you know, stuff that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And it's usually like petty shit. Like looking back at some of the stuff that I even would be upset about, like I don't know, some of it's still super valid in my mind, you know, but some of it is like, maybe I made a little bit bigger deal out of this than I should have, or you know, whatever. Like shoot, I do that all the time with Jade. Like, sorry, oops, probably shouldn't have, you know, like reacted like that. It's like it's fine if you react like that sometimes. It's just at least check yourself when you do, you know, when you do step out of line or you do like maybe make some false accusations or do like jump to conclusions without having like any actual like, you know, evidence or whatever. It just might be a better plan to check yourself before you wreck yourself, sort of thing.
I figured out about like narcissists after a while is that like everybody has narcissistic tendencies, but a narcissist won't recognize the tendencies in themselves, and someone who's not will and will do something about it.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a good that's a good point. So we all have those tendencies. It's just a matter of how you react to them, right?
Yep. Whether you're gonna let them stick and whether you're gonna let them like. At this point now, I see it kind of like they like eat away at you.
Right? Like consumes you. It's like all you I mean, shoot, like even just through our own personal experiences, like that's why it's so so important to like distance yourself from people that, you know, like it is a good thing if Briggs triggers these people so much, like you should be distancing yourself from each other, you know, like that totally not to bring them back up, but you know what I mean? Like it I see it all interconnecting with each other, like all the experiences we've had with people where like the distance actually helps the relationship to mend and to be better. But if you're like like constantly, you know, having to like live with that person. But that's the difference though with the internet though too, is people think like, oh, I can't be around this person, but you're online, you're not physically around the person, and you can pick and choose what, you know, what rooms you go into, you know, when you choose to talk, when you don't choose to talk, like whatever, like, and like if you can't be adult enough to like, you know, then yeah, maybe it is time for you to step away from Discord for a little bit, step away from the internet and like regroup and like heal yourself, you know, do some inner reflecting, like why does this person trigger me so hard? What is it about me that makes my emotions get lost in whatever, you know, because you really at the end of the day you can't blame the other person, you can only blame yourself for getting that offended and that like worked up over something somebody else says on the internet across the fucking country, you know.
Can't control anybody. You can only control how you react to them.
Yep, exactly. You can't just, and I have to remind myself of that with the elite shit people too, because like we can waste all this time picketing, holding signs outside, like yelling at the fucking normies, like, oh, believe me, these people are trying to kill us, like whatever. Or you could just start living your life in a way to where you're not reliant on them, and through example you can show other people that, like, hey, there is another way. We can do this without, like, just ignore the narcissist and they'll like become irrelevant. Like if we all just ignore the government and ignore these people, like maybe they'll just become irrelevant. I don't know, like maybe we just
Find out you can avoid things just by not getting emotional about it, because really all they wanted was a rise out of you. Like,
right, dude, if they're farming us, like that makes the most sense. They're trying to like get a rise out of us, like nonstop, right? Like they're trying to like constantly poke
oh,
the bear.
when you said that, yesterday or the day before, I meant to make a meme about that, or find a meme about that, because it reminded me of Ghostbusters 2 with the ooze underneath the city. How like it react, like it was all cool when they were playing all nice stuff to it and saying loving things to it, but when they started yelling at it, it started like flipping the fuck out and flipping the toaster over.
Right?
Like, and the
Dude.
whole basis of the movie was this slime underneath the city that was so powerful was fucking being created by the hatred everybody was having towards each other. Like,
Dude, what if that's like some real shit though? Like, you know how they put truth in movies and stuff? Like maybe there really is some like underground like organism that is literally like grows like exponentially, like every time there's like some crazy war or some crazy like thing that gets everybody like simultaneously all worked up, and it just like feeds this fucking blob or something somewhere. Like maybe that's what lava is. It's like the blob coming up from I still remember like it was like old videos about lava being fake, and it just makes me laugh so hard. Um Fucking, who is it? Like Worm Hat, something Worm Hat. I can't remember his channel. He did a whole like bunch of stuff on or maybe it was a chick. Worm Hat was a chick. I can't remember. There was a few different channels that covered that whole lava is fake stuff. That was pretty funny. But dude, some of the videos did look like legit, like photoshopped or like weird. Like some of the stuff they were pointing out, I'm like, dude, they're totally like not running from the lava. They're like standing there. Like I don't know. It was like the way that they make it sound in movies is like all so dramatic. Like I don't know. I'm kind of like I'm feeling that way about a lot of things now that they have hyped up, like rabies. Like, oh, Louis Pasteur fucking started the rabies shit. Like, oh, he injected some shit into some sick stuff, like into a bunny's brain, and this is how like rabies came about, and people believe this and still believe it, and then they get the propaganda with old Yeller like pushing this bullshit, and now everybody gets their poor animals like 50,000 shots and tumors all over, and then wonder why like they only live to be like 8 years old, and that they're like basically like not animals anymore. They just like lay around the house and like don't get all fat and don't do anything. Is like, dude, you're pumping them full of poison. They literally can't. They probably got so many tumors at the injection sites that they literally can't go run and fucking play. Like it's disturbing, the shit that they have pushed on people and dogs and animals and everything. Like there's snake venom, which is crazy too, that to think about how snake venom was the first vaccine, was the first vaccine, was just straight up snake venom from the Jesuits in the 1400s. So like, yeah, of course they're putting snake venom in all of the oh wait, are we not supposed to talk about this on here? Is this one of those things? I can't remember, Josh.
yeah, no, I think it is.
Sorry. I can't help
Well, no, because like even Jeremy mentioned something about it. Like, yeah, I think it was yesterday. Somebody brought up. They even said the word. Yeah, C19.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like, I Jeremy
gotcha.
jumped in and he was like, "Yeah, no, we can't be saying that. Like for the
Got
safety
it.
of the channel."
So maybe
Okay.
it's okay because I was talking about rabies, but I won't talk about anything else with that. I'll just drop that right there. But yeah, go look up Louis Pasteur. Anybody who's interested in listening and doesn't know about this fool and his dumb bullshit. We talk about milk because he did that with milk too, like straight up like demonized raw milk, and now everybody drinks poison milk and then wonders why they're like lactose intolerant because there's no lactose or there's no lactase to balance out the lactose. So it's all like garbage, basically. Speaking of which, I should go to bed so I can get up early and go to the Amish market. Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah. Whoop whoop. Um, there was something else I was gonna tell you. I can't remember what it was. I don't know. We'll talk tomorrow. But yeah. Have a good night and bye, Sydney. Maybe next time we can chat it up. I can get to know you a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah. I'll have a good night. A good sleep. Toodles.